.com and use code OIL50.
Forests affect our everyday lives. Healthy forests provide us with clean air to breathe, quality water to drink, and reduce the risk of large wildfires. Healthy forests are critical for a healthy California. Learn more at foresthealthca.org.
Hey guys, this is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover. All for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
San Jose, partly cloudy skies today, highs in the mid-50s.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Staples offers the latest tech solutions from HP, plus great savings when you bundle an HP printer, PC, and monitor. Explore more at your local Staples store or staplesconnect.com.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
with Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
Once the sound, game's over. And a couple of old friends will meet at center court. New York One's going to be thrilled. Mike Budenholzer and Steve Kerr. Bucks get the win, 128-111.
You know, it's Spadone. We're going to restart the show. Cut the music. The Warriors get second billing today after that performance. The Giants, they get the headline. So let's go ahead and find a Correa highlight. Let's go ahead and play the intro over and follow it up with a Correa highlight. Go ahead and do that for me, Spadoni. Go ahead and knock that out. Because the Warriors last night just physically got punked.
They did. They got their lunch money stolen from them.
And the free throw discrepancy, you can blame the referees all you want. Guys are going to the rack. Mm-hmm. Warriors can't defend without fouling. Mm-hmm. They can't stand for their guys. It was a joke last night. So let's go ahead and restart the show. Go ahead and play the intro, Spadoni, and then we're going to come back with a Correa highlight if you can. He's shaking his head. I don't like it, Spadone. Oh, Raider. Oh, man. Spadoni let me down. He's letting me down right now.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
with Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
A drive to left field. Hicks is back. It's gone. A home run. Correa delivers in the 8th, and the Twins take a 2-run lead.
So that is the big story of the day. Mm-hmm. As we say, oh, baby, here on a Wednesday. The to here. It's not Joe Shasky, Butcher Boy. Oh, boy, what a show he missed. What a show he's going to miss today. It's Alan Styles in the building for Joe Shasky the Butcher. Good to have you back, Alan.
I'm glad to be back, Bonte. I was telling Spadoni, in the crossover, I did, in Shasky's honor, make a selfie video I
Did you
just,
really?
I chickened out and I didn't post it. But
Did you yell into the camera?
I did. It was very close to my face. You couldn't see all of my face. So I had to do that in order just to get in the Shasky mindset.
See, you don't have a face like Shasky. You're actually a handsome young man. Shasky, you see every little. Let me not get on my boy.
Uzi
Good morning.
with swagger.
Yeah, no, it's nothing. It's the opposite of swagger. Good morning, everybody out there. Mm-hmm. Oh, baby. Everybody getting off their graveyard shifts. CHPs, California Highway Patrol, cops, firefighters, strippers who are getting off work, teachers, students, janitors, longshoremen, you know it, plumbers. Good morning, everybody out there. Drive safely on those roadways. Good morning to you, Alan. Good morning to Spadoni. Good morning to Sam Lubman. Lubman is feeling so good. If you look at YouTube right now and you see the banner Morning Roast, he's changed the colors. He's changed the colors of it. That's how good Lubman's going to feel. He's going to have a big head in today's show. Because my guy is walking around. You want to talk about swag. You want to talk about having a pep in his step. Mm-hmm. Why does he have a pep in his step? Because last night during our show call, Lubman and I, he goes, oh. I'm like, what's going on there? Huh? You see something on TV? You watching Baywatch or something? No. Carlos Correa signed a 13-year, $350 million deal, and the Giants land a big-time free agent, Allen. Your thoughts when you saw the news trickle down late last night?
Well, first of all, the Giants fan base, everybody had been talking about they got to do something. Then the Aaron Judge thing happens. And we're going to get into that a little bit more because it's starting to look like Aaron Judge was never going to come to the Bay.
Right.
It's starting to look like in our bubble, it seemed like he was, but everybody else was thinking that wasn't going to happen. Mm-hmm. Carlos Correa, you had to overpay. You did overpay. And if you're a Giants fan and you're asking, we need to do more, or saying we need to do more, I get it. But if you look at what they did going into this offseason, it could be a lot worse. Right. There's still work to do, but it could be a lot worse. So Carlos Correa, you get your shortstop of the future. Very interested to see what happens to Brandon Crawford next season. Obviously, another year on his deal. You got Marco Luciano coming up. I'm saying close your eyes, Bonte. Close your eyes. The year's 2026.
I'll close it.
Kyle Harrison, throws a double play ball. Carlos Correa grabs it at short, hands it off to Marco Luciano. They turn to win the World Series. How about that?
Wow.
How about that?
There, 2026. Huh?
2026.
6'4", 220 pounds. Carlos Correa is a baller. I think his postseasons have just been magical. Mm-hmm. Just magical. In 6 years in the playoffs, 16 series, 272 batting average, 18 home runs, 59 RBI. 59 RBI, as this is a Warrior Wednesday, brought to you by SFO. Go fly SFO.com/winter for your chance to win $1,000 towards a nonstop flight from SFO today. Carlos Correa, he's a postseason baller. Mm-hmm. Now, if you look at the numbers in the regular season, he's never hit more than 26 home runs in a season.
Right.
He's never driven in more than 96 runs in a season. He's had 1 year where he's batted 300. That was back in 2017 when he was an All-Star, of course. He's only a two-time All-Star, 315 batting average. So 13 years, $350 million. I'll say this, Alan. I'm really excited that the Giants got a guy. Mm-hmm. They got a guy. But I'm not jumping for joy because of this guy. I like Carlos Correa a lot. I really do. Rookie of the year. He's a good shortstop. He's a good postseason player. Look, his last 130 games with the Twins, he hit 21 home runs. He was really good in that clubhouse. He shows leadership. It's an overpay, and I get it. You had to overpay him. But I need a little more now. Mm-hmm. It can't just stop with Carlos Correa. We're going to celebrate Carlos Correa, but this just can't be it. It's got to be a little bit more.
Yeah, well, they have about $31 million left that they can play with. I think at this point, and I hate to ruin it for you, Bonte. I think at this point they're probably going to focus on some relief pitching, which they really need unless you want to see more Tyler Rogers, who, we went out that one day and we were playing baseball. I know you dropped off some drinks. I know you say you don't play baseball, Bonte. You might be able to get a hit off Tyler Rogers.
Maybe.
If you got in there.
Well, don't tell Lubman that.
If you got in there long enough.
Don't tell Sam Lubman that.
Depends on what kind of defense behind him.
You might be able to. You would make contact. Let me
tell you, according to Sam Lubman, everything has to be perfect behind Trevor Rogers or Tyler Rogers to get it out. The guy stunk last year. It is what it is.
Exactly. So they're going to go out. They're going to go get some relief pitching, and that'll be it for this season. this is a project. You signed him to 13 years. He's going to be 41
when
41. He's done. So that doesn't sound great, but at the same time, you had to overpay. The way I think about it is this, Bonte. You know, you got your daughter. I don't know if you're taking her to get to games yet. I got one on the way.
She's been in 2 Giants games.
So
she's feeling it.
You get the family, right? When she gets a little bit older, you go out. All right, I gotta buy this. I gotta buy this hot dog. I want to buy this beer. I want to buy this soda. What happens when you buy that stuff? You overpay. But when you walked into the stadium, you knew you were going to overpay.
No doubt.
You knew the price of that beer was the price of a 6-pack at Safeway. Same thing when you go to an amusement park. So you had an understanding going into it that you were going to overpay.
Right.
You might still complain,
right?
But you had to overpay. That's where the Giants were at. They knew they were going to have to overpay. They knew it was probably longer than they wanted, but they didn't have a choice. They really didn't have a choice. And I know Carlos Correa, I think the thing about him, looking at his numbers, he's one of those guys where out of the shortstops in the bunch, he has the highest ceiling.
Right.
Bogarts is probably not going to still be a shortstop, even though he can hit. And Dansby Swanson, I just don't necessarily trust his bat the older he gets. And he's no spring chicken either because he spent that time at Vanderbilt. So Carlos Correa,
I can see him moving to third base later.
He's probably going to move to third if Marco Luciano is what we hope he is, which we don't know. Well, but I think he's the guy that had the most potential when you look at what the measurables and things like that. Will he ever reach his potential? I don't think he has yet, but the Giants are paying him, hoping that he does at some point.
So I'm looking at Carlos Correa here. All right, a World Series winner. A lot of people say the Astros cheated, whatever. He's got the ring.
Mm-hmm.
Rookie of the Year, 2-time All-Star, Gold Glove winner, Platinum Glove. This is what worries me.
Mm-hmm.
This is what really worries me about Carlos Correa. Not so much Aaron Judge, because Aaron Judge, I knew you could DH. He didn't have to play the field. And if you play the outfield, you're not going to be, you're not as active as a shortstop.
Right.
Carlos Correa has a long injury history. All right, 2017, injured a thumb, slid into a catcher shin guard. He missed 42 games. He aggravated the injury in the postseason. Even though the Warriors won that year, Correa was still a crucial cog in that championship run. During the 2018 campaign, he was on the IL for 36 games due to a back injury. It was one of his worst seasons in the league. He posted a 728 OPS on-base percentage with 20 doubles and 15 jacks. The back injury didn't go away in 2019. He missed time in August and September of 2019. All right, then he missed 2 months with a cracked rib that same season. Shortened 2020 season. It was his worst year ever. OPS dipped to 709. 709 on-base percentage. Not good. He did play nearly every game. He had an ankle injury at one point, but last year he played 148 games, second highest of his career. He only missed time when he was placed on the IL due to health and safety protocols. He also had one of his best offensive seasons, finishing 5th in the AL MVP race. So, look, there is an injury concern. In 13 years, $350 million, he's got to be in this lineup for $150 a year. He's got to hit at least 25 jacks. Mm-hmm. You gotta drive in at least 80 runs, and you gotta hit anywhere between 280 and 300. Those are the facts.
Yes,
those are the facts. But does he have that presence like an Aaron Judge? I still need a little more, Allen. I still need a little more.
He does not have the same presence as Aaron Judge. Not yet, or I guess not yet. Maybe he'll eventually get there, but there's only one Aaron Judge, and I'm gonna tell you right now, Bonte. I got a lot of friends back east, okay? I went to school back east, got a lot of friends back east. And we've been talking about, they're Phillies fans, Yankees fans.
Right.
In our bubble, we might have thought Aaron Judge was coming. To a lot of the rest of the U.S. and baseball fans, I don't think they ever thought Aaron Judge was coming. The idea of Aaron Judge leaving the biggest brand in sports because he was a Giants fan when he grew up, nobody thought it was going to happen. And they're starting to convince me that it was actually never going to happen.
Right.
And we were so naive to believe that it ever was, that Aaron Judge comes out here, he's winking at the camera, he's saying all the right things because he's got a great agent, right? He's got a great team, and they said, you got to play this the right way. And I know you were a Giants fan. You got to play this up. You got to play it up. So I think that everybody needs to just take an outside look at the Aaron Judge thing, and honestly, move on.
Move on.
Move on.
Does this satisfy Giants fans? 888-957-9570. Last night I was pumped.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I said, I need you guys to spin a little more.
Right.
Because we'll get to the lineup. Actually, I'll do the lineup right now.
Do
the hell with it.
Do it.
So you had the numbers. Joey Bart's going to be in this lineup, batting what, 8th?
Yeah.
So who's your leadoff hitter?
So I got one here. I'd go Lamont Wade leading off in left field. Flores batting 2 at first base. J.D. Davis batting 3 at third base. Carlos Correa, shortstop, batting cleanup. Yastrzemski batting 5 in center field. Haniger batting 6 in right field. Bart batting 7 as the catcher. Jock Peterson hitting 8 as a DH. And Tyro Estrada hitting second. And I just realized I literally just
left off Brandon Crawford.
Sat Brandon Crawford.
Damn. Is that lineup good enough for you Giants fans? I need more. It doesn't fix the Aaron Judge size hole I have in my heart. And I just heard what you said. I get it. I didn't believe Aaron Judge was coming, but I was teased. I was tantalized with this 6'6", 6'7", 280-pound mammoth in the batter's box who had a presence. Now, does Correa have a presence in the box? No doubt. He definitely does. But is it enough? Is it enough in this division? I don't know. Let's go to Brian in Oakland. Brian in Oakland, what's happening? You're on the roast. Is this enough?
Morning, guys. How's it going?
Good, good.
You know, obviously, the Carlos Correa thing, it's big news, and there's enough to be said on that. My curiosity is, with Brandon Crawford, arguably probably the best shortstop in Giants history, does he just willingly slide over to second or third, or do you think there's actually an outside possibility that he either asks for a release or a trade or something like that? We'll have to see.
We shall have to see. We shall see about Brandon Crawford.
I think Carlos Correa will play third. And
this
I know
year?
I just read off that lineup, but you can't disrespect Brandon Crawford like that.
So Crawford at short,
Crawford
Correa at third.
I would put J.D. Davis. I mean, I know Wilmer Flores had a good year, but I don't know. I don't know if maybe you take out Tyro Estrada. If he gets cold, you could put J.D. Davis at DH, if you don't want to play Jock. But I do think that starting shortstop will be Brandon Crawford. He's earned that. It's the last year on his contract. I would assume he retires after this. He's earned it.
13 years, $350 million. Mm-hmm. Farhan get credit? How are we feeling about Farhan this morning? Or is this on Farhan? Is it on ownership? Is this on Farhan?
It's everybody. Everybody.
Are we feeling better about Farhan this morning?
I'm feeling like he finally stopped shopping at the discount store.
Stop shopping at Ross.
I wasn't gonna name drop.
Bargain basement.
I mean,
you can't find some gems at Ross. You can find some gems.
You can find some gems, but you can't be there all the time.
Bargain basement shopping.
That's the thing. You got a nice night out with your lady. Okay, right. Maybe you got to hit. Can I get a Macy's Farhan?
Right.
Can I get a Macy's?
Right.
So basically,
right.
He went from essentially shopping and eating on the value menu to overpaying for a salad in SF. That's basically what he did. But sometimes there's no in-between in this situation because of what happened with Aaron Judge. There wasn't an in-between. And if he did go out and get the in-between, to everybody who is actually upset today or mad about the deal, please tell us, what would you prefer? Who else out there? Dansby Swanson would not have been much cheaper than this.
Yeah.
And
no doubt.
he has a lower ceiling.
Look, you got to start somewhere with the deal. I'm not mad at it, but it's not enough. Mm-hmm. But I don't want to rain on the parade. How jacked are people about getting Carlos Correa? The Giants finally get a guy. They get a guy. They get a guy who was in the top 10 when it came to prize possessions this offseason. They get a guy. And it's a damn good guy. It's a guy people know in baseball. He was on television during the postseason. He was speaking about analytics. We'll play that out coming up. It's a big move. Mm-hmm. 13 years, $350 million. You could say it's the biggest move since Barry Bonds. They've had some big moves, though. They signed Johnny Cueto in 2016. It was a big move.
They got Hunter Pence.
And they re-signed him.
Let's take it this way, though, Bonte. As Giants fans, and I got to be careful with how I put this, but as Giants fans, I mean, the last time we even had, who is the last time, or who is the player that we had last on this team that had any type of swag?
Oh, my God.
Andrew McCutchen for about 2 seconds?
Well, that's the thing. You finally got a player who could bat flip and pop his collar and pick a home run.
I'm so happy about that.
I've been wanting swag for so long. This makes the Giants kind of cool.
Right.
This makes me want to say, you know what? 6:45 first pitch. I got to see what's happening with Correa.
Exactly.
Finally.
Exactly. I mean, it was to the point where I'm over here trying to convince myself that Denard Span has swag, and he did not.
And he did not have swag whatsoever. He did not have any swag. Not only that, maybe Carlos Correa comes to that clubhouse and says, you know what, fellas? We're not dabbing in 2023.
Please stop the madness.
We're not recycling a move from 2015.
Yeah.
We're not dabbing anymore. We're not dabbing. All right? RIP to the dab.
It's been buried, but the Giants
they keep trying to the Giants.
They
don't
shovel
think
it
it's
out,
dead.
man. They pull it out from the grave every single season. Maybe it'll finally be done.
So that is a good point. Correa does pimp home runs. He does backflip. He will wear his gold chains. I need all that.
Yes.
I need all that. Astros television, play-by-play voice, Jeff Blum will join us at 8 o'clock to speak more about Carlos Correa. The Giants sign a big fish. They don't strike out. They didn't strike out on this one. 13 years, $350 million. Look, I'm going to say it right off the rip. They overpaid for Correa, but they had to.
They had no
choice. For Aaron Judge, they had to overpay. You had to overpay for Carlos Correa. You got to overpay when you're mediocre like the Giants and you got nothing around them. And you got to sell, hey, the prospects are going to be up in 2024, going to be up in 2025. Well, the good thing is Correa was part of a rebuild in Houston. And boy, was it a good rebuild.
Right.
They became one of the best teams in baseball.
Still are.
So
they've missed some pieces, but ultimately, they've got it done with some allegations. They've gotten it done without any allegations. And I am curious your thoughts on that piece of it. I mean, the Dodgers wouldn't even look at Correa, allegedly, because of the fans and that blowback. Well, come on over here, buddy. Come on over here. We don't mind.
Yeah, we don't mind.
Just like the Stephen A. video, we don't care.
We don't care.
We do not care.
Yeah. I'm here to tell you. I'm here to tell you right now. We don't care. We don't give a damn. All right, more Correa talk. Also, the Warriors. I want to get your thoughts on the Warriors. Tonight, they play Indiana on the back-to-back. Andrew Wiggins is going to be out. Klay Thompson's probably not playing. And Indiana's got their full squad.
Ready.
They're 2-12 on the road, the worst in the West. 3 straight losses on the road. Last night, it was 58-52 late in the first half. Milwaukee scores the last 6 points in the first half. Then they come out in the third quarter, outscore 27-10. I mean, just no resistance to the paint. Bobby Portis came off the bench. It dropped 25-11 on their ass.
That can't happen.
They were physically beat up. And you can blame the referees. You can say the referees had a tight whistle. It was a clown show yesterday in Milwaukee. But, man, can I get a road win? Can I get the Warriors to come back home for Christmas at 500?
I hoped, I predicted that they would be 3-3 to start. For that to happen, they really need to win tonight. They really need to win tonight, or it's not looking good at all.
All right, we're going to talk more. We're going to talk Warriors. We're going to talk Giants. Carlos Correa, 13 years, $350 million. That'll be brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. That's what's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises, and Lucky California.
This holiday season, Lucky California helps you save. On sale this week, beef ribeye roast bone-in whole, sold in the bag, is just $5.99 a pound. Eat, drink, and save at Lucky California.
The Giants made a splash.
Correa deep to center field. Going back is Mullins and gone a home run.
Carlos Correa is a San Francisco Giant.
2-2, Correa out to left. This sends back a Rosarena. Take a look at the bullpen. Forget about it.
We're reacting with you on 95.7 The Game.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't-catch-me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through December 21st, new customers can get 1.2 gig internet plus X-Fi Complete with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included. It's just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Plus, get $200 back. Go to Xfinity.com/faster. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by Trustyle, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com. Click on virtual tours and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then, talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Goody Nation is a nonprofit that connects small, diverse companies to big money. At one point, we had to send millions of dollars to 76 companies overnight, tracking every penny all on paper. I know, right? We don't do that anymore. Now we've got Bill. It knows where the money's going. Once we automated that process, we got more time back with our community. Bill is accurate, and that gives us confidence.
Automate your finances with Bill. Learn more at Bill.com.
End this year on a high note at Big O Tires year-end sale. Get great deals on name brand tires for cars, pickups, and SUVs. Plus, save on auto care services with financing options available on credit approval. Visit BigOTires.com for all year-end sale offers. Ends January 8th.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
ZZ Top and Leonard Skinner are coming to Shoreline Amphitheater August 10th, and 95.7 The Game has your tickets for your shot to win and get in the running for the grand prize 2023 Shoreline Lawn Pass. Head to 957thegame.com.
Is up and out. Astros on top.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
Carlos Correa, he's doing numbers. 13 years, $350 million. And what do you know? The Giants make a splash late last night. They signed a guy. Okay, they signed Mitch Haniger. They signed Ross Stripling. They signed Sean Manaea. They gave Jock Peterson $19.6 million. Was that enough? Hell no, it wasn't enough. It wasn't going to get it done. You needed a big boy. You needed a guy you could build around for the future. Now, we all thought that guy was Aaron Judge. He's back in pinstripes. We were all depressed. We moved on, Alan. We moved on. And now I got Carlos Correa.
Mm-hmm.
And now you know what I'm saying? I need more. I want more. Don't stop here. This is great. Just keep swiping that black card. Keep swiping.
But what, though? What else?
I need another outfielder.
I'm looking here. I'm looking here, but you don't need another big. Like, to me, okay, cool. Go out, get you a Andrew Benintendi, somebody like that. I know we were talking about Joey Gallo in the pre-show.
Did you do Joey Gallo?
I would, assuming it's at a good price, yes.
Right.
Of course.
Gold glove.
Mm-hmm.
Got power.
I mean, we read that lineup. Who would you rather have in that lineup?
Mike Yastrzemski or Joey Gallo?
Mike Yastrzemski or Joey Gallo.
I take my chances with Joey Gallo.
Lamont Wade Jr. or Joey Gallo. I'd take my chances with both of them. Or I would take my chance with Joey Gallo over both of them.
You want Tommy Pham? He's a free agent.
You know, I don't know if the dynamics would work out there.
This segment is presented by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. So, how are Giants fans feeling this morning? Do we owe Farhan an apology? Is it enough? Has Farhan done enough to kind of make us not give him so much heat? You know what I mean, Alan? Mm-hmm. We've been giving him so much heat. We've been riding him. Should we back off a little now?
Yes.
Is this a move to make us back off a little bit off of Farhan Zaidi?
Yes.
Why is that?
I would say yes, because the whole thing with Farhan, we've been joking. You know, why are you penny pinching? We know we know you got it, so go out and spend it. And he finally did. That's not to say that we won't have something bad to say about him moving forward, or say, all right, well, he messed up here or he messed up there. But in that regard of he hasn't been spending money that we know the Giants have because we go to the games and we give you our money. In terms of that, we can say, all right, Farhan has proved that he will go out and spend that money if he deems it necessary. And in this position, he saw it necessary. We hadn't seen that before. So we didn't know if he'd be willing to do it. It's funny when you offer. It's a lot different when you're offering deals.
Right.
Not to say that we didn't believe them, but when you continue to quote unquote come in second place. I know Farhan wasn't there for all of them, but even though we know you offered the $360 million to Aaron Judge, it's not the same because you didn't get Aaron Judge.
Right.
We still felt like you could do more.
You don't get credit for that coming in second place.
No, you don't get credit for attempting to spend money. You go out and you go out, you're on a date and you say, you try to pay, but then as soon as they say no, no, we're good, or we can split or whatever, you say, okay, you don't get credit for attempting to pay. That's not how it works. Specifically, when somebody else in your division, the Padres, who already had gotten Bogarts, when they come out, and you know what they did? They got Soto, they got Tatis coming back.
Machado.
Specifically,
Cronenworth.
When it comes out that the Padres had offered, I guess the reports were saying they had offered Judge $400 million. So you weren't even the highest bid. Highest bid. Would Aaron Judge have come to the Giants if they offered $400 million? We'll never know.
We'll never know. All right, Xfinity Mobile text line 650. Correa is a winner. Balls in the playoffs. Judge has never won anything. He chokes in the playoffs. Correa over Judge. All right, that's one text. 707. Hell no, it's not enough for Farhan Zaidi. They have other needs to fill. It's not enough for me personally to even consider going to the ballpark next season. Another one from the 650 on the Xfinity Mobile text line. Hell no, Farhan doesn't get an apology. Once this team becomes a consistent and entertaining winner, then he'll get an apology. A lot of people are saying, Bonte, when are you going to give off the Farhad apology letter? I'm not the only one who bashes Farhad. You know what I'm saying? For some reason here at 95.7 The Game, our roasters, they ride for me. But a lot of you people out there, and I love you, you come at me about Shanahan and Garoppolo like I'm the only one to talk bad about them, or Farhan Zaidi. Now, I'm not throwing anybody else under the bus, but Farhan hasn't done enough because his plan was to draft and develop. His draft picks have not panned out yet. We're still waiting on that. Mm-hmm. And that will determine whether or not Farhan has a good ride here in San Francisco, in my opinion.
It's not necessarily early, but at least we're seeing some strides. I mean, before this deal, Bonte, I didn't even call him Farhan. I didn't even use it. I just call him the accountant.
Oh, wow.
He was just the accountant.
Oh, wow. You went there.
He's just the accountant.
Wow.
He handles the money. He's on spreadsheets.
Wow.
That's the accountant over there. Now he gets his name back today.
And I'm sure you wasn't happy with the way you talk about the city in those comments in the Chronicle.
You know what? I don't know if today's the day for that, but to me, that sounded like a terrible excuse. Oh, the politics, the this and that. If you can't get free agents to come to San Francisco,
right?
That's
to the Bay. You sell the Bay area
now.
You sell the Bay.
Come on now.
All right, let's go to AT in Chicago, Alan. AT in Chicago, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey guys, good morning. I love the show.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say, shout out to Brandon Crawford. He hung 2 banners. Great Gold Glove defense. Whatever happens to him, if he stays there, if Correa goes to third, if he goes to third, Correa stays there. I doubt Correa's going to DH because he's such a dog in the field.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to give my respect to Crawford. He's the reason I grew out my hair. I watch him a lot. That's my man right there.
No doubt. And we'll see what happens to Crawford. This is a funny one. KT on YouTube. Getting Correa will soften the blow when they re-sign Brendan Belt.
You know what? They probably will.
No.
I'm just saying.
Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me, Alan. Don't do that to me.
I don't want to.
Don't do that to me.
Don't you put that evil on me.
Yeah, no. Even Lobman doesn't want Brendan Belt no more.
Captain save a giant.
But he's going to play. I just don't see, and not that he's had a good career, obviously a champion. How does this end, man? He's just going to be out. Somebody's going to sign him.
It bet not be the Giants.
Somebody's going to sign him.
It bet not be the Giants.
It's gonna be real close.
Not be the Giants.
It's gonna be real close.
Stay away, please.
Season's about to start. You know what?
I can't do another year of Brendan Belt. I can't do it. I don't even want to talk about him. Because all of a sudden people put him as, oh, man, he's the top first base. No, he's not better than Will Clark. He's not better than JT Snow. All right? He's not. He's not.
People say that?
Hell yeah, they say that. Oh, they believe it.
Absolutely not.
What's coming up on the game sponsored by Boxer & Gers in Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. More Correa talk. What does it mean for Farhan Zaidi? How are you feeling? Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. Also, the Golden State Warriors. Is anybody concerned about the Warriors? Anybody out there? 888-957-9570. Worried about the Golden State Warriors? Are you, Alan? I'm going to get your answer on the other side here on the roast.
Brendan Belt!
Get fast, reliable speeds at home and on the go with internet and mobile from Xfinity. Now through December 21st, new customers can get 1.2 gig internet plus Xfi Complete with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included. It's just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Plus, get $200 back. Go online, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had 2 challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans snapped up the hot deals. But a lot of people were out of town or too busy to take advantage of the special pricing. So, how about a redo? Right now, you've got a second chance to save big on many of the top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs. Where? At Video Only, where the smart shoppers go. So, don't miss out. Check out Video Only now, or
you'll be sorry. If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef. Just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight? This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now, everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither.
Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
What's up, San Francisco? If you're a fan of the team, which I'm sure you are, you've been following Christian McCaffrey light up the competition. This season, Christian will be hydrating himself with Body Armor sports drinks. It has potassium-packed electrolytes, antioxidants, and no artificial sweeteners, flavors, or dyes. In fact, Body Armor has 820 milligrams of electrolytes per 16-ounce serving. Body Armor is the sports drink of choice for Christian McCaffrey. It's more than a sports drink. It's Body Armor sports drink. Available at your local Safeway.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At the Home Depot, we have the tools for you to give the gift of a smarter home with savings on top brands, like the Google Hub, a command center for your smart devices that raises the IQ of your entire home, or the Nest Learning Thermostat that helps you conserve energy and save on your bill. And if you don't know what to get, gift cards are a smart gift no matter what they get. So this year, gift smarter with savings on tools to make your holiday magic. The Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Hey, it's Boomer Esiason, and we all know the game isn't over till it's over. So next time you need parts for your car, don't call it quits. Go to eBay Motors. They have 122 million parts to take your car into overtime. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
It's your boy Guru from Steiny and Guru, noon to 3, right here on 95.7 The Game. Now back to the morning roast. I'm a roaster because these two guys are my guys. Yin and Yang, right here on 95.7 The Game.
I said, hey, Dirty, baby, I got your money, got your money. I said, hey, money time! Money time! The Giants finally brought out the pre. You feeling that, Alan? You feeling it? Like, come on, get in there with me.
I thought you were going to, remix it. Correa's got the money.
Correa's got the money.
Hey, society.
Farhad, did Farhad throw out the Brinks truck? Did Farhad back up the Brinks truck, or was it Larry Bear? The streets are telling me Larry Bear was at the holiday party at NBC Monday, walking around with a little bravado, knowing that there was a big move on the table. So was it ownership? Look, Xfinity Mobile text line, 650. Bonte, does Farhad really get credit for this, or was it the money? If the farm season has another down year, he should be gone. Another 650 text. I'm out on Farhan. Giants never wanted to swim in the deep end, and now they were desperate because they have developed no players on their own. 707, Farhan needs to be on the phone with Pittsburgh to try to get Brian Reynolds. Hey, look, man. I don't know if it's Farhan. I don't know if it's ownership. This morning, Alan, I really don't give a damn who's made the move for Carlos Correa. The fact that you got Carlos Correa, you get a hand clap.
There you go.
You get an applause.
Look at Bonte.
You do. You got a guy.
Look at Bonte.
Now, let's sit on this for a second. And now I need more. Now I need more.
Yeah.
I pivoted in 20 minutes. Giants keep spinning. Why stop here?
And I look, like I said, I don't think they're going to stop, but I don't think they're going to be any more household names, if you will. I'm not even sure that Carlos Correa is a household name. I think that you have to know baseball a little bit. But we were talking about it during the break, Bonte.
Right.
During those years, 2010, 2012, 2014, did the Giants have any household names? Maybe Buster Posey.
Yep, that's about it.
Maybe Tim Lincecum. Maybe.
Yeah.
So it's different in baseball. You don't necessarily need it. But what you do need is guys that can go out and do things that majority of the other guys at their position can't do. And Carlos Correa can do that. The way I see it, it's very similar to Manny Machado in that the Padres, when he signed, everybody was thinking, what is Manny doing?
Right.
They built around Manny, and now the Padres, they're contenders. And I think that's a situation with the Giants. I will say this, everybody talking about Farhan in the farm system, I have heard that Farhan's thing isn't necessarily the draft per se. When they brought Farhan in, they had some bad contracts. They wanted to fix those contracts.
Right.
And he is really good at least bringing in somebody that can fix the farm system. So in that way, he's connected, but also finding those diamonds in the rough.
Yeah.
That's what he did with the Dodgers. That's what he did with Max Muncy, Justin Turner. So that's really his thing more so than I'm going to hit on the draft. But you also have to hit on the draft.
You have to hit.
Right?
You have to hit.
So maybe one guy that we haven't talked about either is Pete Patella, who was with the Astros for a very long time. That might have been a connection that helped the Giants get this done with Correa. And moving forward, that farm system we just talked about, they brought up all those guys. So there's hope today, Giants fans. There's hope.
Pete Patella is interesting. If you don't know who Pete Patella is, he's the general manager of the San Francisco Giants, was hired this offseason after Scott Harris took the job in Detroit. Pete Patella started as an intern with the Astros in 2011. He was promoted to assistant GM in 2019. And then he lost the GM job to Scott Harris, of course, in 2019. He was the Astros director of player personnel before being named assistant GM. He was the only executive under Jeff Luhnow to be retained when that front office was cleared out after the cheating scandal in 2017. He was in player development in 2017. So he was the baseball ops assistant, baseball ops coordinator, assistant director of minor league ops. And when I say ops, operations, not the cops, director of player development and assistant GM. So he was with that Astros team, and I asked Lubman last night, I said, how much do you think Pete Patella had to do with this? How much of a factor was he in his signing? Well, you know what? We may never know the answer to that. I don't care.
Right.
You got a guy. You overpaid, but damn it, you had to overpay. It pays to be the boss. You got to spend, right?
Yeah.
You want to be at the big boy table? Well, you got to make big boy moves and play with big boy money.
Yeah.
You got to play with Monopoly money to get these dudes. And you got a guy. You got a guy. You got at least one guy.
You got at least one guy. And here's the thing. What we do know about Carlos Correa is he's a showman. Yep. Number one, we love the showman out here in the Bay Area. And number two, he's clutch. He gets it done in the playoffs. You know who he could remind me of. I'm not saying he does. But if you look at Bumgarner's stats in the regular season, they never really knocked your socks off.
Right.
But when it came to money time, when it came to the playoffs, there is nobody I would always say. Money time! It's money time. Because this whole time, if you were to ask anybody, who would you take, Kershaw or Bumgarner?
In the playoffs? Or
in the regular season,
you're probably taking Kershaw, but in the playoffs, you're taking Bumgarner.
Exactly.
And Carlos Correa, you can make the argument. And I know people on YouTube and the Xfinity mobile text line and Twitch are making the argument. In the playoffs, you'd rather have Carlos Correa than Aaron Judge.
Right now, from what we've seen,
Carlos Correa has been a big-time player in the playoffs. He shows leadership. He shows passion. He's intense. He gives you the bat flips. He stares down home runs. I need that swagger in my life. I need it in my life.
We've been starved of it for so long, Bonte. Even during the championships, it didn't matter.
Right.
Because you're winning championships. And you had some, Hunter Pence quirky on a scooter swag. You had some things going on. Somebody on the text line, I think it was a 510 said earlier on the Xfinity mobile text line, Pablo. Yeah. You did have swag with Pablo.
Yep, you did.
So that's probably the most swag you had. So
Angel Pagan has some swag.
Angel Pagan has some swag.
Say what you want about the crazy horse, man. Right. That dude, that Joker had swagger.
Are we putting Gregor Blanco? I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. That's the line. That's the line. And then you had a rough patch where you didn't really have much to cheer about, but now you do. Now you do.
You go get a jersey. Now you go get a jersey.
Yeah, I saw people running around with Jock Peterson jerseys, and God bless him. I mean, Bay Area guy, but
God bless
that's what we're doing.
Yeah, that's how bad it was.
Son, get whatever you want. I just go with the Crawford, I guess.
Aaron Judge batting .211 in the playoffs. Give me Carlos Correa all day long in the playoffs over Aaron Judge. Now over 162, we'll see. Judge is a baller, but Correa can play. Let's go to Charles in South City. Charles, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Morning, Monte. Thank you for taking my call.
No problem. You got to say good morning to my man, Alan Styles, too. He's filling in for Shasky. Show Alan some love. He's a roaster, too, Charles.
No, I got you. Thank you, sir.
My roaster, and I just want to start by saying, hey, money time indeed, my boy. Money time.
Yes, sir.
Money
time! Money time! There you go.
Farhan didn't just back up the Brinks truck. He went and checked out at the Dior store. Now, I'm going to make this short and sweet. It may not be Aaron Judge. We may have had Arson Judge for a good 7 minutes. But Carlos Correa is changing the culture of SF. He's at least dragging a few people to the stadium. Hell, more than a few. He's changing the culture. A $13, $350 million deal.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? We got our star.
Yeah.
If that ain't a big deal, that's nothing. I mean, hey, it's a big deal for us Giants fans.
It is a big deal, Charles. A Latin superstar. We need one of those in this culture. We need a Latin superstar. We need diversity on this ball club. That's what the Giants represented for so many years. So now you get a Latin superstar who's a face of the franchise. Big time. And you know what it does for Farhan? I mean, what a difference 24 hours makes for Farhan Zaidi. After those quotes in the Chronicle, where he basically blamed the politics, and the economics, and all that stuff in San Francisco on why you can't fetch a free agent. The equity that he just gained from this signing, whether or not it was him that made the move, whether or not it was ownership, the Johnsons, the Bears, whatever. The fact is, 24 hours later, we could ease up off of Farhan. And he's kind of redeemed himself in a way to where it's like, yo, fans want you out, dog. You're talking about the city. Talking about how hard it is to sign. We don't want to hear that. We want to see you sign guys. We want to see you give out a big money deal. We want to see you stray away from the analytics for a little bit and just say, you know what? Here's 13 years, $350 million.
We'll figure it out later.
You know. So 24 hours later, look, yesterday, yes, I wanted Farhan gone. I want him out of here. Enough was enough. Now let's see it. Now you can stay for a little while longer.
Do you think that article, I would imagine, is there any chance Farhan, that article comes out and he thinks, all right, let me go to Bear. I got to get this done.
I got to get this done.
Because I don't know why I said this. You ever say something stupid and you think, why did I even say that?
I got to fix this.
I got to fix this
I got to fix it.
So nobody's talking about the article now.
Right.
Nobody's talking about it anymore.
Alan, I'll say this till I'm blue in the face. A lot of people come down my road and say, you're wrong about this, you're wrong about that. Look, I'm a host on 95.7 The Game. I'll admit when I'm wrong. Number 2 overall pick. I said, go trade that pick with the 49ers. Go get Antonio Brown right now. I need a wide receiver. Well, that number 2 pick was Nick Bosa. I said, 3 days later, I pivoted and said, you know what, guys? I was a little drunk. I was drunk off the sauce. Keep the number 2
your
pick.
birthday is booming.
You know?
Yeah.
I'm wrong all the time.
It
I'm
happens,
okay.
man.
It happens.
I'm
it
wrong
happens.
all the time.
Farhan, though, 24 hours later, though, he had, that's the biggest thing. You hit it right on the head, Alan. He had to get something done. This had to get done for the Giants. We were so down. Even Sam Lubman was down on Farhan. When Sam Lubman is down on Farhan Zaidi, you know there's an issue. And if you don't know who Sam Lubman is, that's our producer of the Morning Roast. He's changing Ben in the orange from blue. He's decked out in orange gear, Giants gear. He's happy as hell right now. He's happy that his boy Farhan made a move. Because yesterday, we all wanted him out of town.
Yeah.
Everybody.
On top of all that, on top of miss out on Judge, Farhan is basically giving excuses. That's what they were. Sometimes excuses aren't necessarily untrue,
right?
But they're also are the taxes really high in California? Yeah. But we don't want to hear it.
No.
We all live in here. What does that have to do, with anything? You got to get it done, man. And Farhan did. Somebody on the text line made a good point, Bonte, when talking about the overpay. It's essentially the California market, right? The Bay Area market, the condo that you live in, right? The apartment that you live in. You know you're overpaying, but you like the weather out here. You like the things that living in Northern California affords you.
Right.
And the Giants, they wanted something nice, and sometimes you have to pay for things that are nice.
It is what it is.
We just don't know how bad of an overpay it's going to be. That's what we don't know.
Hey, but on the annual average value,
27
million. I can live with that. 27 million per year. I can live with that for Carlos Correa. I can. He's going to get you 20 home runs. He's going to get you anywhere from 70 to 90 RBI. He's going to bat anywhere from 270 to 300, probably 270 to 290. But it's all good. You're going to get good, solid defense. He has a presence in that batter's box. There's no doubt. Now, is he going to run? Is he going to steal bases? Nah, that's not his game. It's not his game. Would I like a little more speed? Absolutely. But right now, you don't have that. Maybe Benintendi comes. That's a speed guy. It's a guy who's going to hit for average, and he's going to give you some speed. That'd be a nice move. For the
You get Benintendi, even though he doesn't really play center. If you get Benintendi, you really don't need Mike Yastrzemski at that point. You don't.
You can flip him.
Yes, you would definitely be able to flip him. And the thing about Carlos Correa, big guy, he goes about 6'3", 6'4". Even when he gets older, Bonte, let's call it when he hits 36 years old and the rest of that contract, you throw him at first base.
Yep.
DH him, throw him at first base. So they're worse deals to make. Aaron Judge, I don't know if you throw him at first base at the end of his contract or he's just a DH. I think that all things considered, if you're mad about the Carlos Correa signing, I'd need to know who you wanted. And if that answer is Dansby Swanson, whenever we find out what he gets or wherever he ends up going, I wouldn't be surprised if it's not very similar. It's not going to be as much as Carlos Correa because of the projectables, but I don't think you would be saving that much money for what you could get. Are you going to get this from Carlos Correa? We don't know, but at least you have an opportunity to find out.
925 Xfinity mobile text line. Even Mark Willard was down on Farhan yesterday. That's how bad it was for Farhan Zaidi. When Mark Willard's down on Farhan, you know you've done something wrong.
Yeah. Want to get away? That's what Farhan was about to be on.
Well, you know what? You can stay now. Cancel that flight, buddy.
Yeah.
Get your ass back in that office down there in 3rd and King and make something else happen. Now we need to get greedy as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log out and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. For our 7 o'clock audience, the Giants signed Carlos Correa, 13 years, $350 million. Now, let's switch to the basketball team here in the Bay Area for a second. The Golden State Warriors, who dropped the 2-12 on the road. Damn it! They're on a 6-game road trip. They opened up in Milwaukee, probably the toughest matchup on this road trip. All right, you beat Boston, the number 1 team in the East, Saturday night. Great game. You beat them by 16. Splash Brothers combined for 66 points. Kuminga was really good off the bench. They shut down Tatum. Then you fly to Milwaukee. Okay, Andrew Wiggins is not in the lineup. He's going to miss tonight as well. Right adductor strain. We'll see if he plays Friday in Philly. Hopefully he can play Sunday in Toronto for his homecoming. But they just got pummeled in the paint. Pummeled on the glass. Pummeled from the free throw line. I mean, the Bucks ran them off the three-point line, and I just saw so many bad floaters. The Warriors got frustrated with the physicality. There was 9 technical fouls called in that game. And now, again, 2-12 on the road, the worst road record in the Western Conference. They're 14-14. It's not all doom and gloom. They're still in the thick of things in the Western Conference. But is this the way the year's going to go with the Golden State Warriors? Are they going to gain any traction? Are we going to see that 8 to 9 game winning streak with this basketball team?
They got punked.
I
just got to say that right now.
Punked.
You got straight up punked. And I think the worst part of it is, Bonte, was anybody surprised? Did anybody, to your point, did anybody really think the Warriors, I think maybe Dan Devone did. We talked about it. On Monday.
Well, he thought they was going to beat the Bucks?
He thought they were going to beat the Bucks. He got them going 4-2 over this stretch, and I said, good luck on you.
Can I just get to 500?
I don't think a lot of people were surprised at what happened last night, and I think, to your point, that's part of the problem. Nobody thought that they were going to go out, do what they did against the Celtics, and be able to play at that level against the Bucks. Nobody did. And now you have a back-to-back. We don't know who's going to play, who's not going to play. You can't keep just giving up games. And that's what the Warriors have been doing. And this is why, if we look at it from a big picture standpoint for a second, this is why nobody wanted to see the Bucks in the finals last season.
There's no doubt.
No doubt about it, man.
Giannis is like Gumby.
I'm cool off that. I do not want to see the Bucks in the finals, man. I'll tell you that much right now.
And look,
they did not have Drew Holiday either.
And Chris Middleton was hurt.
And Chris Middleton,
got hurt.
Right. He's barely been playing.
Series. He's only played, last night. No Drew Holiday, you're right. Non-COVID illness. Middleton, 6th game of the season. And when you talk about not seeing the Bucks last year in the finals, Middleton missed that second-round series against the Celtics, in which they lost in 7. The numbers are staggering. All right, the Bucks were up by 26. That was their biggest lead yesterday. The points in the paint, 48-30 advantage for Milwaukee. And it felt like it was bigger than that. You look at the glass. They out-rebound the Warriors, 55-37. 55-37. All right, the Warriors made 23s. They were 20-50 from the three-point line.
Yeah.
You don't see many teams lose when they make 23s. They also attempted 13 more shots than Milwaukee. But the big difference is the Warriors can't defend without fouling. Now, you could say they got a tough whistle from James Capers and Ben Taylor and Ray Acosta. I don't care. Free throw attempts in the first quarter, Milwaukee 13, the Warriors 0. They can't defend without fouling. No. They're the worst. They're the worst team in the league when it comes to giving up free throw attempts. And then what does that do? Well, it allows a team like Milwaukee to set their defense, where they're long and athletic, and they could suffocate you and run you off the three-point line. You're going up against set defenses over and over and over again. You're not going to get fast break points. You look at the fast break points, the Warriors ended up with 7. That was late in the game. They got outscored in the fast break 60-7. Points in the paint, like I just said, 48-30. The bench points, Bobby Portis came in. Nobody touched him. He was 1 of 4 for the three-point line. Yet, he was 10 of 11 everywhere else. I mean, come on.
The last show we did, I said the Warriors could use a guy like Bobby Portis.
Absolutely.
And he kind of proved it to me. I mean,
defensively, Bonte, I don't think the Warriors' defense is. I know it has struggled, but specifically against a big, long team like the Bucks, that's just not going to work. I mean, Clay is out here guarding Bobby Portis, out here guarding Giannis, and it's not just Giannis.
Anthony Lamb was guarding Giannis at one point.
And it's not just Giannis. I was excited to see Kuminga try to take on Giannis, and that's the thing. The Bucks are really good. This could be more about the Bucks than the Warriors because the Bucks have been rolling. I was watching the game last night, and the people I was watching it with, man, the Warriors, they just can't stop Giannis. Well, nobody can.
Nobody. And you know what? Giannis wasn't great last night.
No, that's the problem.
No, he ended up with 30 points and 12 rebounds, but the dude shot 9 of 26 from the floor.
Yeah.
He was not efficient whatsoever, but he got to the free throw line 17 times, 11 to 17. And now Steph Curry didn't get any calls. He got a technical in the first quarter. Jordan Poole got another technical. Jordan Poole, by the way, he gets in these modes to where he just over dribbles, and he plays 100 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Dribble, pass. Dribble, pass.
Yeah.
Slow down. And physical teams seem to bother him. So he was out of his element. He was 3 of 13 in the first half. He ended up 6 of 17. Klay Thompson got off to a hot start, 9 points in the first quarter. He ended up only scoring 14, 6 of 16 from the floor. Draymond didn't have the only impact Draymond Green had was on that fan courtside.
Yeah.
When he got him tossed.
Which was wild, by the way.
Which was wild. Apparently Draymond said the guy threatened his family or something like that.
Who pays that type of money to just I don't know if the guy was in his right mind, whatever the case is. Who does that? And Draymond is thinking, I don't want to deal with this, and I shouldn't have to deal with this. But Bonte, there was going back to the game itself, there was a stretch, I think it was in the second quarter before it got out of hand, where the Bucks, I think, swatted they swatted the Warriors probably consecutively 4 or 5 times.
Yep.
Pat Connaughton, who we found out has a 43-inch vertical.
Oh, he could jump.
He showed it.
I saw him at Oracle Arena shut the gym down. He came at Oracle Arena one year with Eric Bledsoe on them, and I said, "Who the hell is that?" Yeah, this dude's got hops.
You know that
White
video.
can't jump.
Do you know that video? I packed that thing too. I did not know that. There was a stretch. There were 4 or 5 swats in a row. It was a block party, and the Bucks, Bonte, the Bucks were legit laughing. Lopez was laughing on the court like, get these little dudes, get this JV team out of here in terms of size. Yep. Get these guys. You guys want to, and the question is now, the Warriors a finesse team.
They've usually been the leaders when it came to points in the paint. It's a good question. Bucks scored the last 6 points in the first half. They go up 12. It was a 58-52 game. And from that point, the Bucks had outscored the Warriors 27-10 and blew the game open. So we'll talk more about it. Here we go, 415. Dude, the Giants just got Correa. I just read it on Twitter. You're talking nonsense. They got Correa. Why aren't you breaking news to some of us that just found out? 415, we talk Correa for an hour. We're going to continue to talk Correa. And if you just found out about it, I can't help you. How the hell did you just find out about Correa signing? You living in 1990? This is 2022, homie. Good Lord.
Shout out 415.
So what's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises, and Lucky California. More on the Correa signing, more on the Golden State Warriors, 888-957-9570. Anybody concerned about the Golden State Warriors during this daunting road trip? Plus, Carlos Correa signs for 13 years, $350 million. What does it mean? What does it mean, Giants fans? That's coming up on the roast.
This holiday season, Lucky California helps you save. On sale this week, select Pepsi, 7-Up, Coke, and Polar 12-packs or Rockstar Energy 4-packs are buy 2, get 3 free of equal or lesser value. Eat, drink, and save at Lucky California.
The Giants made a splash.
Correa deep to center field. Going back is Mullins and gone.
Carlos Correa is a San Francisco Giant.
2-2, Correa out to left. This sends back a Rosarena. Take a look at the bullpen. Forget about it.
We're reacting with you on 95.7 The Game.
Christmas time is here, and so are all the greatest deals on power tools at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Enjoy 12 days of deals on all your favorite brands starting December 12th. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and more of this year's greatest deals. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw and take home 2 free batteries to top it off. Stop by Fasteners Inc. at 2897 Monterey Road, December 12th through the 24th, or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
This holiday season, tee it up at the Golf Mart for the hottest gifts from Titleist and Bushnell. Elevate your performance with Titleist TSR drivers designed to maximize distance. While you're there, grab a dozen Pro V1 or Pro V1X golf balls. And from Bushnell, save up to $75 on the Tour V5 and Tour V5 Shift rangefinders. We also have gift cards for those favorite golfers on your list. Don't miss these holiday gifts and more happening now at the Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
O'Reilly. Don't risk getting stranded with a bad battery. Our professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts will test your battery for free. If your battery does need to be replaced, we'll help you find the best battery for your vehicle and your budget. Don't wait until your battery is dead. Get it tested for free today at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Uncle, Kate's gonna leave me, and I need your advice.
What's the problem, John?
She thinks I'm cheating on her, but I'm not. It's just that I have ED now, and I don't know why.
Don't worry. The same thing happened to me. All men lose testosterone with age, and this can cause ED. I went to Balanced Medical Solutions, and they helped me rebalance my hormones. Now your aunt is happy again, and I lost weight, too.
Thank you. I'm gonna call them today.
Guys, stop suffering. Call Balanced Medical Solutions now at 510-679-3300 or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't-catch-me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through December 21st, new customers can get 1.2 gig internet plus Xfi Complete with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included. It's just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Plus, get $200 back. Go to Xfinity.com/faster. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
At Target, make the holidays a breeze with same-day pickup and delivery. Order today and get it today by choosing free drive-up, free order pickup, or same-day delivery when you order on Target.com or through the Target app. This season, get festive faster and holiday the easy way with Target's same-day pickup and delivery. Choose free drive-up, free order pickup, or same-day delivery on everything you need for the holidays. Only at Target.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Hey, it's Willard of Willard and Dibs, 9 to noon. Now let's get you back to the morning roast with Bonte and Joe. Boys, the changeover is coming. You better be ready. We'll talk to you soon.
Wrap it up, Mark. We only needed a 10-second rejoin, not a 20-second one. And the changeover's not happening until 9 o'clock. And it will be brief. It will be a brief one. We got a back-to-back with the Golden State Warriors, 3 o'clock pregame today on NBC Sports Bay Area. Quick turnaround. So your boy needs to get out of here, get a quick little... Yeah. A quick little... Apparently there's an all-staff meeting here today. Hey, Stacey Kaufman. Stacey, I need a pink slip, please. I need an excuse. A doctor's note.
Hall pass.
Something. Hall
Literally
pass.
talking that with producer Sam Lubman back here. I was like, my 2-month-old's really gassy. I got to go.
Hey, Biddy's got some poopies. Got to go change some diapers. Need some Pepto. We got Alan Styles in for Joe Shasky the Butcher. I'm sure Butcher's out there listening, and he's probably sitting there. Correa. He's going to come in with about 15 takes on Correa tomorrow.
You think he's going to be happy or
come
no?
on, smile, people.
He's probably going to want Farhan to sign a 5-year extension now. That's just how my guy rolls. By the way, shout out YouTube, Twitch, Xfinity Mobile text line, download the Odyssey app, 95.7 The Game. Thousands of other stations and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, podcasts are all available completely free. You can catch every single Warriors game live on the app, including tonight when the Warriors take on the Indiana Pacers. Of course, the Pacers beat the Warriors last Monday night at Chase Center to snap their 10-game home winning streak. Pacers, full squad. They're on the 2-game losing streak, however, but they come in at 14-14. So this will be a very interesting game with the Golden State Warriors. We're rolling hot on Carlos Correa, who signed a 13-year, $350 million deal. Alan Styles, your thoughts when this move came down the timeline?
First of all, I had to make sure it wasn't another fake. I had to, click on the verified and make sure everything we saw was the real deal. But once I confirmed,
the real Jeff Passan.
Exactly. Once I confirmed that it was indeed real, I was excited, man. I was excited for the fan base. I was excited for the organization because it's been a very confusing couple years for the Giants. You get the 107 wins. Nobody knows what to do with that. There's been a lot of turnover. You're not sure who's going to say, who's going to go. We've been joking about what jerseys do you buy for the Giants. And they go out and they at least get a foundation piece that you can say, all right, well, we know we have this guy. And we can work around everything else. We know we have this guy. We've been complaining so much about all the platooning, completely different lineups when you face a lefty versus a righty. And I've always said, even with the platooning, I know what the numbers say, but you got to get into a rhythm. It's hard for these guys to get into a rhythm. We have a guy that we know, lefty, righty, submariner. He could be kicking the ball up there. Carlos Correa is going to be in this lineup.
Right.
And have we had anybody else like that? I mean, I guess Brandon Crawford.
Yeah.
And that's not great. I know the whole league has been doing the platooning thing, but the Giants have been taking it to another level. You get a guy that you know is going to be a solid rock in this lineup. You might bet. You can bat anywhere from 3 to 4 to 5. Doesn't matter. And defensively, that's the thing about Aaron Judge. Right field, I mean, yeah, he is a really good right fielder.
Some center.
But, he's a big dude.
Not in this yard, though.
Not in this yard. So if you're going to, the thing about playing baseball is when you're in the outfield, you're going to stay in the outfield. If you're in the infield, it opens up a lot more. And Carlos Correa isn't going to leave the infield, but he is much more versatile if you're going to spend that money than Aaron Judge. So moving forward, the 13 years, he could be a first baseman. Those last couple years of the contract, I think everybody's got to be excited. Right. And look, we've been talking about Carlos Correa a lot. And there's a guy from right here from the Bay Area. There's a picture of him, wanting to be a Giants fan, and he ended up doing it. Our own Brandon Crawford. Right. There are a lot of fans out there that wonders what happens now.
Right.
Well, Brandon Crawford's got 1 year left on his deal. Mm-hmm. I personally think that he'll play shortstop at least to start the season. Carlos Correa will go to third base. And here's the thing. This deal doesn't get done if that conversation doesn't happen.
Right.
So whether it happened with Brandon Crawford, whether it happened with Carlos Correa and what was understood, we'll find out.
So
we'll find out.
Is there any chance Crawford moves to second base?
He could. I just feel like
because who would play second right now? Tyro Strata.
You feel
maybe
good. Wilmer, J.D. Davis.
Oh.
That's the thing about Wilmer. He had a good season, but can we relax with the Wilmer takes?
I mean, Wilmer is a good player. He's solid.
Mm-hmm.
He's a 7-hitter on a really good team.
I don't need him in my lineup.
Yeah, I mean,
what would he gonna do with Wilmer? When's the last time somebody asked that? We gotta fit room in for Wilmer.
Yeah, no, this is about Correa.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to see him at. I want the torch. I guess you got to ride out with Crawford.
You got to ride it out.
You got to ride it out.
He's earned that.
You got to ride it out.
Come on, you got to give him the last home game. Everybody's clapping for him, standing ovation. Look, not as if he hasn't announced his retirement, but it's probably going to be his last season with the Giants.
No doubt. So that's what happens with Crawford. You let him ride it out like Baumgartner and Bochy, right? So then you get Correa. Maybe plays third base, maybe plays short. Look, he's 28 years old. It's a good move. Last year with the Twins, and a lot of people are asking, well, why'd you give him 13 years, $350 million? Apparently the Twins offered 10 years, $285 million. We said this at the start of free agency. We said this last year. If the Giants want to get a guy, you're going to have to overpay, and you're going to have to blow him away, which is why a lot of us thought, you know what? The negotiations with Aaron Judge should have started at $400 million. Here's $400 million right out the rip. Now, maybe he doesn't leave the Yankees, and he didn't. That's fine. But you had to start somewhere, and you had to say, hey, look, we want to build around you. And this is what they're doing with Carlos Correa. So now you got your centerpiece. You have Carlos Correa. We'll see what Marco Luciano, if he could get called up at some point this year. We'll see about Kyle Harrison. But now all of a sudden, the Giants look more attractive to a guy like Juan Soto.
That's true.
2 years. They look more attractive to a guy like Shohei Ohtani, right? Next year. Now all of a sudden you look attractive around the league. Said, oh, so the Giants will spend money. Farhan will give out 10, 11, 12, 13-year deals. They're willing to bring out the Brinks truck. So you had to start somewhere, and that's why this move to me is big time. Now, does it take the heat off of Farhan Zaidi? Slightly. We still need more. We're not going to settle for 81-81. We need more. So this is a good starting point, though, for Farhan, especially after those quotes in the Chronicle. Basically saying, I can't sign free agents because of the politics of the market. Man. It's just a polarizing city.
You know what? As they say, some people might be blue, some people might be red, but everybody's green. Everybody is green. I can tell you that right now. So the politics was not a problem in this situation. When you back up the Briggs truck. So
That's save that drop for when Alan is doing night shows. We're going to play that. That is beautiful.
That's right.
But you're absolutely right. The green, $350 million. What politics? What homelessness?
Doesn't matter anymore, man.
What taxes? Yeah, 300.
And if you're gonna be the king of a city, right? Hey, we're giving you the keys to the city. By the way, 209 chiming in. Any opt-outs? No opt-outs. He is here.
And a full no trade clause.
Full no trade clause. Out of all the cities you could be a king of, I mean, San Francisco's got to be in the top 5, right?
It's not even just San Francisco. It is the Bay Area. It is Napa Valley. It is the East Bay. It is Santana Row in San Jose. It is Gilroy. It is Campbell. It is everything. Midlow, Atherton. It is the Bay Area. Hey, you want to go to Moraine and ride on the boat with Klay Thompson? It's all those things. It's not just San Francisco. You're selling the Bay Area. And the Bay Area is a great place to live. It's a great place to play. This fan base will support you. They will not boo you. And the Giants-Dodgers rivalry now intensifies because Dodger fans basically was like, no, you bet not sign Carlos Correa.
Yeah.
You cannot wear Dodger blue. Big-time move for the Giants. Big-time move.
I am wondering if anybody cares about that whole thing. And one thing to note about that, Bonte, and look, all I'm saying is do your homework because nobody is innocent. Everybody likes to think, okay, everybody's innocent. This is all I'm going to say just quickly to everybody saying that cheating this, cheating that. 1951, go ahead and Google this. That whole shot heard round the world. Well, Bobby Thompson, there were some allegations going on. Now, technically, what they did, what the Giants did at that time wasn't illegal. But
Allegedly, the Giants used a telescope and or binoculars in the clubhouse behind center field to steal the catcher's signs. Bobby Thompson was asked, did he know what pitch was coming? Of course, he said he did not. I'm just saying, everybody has something.
Yeah.
Everybody has something.
Dude, if you're not cheating, you're not trying.
And it's against the Dodgers. What are you complaining about?
Yeah, I mean, everybody's trying to get a competitive edge. You don't think teams are still deflating footballs? You don't think teams are still zooming in on team signs? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
On signals? It's going to happen forever. Ever. And by the way, the whole thing, I keep yelling about this, about the 2017 World Series with the Astros-Dodgers. The Astros won 2 games at Dodger Stadium. Game 7 was at Dodger Stadium. Were they banging trash cans during that game where Yu Darvish couldn't throw a strike in the first inning?
Inside man? Probably not.
Probably not, right?
Probably
they
not.
won 2 games at Dodger Stadium. Protect your home field.
Yeah.
Game 7 was at your house. You lost it. Cry more. There's somebody who cares. You know?
Yeah.
I just, but this is a good move for the Giants. And what a difference 24 hours makes for Farhan Zaidi. Even if he didn't make this move happen, at least now we say, you know what, Farhan? You showed us something. That's a start. That's a start. You can stay for a little while longer. Let's go to Adam in San Francisco. Adam, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Morning.
Alan, welcome to the morning show. I've heard you on the show a couple times, but I'm Boss, you know I love you too and everything. Freaking Alan, you just got a radio voice, so I just got to give you some props. You need to get on more often. Anyway,
Appreciate you.
Of course. It's crazy what 24 hours can do. I won't lie to you. After the Judge news, I waited that morning on hold, and you guys connected me, and then I lost connection. I was bummed, and I wanted to go on the rant of all rants. Like, why on earth would I pay $30 for a crab sandwich, $20 for a beer, $40 for nosebleeds just to watch no one out here in the ballpark? Like, why as a fan going to pay to see nothing? Now stuff just got really interesting. We have, the Giants have a star again. Like, it's something to build around, kind of what you guys were talking about with Machado. And it's like, I need to apologize to Farhan just to all right, you finally made the move. You made a move. And I don't think they're done. I think this now, when you add in all the signings you've done now so far with pitching, with Haniger, everything like that, it's like, okay, you got something building, but like you said, we do need more. But my attitude, at least from one fan here in the Bay Area, has significantly changed.
Good call, Adam. Good call. What about you, Derek? Derek in San Jose. Derek, you're on the roast.
Hey, fellas, thanks for taking my call. Look, y'all, you were just talking a minute ago, Will Crawford moved to second base. No shot. He's standing short for the last year of his contract. Correa, for all the cheating talk, will respect Crawford as the lifelong Giant. Let him play out the last year. Then we'll see what happens. He's got another 12 years here in the Bay. As for second base, you talked about J.D. Davis. No thanks. It's Tyro Estrada's job. You talked about platooning. Tyro Estrada's not a platoon guy. He started 139 games last year, 107 of them at second base. Hit 260, 15 home runs, 20-plus doubles. That's exactly the kind of production I need out of an everyday second baseman. Now, is he a two-hitter? No. Like Bonte said, you're a minute ago, I'll always be talking about he's a 6 or not quite 7, ideally 8-hitter on a playoff lineup.
Right.
But Correa at third, Crawford at short, Tyro at second. We'll figure out first base later. Thanks for taking my call, fellas.
It's not bad, no doubt, no doubt. 888-957-9570. Does your perspective of Farhan Zaidi change with this signing? Does your perspective of the Giants change with this signing? 13 years, $350 million. The Giants have finally entered the offseason after striking out and ended up with Mitch Haniger. And look, Mitch Haniger's a fine player, played 57 games last year, but it wasn't enough.
No.
Wasn't going to get it done. You go sign Sean Manaea. We all watched him get rocked by the Dodgers last year. That wasn't enough. You go sign Ross Stripling. Oh, yawn. It's a yawn.
Yeah.
Did you go get Carlos Correa? Okay. Now I'm getting up out the bed. Now I'm saying 6:45 first pitch. Let me turn the TV on and see what's going on at Oracle Park. Because you signed Carlos Correa. By the way, shout out to Jeff Rail. Jeff Rail out there in Paris watching us on YouTube. All the way in Paris. Alan, We're international.
We're worldwide.
Mr. Worldwide, baby.
Someone called Pitbull. Mr. Worldwide. You know, Bonte, for all the talk about, Farhan, this for everybody who's not happy about this signing, I want you to, again, this is the second time we're having people close our eyes. I guess I'm into meditation now, Bonte.
I'll meditate. My girl meditates every night. Let me meditate now.
Dodger Stadium, Carlos Correa comes up to bat. He's getting booed like nobody's business. First pitch off Kershaw. Ding dong Donkey Kong. Does anybody care anymore about the 13 years when that happens?
Nobody cares.
Does anybody care about the $350 million when that happens? No. You will be cheering. Does anybody care about the cheating when that happens? No. You will be cheering with all the rest of the Giants fans. Think about that. That's all that matters right now, Bonte. That's all that matters.
I'm thinking about Ding Dong Donkey Kong right now. I love that.
Alan's dropping some jibs this morning. Ding Dong Donkey Kong. You could be red or blue, but everybody is green. That is. Oh, man, I got to open my eyes again. Damn, it felt good to close my eyes. I wasn't imagining Carlos Correa in that all-gray San Francisco get-up at Dodger Stadium, pipping a home run, bat flipping, throwing a bat 50 feet in the air, walking down the first base line. I want all that smoke.
And doing the shush.
Doing the shush. Oh, my gosh. I want all the smoke. Carlos Correa wants all the smoke. That's what type of player I roll with. He wants to smoke. He wants the attention. He wants the spotlight. He wants to be up in the batter's box in the big moment. This guy's a player. Now, is he an Aaron Judge? He's been better than Aaron Judge in the postseason. That's for damn sure. Sam Lubman, hey, producer Sam Lubman, we'll get back to the calls in a second. Lubman, I asked Lubman last night. So, who'd you rather give the money to, Judge or Correa? Because, rather give it to Judge. He came in here 625. You know what? I changed my mind. I want Correa. This is the guy. So he's in. Spinotti's laughing. But Lubman's in. Lubman, how happy are you right now?
I'm like really, really happy today, Bonte.
Is your dad happy too?
I actually haven't texted him yet. I got to give him a call and see how he's doing. He was probably asleep when the news came through. So no, I got to check in on Dad, see what he's thinking right now. But he's probably amped up too, and I got to make sure he renewed the season tickets for next year.
Damn, look at Lubman.
I mean, we were going to renew them regardless, but this makes it a lot easier.
No, you're lying. You were burning giving them bad boys.
Hardcore going every day.
Lubman got the media credential. He hasn't paid for a ticket since.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's that too. But no, my dad, he likes it when he doesn't like it when they're bad, but like when the Giants are bad, he enjoys the very short bathroom line. So that's why he still goes when times are down.
Is it we are doing the season tickets, or is it my dad that's doing the season tickets?
My dad is doing the season tickets, and then he will throw me a bone every now and then.
Thank you.
Yeah. That's true. They are my dad's season tickets. He will appreciate that I'm saying that.
Let him rock, Spadoni.
Hey, little flex,
put him on blast like that.
Yeah, what you doing, man?
No. He brings up a good point. You know, I got to give credit where it's due. That Dad has the tickets, and then I get to tag along.
Dude. So as a father of two, Bonte, and you're father of one, come on, we need our respect. All right.
I mean, Spadoni turned it into San Francesco. I was just throwing them under the bus.
Yeah,
man, what's going on around these parts? Let's get to Filmo Mike. Filmo Mike in the city. We're just talking about Filmo Mike.
We were.
Yeah. Filmo Mike, what's happening?
Hey, man. I'm feeling good. I'm happy for Farhan. I'm glad he finally got to, wrangle in a big boy. I'm happy for the Giants. We got some swag. We got a youngster. We got more athletic. So we checked off a lot of boxes.
No doubt.
Watching the doc from Willie Mays, the Giants was the leaders of getting international players from, the Dominican Republic, African Americans. So I'm happy to see some color, to keep it real. Nothing against, the white baseball players or nothing like that, but I'm happy to see some color on the, within the organization. Nothing against Crawford, Posey, Lincecum, all the great white American baseball players, but I'm happy that we got some color, you know what I'm saying, even if he's not African American, black, or, whatever. But anyway, I'm happy as hell. I think Farhan did a good job, and if you look, overall, he's piecing together a good team.
It's not bad.
He would have got Josh Bell. Not bad at all. He's putting together a good team. We got 6 starters potentially. I like what he's doing. I like the direction after this signing. Before this signing, completely disappointed. After this signing, it's a whole new day.
Oh, film on Mike. Dropping some bars right there. It is a whole new day. What a difference 24 hours makes. I was so down on Farhan. He had to go. Yesterday, he had to go.
It was the same time, you know, the same amount of time that he was with the Dodgers.
Right.
And for how, how much everybody said, oh, my goodness, look at what he did. Look what he did there. He's been with the Giants the same amount of time.
Right.
And we were not seeing the same results at all. And this can change your arc, Bonte. This can change your arc. And Farhan, if you continue to do these things, people are going to start to rock with you. Now you got to go out and win games. But, Wayne Gretzky, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you miss out on Judge and you miss out on Correa, Xander Bogaerts already gone.
Right.
Dansby Swanson, who knows what was going to happen there.
Right.
He might want to stay back east. You had to get it done.
You had to get this done.
Mm-hmm.
You had to get it done. And 24 hours later, after a lot of us wanted Farhan out, I wouldn't have lost sleep if he got fired before spring training. Now, that wasn't going to happen. He was going to get the year. But I was so down on Farhan, I didn't want to hear anything about him. I didn't. I really didn't. Now, you know what? Whether or not he was involved, I know Bob Myers joined the midday show last week with Guru. Last week he was talking about, hey, the GM gets too much credit. The GM gets criticized too much. Because Bob was talking about Farhan missing out on Aaron Judge or whatnot. Farhan may get too much credit here. But you know what? You build equity when the big boy comes in. 13 years, $350 million. You get a guy like that who you place right in the middle of the lineup. Second, third, fourth. You know Correa's going to hit. He's going to have power. He's going to be a presence in that batter's box. You get a hand clap.
Right.
You get credit for that.
Well, when everybody was sitting there, saying, why are we missing out here? Why are we doing this? I didn't hear Larry Bear's name.
Nope.
I heard Farhan's name the whole time. So now, conversely, he's going to have to get this credit. And again, you don't go to the movies and maybe you do, but you don't go to the movies and complain about the price of the popcorn.
It's going to be about $6.
You know it's going to hit you.
It's going to hit you hard.
You know it's going to hit you.
You budget for that.
You budget for that, and that's what the Giants did.
Yep.
You don't go to Disneyland and complain about how expensive the turkey leg is that your kid wants.
No.
You budgeted for that.
Just swipe that credit card, baby.
Exactly.
And you keep it moving.
Keep it moving.
And now I want to see the Giants continue to swipe that credit card. It's a big boy market. The Warriors are swiping the credit card left and right. They don't care how much tax they're paying right now. Joe Lakers paying tax out. Jet York, John Lynch, they put the picks, Kyle Shanahan, they put the picks on the table for Christian McCaffrey, said, we don't give a damn about the picks. Just give us Christian McCaffrey. And they're, oh my God, you gave up a second, third, fourth, and a future fifth-round pick. Does anybody care about those draft picks now?
Yeah. Ty Davis Price. Where's he at? Third-round pick.
We don't care.
We keep whiffing on him. We keep whiffing on these picks anyway, so I guess we
go get an established home run hitter.
Right.
And you know what? Has anybody brought the picks in the last 3 weeks when it comes to Christian McCaffrey? No, what we're bringing up is the 14 carries for 119 yards for 8.5 yards a rush. That's what we care about. We do not care about the picks. If Correa hits 25 to 30 jacks and he drives in 80 to 100 RBIs and he bats 280, guess what? We're not going to bring up the 13-year, $350 million contract. We're going to say we got a guy. And all of a sudden, your future daughter can go get a Correa jersey. You can put her in a Correa onesie.
There you go.
I go put baby Chaz in a Correa jersey. All of a sudden, Sad Love is like, you know what? I don't have to make a custom jersey no more. I go get me a jersey for a guy who's going to be on the field for 13 years. Carlos Correa.
He might still make a custom jersey just because, though.
Yeah, that's Sam Love. Swishaski is Love it does. They make custom jerseys with their names on it. They're part of the team. Steve is Santa Rosa. Steve, what's happening?
Welcome, Carlos Correa, to San Francisco Giants, a bona fide big star. This guy is a great addition. He's a winner. He's clutch all the time. I don't care about the numbers and the stats. When the money's on the line, he comes through every time.
No doubt.
A great player. I'm really jacked about this. Now, please get rid of that dead weight on first base, and we'll really be going somewhere. That's all I got to say.
I know he's never hit 30 home runs in a season, Carlos Correa. Career high, 26 home runs, 92 RBIs in 2021 in his last season with the Astros. He was the Rookie of the Year. 2016, 20 homers, 96 RBI, batted .274. Look, he's not the perfect player. He's not a five-tool player. He doesn't have the speed to steal bases left and right.
He's not slow, though.
He's not slow. He can run the base pass well. He'll go first to third and second to home, no doubt. He's had some injuries. He's got an injury history. We read it off in the first hour. We read it again. 2021, he played 148 games. That's the second highest total of his career. Is it concerning that happened in the contract here? No doubt. There is. The strike shortened season. He wasn't good. OPS, on-base percentage, 709. Not good, right? He had a thumb injury back in 2018. Not good. He's had injuries left and right. Okay, I get it. But you had to do something. You had to do something here. And this guy was the best available player on the market, and the Giants snagged him.
Yeah.
And they haven't snagged a lot of these guys lately.
No. And I don't know if it was particularly close at this point. No. With Aaron Judge off the market, and I don't know if between Xander Bogaerts and Carlos Correa, but Xander Bogaerts also getting taken off. This was the guy everybody was looking at. Mm-hmm. And you're picking between Minnesota and the Bay Area.
Yeah, and it's an easy call, right?
It's kind of an easy call. Right. They got the Great Mall of America out there, but, I think I would go Bay Area as well.
Ball or Bay Area.
Exactly.
Ball or red wine in Napa.
And look, even though we might not believe in what happened in the 107 wins, that's still something that you can put on the table and say, hey, just 2 years ago, we set a franchise record. So you can never count us out in any situation. Right. We add you to this, somebody that's going to be a staple. We're getting some other guys in. You already seen us making moves. So we have an opportunity. And by the way, sure, the Padres are stacked. I have heard, Bonte, I got some sources that are telling me that there is a team targeting Tatis, by the way. That would be the New York Yankees.
Via trade?
Via trade. They are interested. The Padres are playing positionless baseball out there. They got a bunch of shortstops they don't know what to do with.
That would be a mistake to get rid of Tatis.
Well, they just got Xander Bogaerts, so they're trying to fit, and they still got Manny, so I don't know if you got Xander at second, and you put, I guess, Tatis in the outfield work.
Yeah.
So they're making moves. But the Dodgers, if you're pitching this to Correa, the Padres, they're always making moves, but they've never actually done anything. Okay, we don't know if they're ever going to actually do anything. Then you go to the Dodgers, who all they've done this season is lose Trey Turner. All they've done is essentially gotten worse. So we have an opportunity here, and we want you to lead the way, Carlos Correa.
No doubt, and he's a leader. He's got swagger. This is a good move, very good move. I'm laughing at the text line. 408 Xfinity Mobile text line. Bonte, you're turning into a professional backpedaler. Going to be a Pro Bowl DB by the end of the year between Jimmy and Farhan. Farhan hasn't done. He's got more work to do. The verdict is still out on Farhan Zaidi. You get credit for a move like this, but we're still looking at Marco Luciano. What is he going to do? What is Kyle Harrison going to do? What's the catcher's name? Bailey? Or no, Philip, I always get his name. Patrick Bailey?
Patrick Bailey,
Bailey. Hunter Bishop. All right? We're still looking at you, Farhan. You're not off the hook. But you can stay for a little while longer. Got no problem with that. By the way, it's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by SFO. Go to flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win $1,000 towards a nonstop flight from SFO today. Warriors Wednesday as the Warriors lose to the Milwaukee Bucks. We'll get back into them. God, what a knuckle.
Do we have to?
It just got punked, dude.
They got Debo'd.
And then today, who the hell's going to play today?
Antetokounmpo.
And Antetokounmpo didn't even play great. He was 9-26. He still dropped 30 and 12 on your ass.
He still beat you up, though, even when he's not playing great.
There was one possession. Anthony Lamb was guarding him. And he got down so low, and Giannis said, give me the ball. And he just, one dribble, two dribble, spin move, finger roll. I mean, it was just like,
he was trying.
Get this kid off of me.
Yeah.
I mean, I made a joke in the chat, and no one responded to it. I was like, he's getting cooked so hard by Giannis, call him Anthony Euro, right? Like a Euro, gyro,
That was
right?
Good.
No one responded, so I got to, toot my own horn.
I was locked into a television. Oh, that's,
Yeah, I didn't see that one come
Thanks,
through.
Tibbs.
yeah, I didn't, yeah.
My Wi-Fi must have been off.
Yeah, I didn't see that at all. Let's go to Gabe in Oregon. Gabe, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. How are y'all?
Good, man. I can't complain.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, who can today? Look, Correa, no, look, he's a great player to have. He's definitely a start. I don't think we should stop. I think we definitely need to, if you ask me, I think we should just go after Rodon. Just step on the Yankees' toes like that. I know they want him.
Hey.
I think we want him more. I wanted to say one thing to you, Monte, about swagger.
Mm-hmm.
Johnny Cueto had swagger.
He did have swag.
He did.
He did.
He was one person you missed out.
And we loved it.
He did.
And we loved that one, Gabe. We loved it. Go ahead, Gabe. Finish the call. But you're right. Cueto did have swag.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah. But you know what? Look, I don't want to get ahead of myself, and I'll end it right now. I really do believe this is probably, I don't want to get ahead of myself, like I said, but I think this is the beginning of the end for the Dodgers and their dominance. Like, who have they gotten so far? It's only Jason Hayward that they got?
Minor league deal.
I believe.
Yeah, minor league deal. They lost Cody Bellinger. They lost Trey Turner. Boy.
Still got Kershaw,
and Walker Buehler's going to be out, right?
Yeah, Walker Buehler is not going to be there at the start. So this is an opportunity, man. Look, they keep on trotting out. Obviously, they got Mookie, but they keep on trotting out, some of these guys. And Max Muncy, down year as well. So this could be an opportunity. They're kind of shaken up right now. They completely underperformed. And you talk about burnout after what they did. After what they did in the regular season and then to go out the way they did. So I think it's a tough time. Bonte, I got to say something, though, because I do feel, with me and you both being on the show, both being black men, I gotta address this 707 because the 707 essentially has a problem with what Filmo Mike said. And basically is saying if what Filmo Mike said about, black and brown players, if he had said that about white people, there would be a problem. So I'm going to keep this short and sweet. I have no problem with what Filmo Mike said. It's okay to want people to look like you on a team that you root for. That's essentially all he said. So if you want to keep texting and be upset about what Filmo Mike said, that's fine. But all he said was, it's kind of cool to have people that look like me on a team. Yeah. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
It's nothing wrong with that. But also I think Filmo Mike was saying, look, Filmo Mike grew up in our era where we watched the 89 Giants. We watched the 93 Giants. And you had Robbie Thompson and Will Clark and Matt Williams. I loved Matt Williams.
Right.
Hell, at one point, I loved Matt Williams more than Barry Bonds. Matt Williams was my guy, and he was white. I'm a black guy. But what the Giants represented was the city of San Francisco, a diverse community. You had Jose Uribe, all right? Later on, you had Jose Vizcaíno. You had Darren Lewis in center field. Later on, you had Marvin Bernard, all right? You had your Kurt Manwarings. You had your Rod Becks. You had a who's who. That's what the Giants were. Now, there's been less and less black players playing the game of baseball. I understand all that. Period. But you look at the Giants, that hasn't been a total representation of San Francisco. So that's what Filmo Mike was saying. It's good to see a little bit of everything.
Right.
Some flavor. We haven't had no flavor really in this clubhouse in a while since Johnny Cueto.
Exactly. And you know what? You know why it wouldn't be viewed as the same way if you said it the opposite way? Because you never have to say it.
Right. Right.
You wouldn't. We would never. You're talking about a situation that you're never going to be in.
Yep.
So it's a moot point.
We love Buster Posey.
I had to say something.
We love Buster Posey, Brady Crawford.
We
they're
love
white.
everybody.
Like, stop.
You grow up, you have kids or whatever. Hey, I want to, I love Ken Griffey Jr.
Right.
It's cool. There's nothing wrong with that.
I love Jay Buhner.
Exactly. I fired up Jay Buhner as well. And Edgar Martinez on Ken Griffey Jr. baseball.
I don't care. If you're a baller, you're a baller. I'm going to love you. Don't care what color you are. 510. By the way, Bonte, we all here at Area 51 Nevada actually listen to 95.7 The Game all day, every day. We all Livermore employees that work here 70% of the time. Shout out Area 51. Shout out Area 51, Spadone.
We got aliens listening to us?
We do. We are the alien station.
Dude. UFOs, baby. Tapped in.
A lot of Giants fans on Mars, actually.
UFOs got the Odyssey app downloaded. How sick is that? They're next level. Damn. Area 51. Shout out Area 51. Shout out Xavier to San Francisco. Xavier, what's happening? You're on the roast. Xavier, going once. Going twice. All right, time for the injury report here on 95.7 The Game.
It's time for the Injury Report.
That really hurt.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
All right, Andrew Wiggins. What the hell is going on with Andrew Wiggins? He's going to be out tonight. He's missed the last 3 games, actually 4 games. Tonight will make it 5 as he continues to heal from a right adductor strain. Tim Roy joined us yesterday, said the hope is that Andrew Wiggins will return to the court in the back half of the Warriors' 6-game road trip. And our friend Anthony Slater said yesterday, reported that Wiggins will be reevaluated on Thursday ahead of their matchup against the Philadelphia 76ers this Friday. The Injury Report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Jeff Blum, the voice of the Houston Astros, is going to join us to break down Carlos Correa and discuss what type of player we are getting in San Francisco. That's coming up on the roast with Alex Styles and Bonta Hill. Alex Styles in for Shasky. He'll be back tomorrow. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
The Giants made a splash.
Correa deep to center field. Going back is Mullins and gone a home run.
Carlos Correa is a San Francisco Giant.
2-2, Correa out to left. This sends back a Rosarena. Take a look at the bullpen. Forget about it.
We're reacting with you on 95.7 The Game.
If you're considering remodeling your home in 2023, talk with your architect or designer about utilizing Golden State Window and Door for your upcoming project. Each location across the Bay Area features beautifully planned displays. You'll be surprised by the variety of styles. Their respected partners include Anderson, Milgard, Marvin, and many other top brands. For locations, images, and more, visit goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa la la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
'Twas almost the holidays and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
What's up, San Francisco? If you're a fan of the team, which I'm sure you are, you've been following Christian McCaffrey light up the competition. This season, Christian will be hydrating himself with Body Armor sports drinks. It has potassium-packed electrolytes, antioxidants, and no artificial sweeteners, flavors, or dyes. In fact, Body Armor has 820 milligrams of electrolytes per 16-ounce serving. Body Armor is the sports drink of choice for Christian McCaffrey. It's more than a sports drink. It's Body Armor sports drink. Available at your local Safeway.
End this year on a high note at Big O Tires year-end sale. Get great deals on name brand tires for cars, pickups, and SUVs. Plus, save on auto care services with financing options available on credit approval. Visit BigOTires.com for all year-end sale offers. Ends January 8th.
For whatever Christmas vibe you're feeling, the free Odyssey app has the music you're looking for.
Do they know it's Christmas time? Celebrate the season with Odyssey, with pop Christmas classics.
Women of Christmas, Alterna Christmas, R&B Christmas, Santa songs, and more.
Christmas is on the Odyssey app. Download it now, search for holiday stations, and celebrate the season with Odyssey.
That's AUDACY. Odyssey.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7, with supplies and solutions for every industry, and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi there, I'm your host, Dog, filling in for the human who's normally here and bringing you the smells and sounds of the holidays, courtesy of Beggin' Dog Treats.
We wish you a begging Christmas. We wish you a begging Christmas. Dog rest ye merry Doberman, let begging you acquire. Deck the halls with strips of begging. Arf, 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 arf.
Remember, for bacon-loving dog excitement this holiday,
it's begging!
So I switched to Boost Mobile and got this free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone.
Why do you think they call it the Galaxy?
Maybe because the Samsung Galaxy A23 has a huge screen, and galaxies are huge gravitationally bound systems of stars rotating around a supermassive black hole.
And the phone is free?
When you switch to Boost Mobile.
Cool. You lost me at gravitationally bound.
Switch to Boost and get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Limited time offer while supplies last. New customers only. Excludes tax. One device offer per line. Only available on certain networks. 5G not available everywhere. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
with Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
Oh, baby, we got action in the Bay Area. Carlos Correa signs a 13-year, $350 million deal with the Giants. Has your perspective changed on the Giants offseason? Has it changed on Farhan Zaidi? 888-957-9570. We'll get back to the phone calls. Also, the Warriors lose. The Milwaukee to start their 6-game road trip. They'll take on Indiana today. Here on the Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by SFO. Go to flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win $1,000 towards a nonstop flight from SFO today. We got Alan Stiles in for Joe Shasky doing a hell of a job. Alan Stiles, we always love you here. You're a roaster now. You're an official roaster. Don't forget 957thegameshop.com. Go get some gear. Got all kind of swagger with the morning roast. All kind of swagger. Shout out to YouTube, Xfinity Mobile Text Line, and of course Twitch. And good morning to everybody out there. All the engineers, all the plumbers, all the cops, CHP officers especially. Check those people driving the speed limit, man. Don't be driving over the speed limit, Alan. Don't do it.
I only got one speeding ticket in my whole life.
I've got 0.
Huh.
I'm still
good for you.
I've been lucky a couple times. including yesterday. Let's bring in Jeff Blood, former major leaguer. He's played with the Expos, the Astros, the Rays, the Padres, White Sox, Padres again, and then back to the Astros and then the Diamondbacks. But now, he was a World Series champ with the Chicago White Sox, and now he's a color analyst with the Houston Astros, and he knows all about Carlos Correa. And by the way, Alan, you got to love it. Played his baseball, it's college baseball at the University of Cal Berkeley. Gotta love that. What's up,
sir.
Jeff? Good morning. How you doing?
I'm doing good. It's always great being on with you guys and being on in the Bay Area. It's kind of funny that you mentioned Cal baseball because I just saw their schedule got released, and they're opening, amazingly enough, against the University of Houston down here. So I'll have a chance to see them start their season down here.
Now, you know what's funny, Jeff? That's awesome, by the way. And we're going to get to Carlos Correa. We will. I'm from San Francisco, and I still have a habit of saying Cal Berkeley. And a lot of Cal alum, they get mad at me and say, just say Cal. It's nothing. We don't say Cal Berkeley. Do you have a problem with that?
You know what's funny is I'm the guy that says, yes, I went to the University of California. I played at Cal, not Cal Berkeley, University of California, Berkeley. And my agent who went to UCLA, I give him the hardest time. I'm like, man, you went to that satellite school down there in L.A.?
No, it sucks to be a Bruin, no doubt about that. But let's get to business here. All right, Carlos Correa. We're going to get to the good, the bad, everything about him. What are the Giants getting from him when it comes to a hitter in the batter's box?
You know what? Just on the outside looking in, getting a guy like Carlos Correa, they wanted that superstar. They're going to get a guy who absolutely loves the spotlight. And from everything that we saw when he was in Houston, was a guy that was a number one pick overall in 2012 and wanted to be that guy. He already had the mentality of, I want to be the guy that everybody counts on. I want to be in the middle part of the order. I want to contribute. I want eyes on me because I know I'm good enough, and I want to go out there and produce in some of these, these more high leverage situations. So what you're getting in Carlos Correa is a guy that at the plate has 20 home run power minimum. Even in a place like San Francisco where it can be a little bit tougher with some of the conditions, especially for right-handed hitters. But this is a guy who steps into the plate anticipating greatness, anticipating having a big moment. He wants the spotlight. He wants every pitcher to be on notice when he's in there, and he's always hyper-prepared. This is a guy who grew up in an organization that predicated itself on knowing what the pitcher was going to bring, commanding the strike zone, taking the walks when you can get them. But if that pitcher makes a mistake inside the zone, be ready to barrel it up and drive it. And Carlos Correa is one of the generational, I really feel this, he's one of those generational talents that by the end of his career will have that Hall of Fame type status because of his ability to be productive at the plate. It's just a matter of can he stay healthy enough to get as many at-bats as he needs to be able to put up numbers. But Carlos Correa is a unique, phenomenal, addition to the San Francisco Giants. Fans are going to be very happy to have him.
Well, let's dig more into that, Jeff, in terms of the injury history. 13 years, I think that might have given some fans cause to pause, albeit we're still happy about the move. How do you see that playing out? I mean, obviously there's no crystal ball, but do you think anybody else that was interested in Carlos Correa was worried or maybe didn't want to give that long of a time period because of the injury history?
Yeah, I think if you look at Carlos Correa and you're trying to negotiate a contract, one of the knocks or one of the, possible negatives against Carlos would be that injury history that he's had. He's a tall shortstop at a legit 6'4", so bending over, picking up ground balls, playing a super athletic position like shortstop lends itself to the opportunity for maybe more injury. But at the same time, he did a very good job, I think, of working through that. In the COVID season, he played 58 of 60 games. And also produced in the postseason. And then you see in 2021 and 22, he's playing 148 and 136 games. So I think he's done a very good job of developing and evolving as an athlete. He's learned how to protect himself in order to stay on the field longer. So I think that, the way things are trending, it kind of puts Carlos Correa in the position to say, yes, I know how to go out there and give you at least 140 games a season because that's the expectation not only the organization has for him, that's the expectation he has for himself. And I also think I'm also shocked by the length of these contracts. They're amazing to me, but part of me believes that the reason these contracts are extended a little bit for these guys that are 28, maybe playing into their age 40, 42 season, is the fact that you have the universal DH, so you can exhaust these guys hopefully for the 5 or 6 years of these contracts, and if they don't develop and continue to play a high level defense, you can move them into that designated hitter spot and still create value in that sense towards the end of the contract.
Yeah, and just Jeff, going back to the potential, if you look at Carlos Correa's numbers, we compared it earlier to Bumgarner versus Clayton Kershaw. How optimistic should Giants fans be? Because if you look at it, he has all the tools, right? How optimistic should Giants fans be that Carlos Correa can put it together and it won't just be the flashes in the playoffs? We can see this throughout the regular season as well.
Yeah, that's going to be one of the big things. I think that he's still growing up as a ball player and learning his skills, like we just talked about, maintaining throughout the course of a season. And his postseasons have been prolific, with the Astros and what he's been able to do. But I agree with you in the sense, can he put together a season where he blows 30 home runs out of the ballpark and drives in 100? I think that might be the expectation now, that you are that one guy in the middle part of the lineup with this hefty contract. But I also think it's going to be on the Pete Putila, who came over from the Astros, running that ball club now. It's going to be on him to be able to put pieces around Carlos Correa to be complementary, and not just to protect him in a lineup, but to hit ahead of him and get on base and allow him the opportunity to drive in some of these runs. But knowing Carlos's mentality, he has a very good understanding of who he is as a ball player, and he has a little bit of a chip on his shoulder in the sense that he wants to go out there and be the guy that has earned this contract, is worthy of this contract. So his work ethic is already going to be there. But I think that he is also going to be able to go out there and produce because he is that guy. He wants to continue. He constantly, maybe not nationally, but underneath, when you have a chance to talk to him, he has the desire to be considered one of the greatest shortstops ever to play the game. And I think that's, really good motivation for a guy that is as talented as Carlos is.
We're talking to longtime color analyst of the Houston Astros, Jeff Blum, here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Former big leaguer, of course, won a World Series with the Chicago White Sox, with the Cal, played his college baseball there, right across the water here at Berkeley. Jeff, you brought up Pete Putila, who got hired as the GM of the Giants. And that's interesting to me, and that's one thing Alan and I were talking about earlier today, was how much of an impact did Pete Putila possibly have in this signing? How close was he to Carlos Correa? How much of an impact did he have with that Astros rebuild where you guys started rebuilding and, of course, became the powerhouse you are today? Who was Pete Putila? How much of an impact do you think he had with this Carlos Correa signing?
I think he had quite a bit because there is history there. Carlos being drafted in 2012 and Pete Putila working underneath Jeff Luhnow for as many years as he did here with the Houston Astros, I think kind of speaks volumes to the idea that Pete maybe had a little inside track because there is that history, there's that knowledge. If anybody knows Carlos Correa as a human, as a ball player, as a physical specimen, going back to that injury talk, Pete was here with the Houston Astros when Carlos was working through some of those injuries as an Astro. So he has intimate knowledge of what Carlos has done, what he has worked through to get to this point. And he actually can probably do a very good job of projecting the value of a Carlos Correa because he does have so much knowledge. He has a lot of not just history with the data and analytics to go with Carlos, but he also has knowledge of the human being. And I think that's why Pete had the ability to go out there and feel comfortable enough to sign Carlos Correa to it. Obviously a high AAV, but also to that length of the contract too. I think it speaks to the relationship that he got those 13 years from a guy that he knows so well.
Interesting. An annual value of $27 million. That's the annual average value for Carlos Correa's 13-year, $350 million deal with the no opt-out clause, full no trade clause. Giants get a guy. They finally get a guy. And people here in the Bay Area happy after they struck out on Aaron Judge last week. Jeff, we thank you for the time. And by the way, you got the Astros, man. Maybe we'll see you in the World Series one day, man. You guys are still loaded despite losing Justin Verlander. You have a good one, Jeff.
I appreciate it. Always good talking to you guys. Thanks for the opportunity.
Absolutely. Jeff Blum, longtime color analyst of the Houston Astros here on 95.7 The Game. And Pete Putila. I was talking a little bit earlier, and Alan, we had this conversation. But, it's not – I'm not trying to throw digs at Farhan Zaidi. Farhan gets credit. Pete Putila gets credit. The organization gets credit for finally landing the big fish. 2 years from now, are we gonna care who landed Carlos Correa?
Well, no. And if you wanted to look at it like that, Farhan might have had something to do with bringing in Pete Putila. So either way,
there you go.
It's all connected.
It's all connected.
It
It's all
comes
good.
back.
You get Carlos Correa.
You know, we were talking about the AAV, and somebody on the text line earlier broke down per game.
Yeah, I saw that.
Per game, $166,000 per game. Why do we do that?
How cool it feel? Just like, I just made 160 G's
and
for playing 9 innings. I went 0 for 4.
0 for 4.
I just made 160.
I want someone to break it down more. I want it broken down by the average pitches he'll see. How much did he get paid per pitch?
Per at bat.
Per at bat.
Jeez. He wore number 1 with the Astros and number 4 with the Twins. Wonder what number he'll get with the Giants. He's going to look sick in a single-digit number with the Giants.
Can't wait to see him in City Connect.
Number 5.
That's why you had to go there. See, this is what, now that you're here, this is why when they put the names on the back of the cream jerseys, they ruin one of the best jerseys in all of baseball. Go back to the no names on the back of the jersey, please.
That's where you're at.
That's where I'm at. I don't like the names on the back of the jerseys. Those cream jerseys were so sweet. We had our own little tradition like the Yankees, like the Red Sox. No names on the back of the jerseys at home. And the whole excuse was, well, you got a bunch of no-name players. People want to know who it is. There's a video board that has the names on the jersey. If you're at home, it says their name when they come at the at-bat. If you don't know the names of the players on your own team, they're not really a fan.
Well,
and I can't help you.
Last year, I couldn't blame you if you didn't know the names.
But see, that would have been fun. It would have been a fun guessing game.
I was still guessing.
Who's number 18?
I saw the names. I saw the names. I still had to look it up.
Gosh.
I still have to Google it. No, I don't necessarily. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me either way. I could have went with the names. I could have went without them. But I understand why some people have. Nobody's going to have a stance that you really wanted the names, but people are going to have a stance like you. Please don't add the names. So I feel you. It just doesn't bother me.
One more bat, and the Giants are really cooking. One more bat, and they're cooking.
Benintendi?
Go get Benintendi and Joey Gallo. I know Joey Gallo has a terrible average, terrible on-base percentage. I just want a threat of a thumper who doesn't have to play every day. Could you imagine Joey Gallo in batting practice hitting balls in the water?
Well,
in a game.
And we talked about it earlier. We read off the current lineup. There is no protection for Carlos Correa.
Right, before we get to the calls here, Josh TCE, I want you to read that lineup again for everybody who missed that lineup. Alex Styles has his projected Giants lineup for the 2023 season as of now. Go ahead and read it off.
Lamont Wade Jr. leading off. Wilmer Flores, 2-hitter. J.D. Davis, 3. Carlos Correa, 4. Yastrzemski, 5. Haniger, 6. Bart, 7. Peterson, 8. Estrada, 9. Now, after we read this off, we realized we left off Crawford. So I guess at that point, you're going to put Crawford at shortstop. You move Correa
to third.
JD, I really like JD Davis's bat. I mean, he's going Oppo Taco in Oracle Park. That's impressive. To me, flip a coin between JD Davis and Flores at first base.
All right.
And that's it. Somebody
lineup's not bad.
It's not great.
It's not great. It's not quite sexy yet.
There's no protection. And don't forget, you have the DH. So Peterson, he's not going to DH. Definitely not off left.
Marco Luciano getting called up next season?
I don't think so, but I do think that Kyle Harrison will, because he's a pitcher and it happens faster. Shout out De La Salle, by the way.
Shout out De La Salle. They lost to Lincoln in
San
Diego.
NorCal got destroyed.
Yeah, they lost all 5 games down there in SoCal. Damn it. But shout out Sarah. Shout out De La Salle. Shout out San Ramon Valley. Shout out McClymonds. Shout out Pitt.
At least they got there.
At least you got there.
Yeah, so I think Kyle Harrison makes it up next year. Marco Luciano.
Hold on real quick. Shout out Lincoln High School in San Francisco. Coach Farino is blowing me up. Hey, you got the Balboa coach on the air last year. When are you going to get me off for my interview for winning a state championship at Turkey Day? Don't worry, Coach Farino. Remember, you coach at Lincoln. I'm a Washington guy. We don't care about the Mustangs, all right? All right? Leave me alone.
Let him on.
I still love you.
Let him on.
Maybe.
You're talking about Marco Luciano. We've had some people on the night show, and the consensus is there is talk about Marco Luciano not playing shortstop. And I heard the drop. Yes.
No, we got it. The way you were flexing last time, you were on the roast.
Well, I don't think I can. I don't think I can beat that one. But I could, because I can't media flex to you, because you really do this.
No. So So since we're here, we're going to get to the calls and get back to Korea. I was listening driving into Chase Center Saturday. I was listening to 95.7 The Game, believe it or not. During my days off, I still listen.
Oh.
And it was Alan Stiles and Evan Giddings on the air.
That's right.
And Alan came in, and he was talking about his outfit, being at the media center, being at Chase, having his credential, what he was going to do with this credential, how he was going to show stop at Chase. And I said, listen to this young man. Listen to this young man. I feel him. My first time ever getting a press pass was the Emerald Bowl. Cal Miami. I went on the field, man. You couldn't tell me nothing. I took a picture with the Miami Hurricane cheerleaders. I took a picture in front of the Sports Center sign. I was doing it all. But you was flexing hard Saturday afternoon. Hard.
Can I be honest with you? So I'm doing all that flexing. We get into the post-game press conference. And you know how you flag somebody down to ask a question, make awkward eye contact with the guy. And he's like, looking at me like, you want to ask a question? I chickened out, man. I'm not ready,
Who was it,
man.
Steve Kerr up there?
It was Steve Kerr. He looked at me. I'm like, and that's my guy. That's my
That's
guy.
your guy. You should have
That's
been,
my
hey, Alan
guy.
Stiles. You should have got the microphone. Hey, Coach Kerr, Alan Stiles, 95.7 The Game. We talked the other day.
We chatted.
On 95.7 The Game. We chatted. I asked you a couple questions.
I chickened out, man.
Oh, man.
I'll be back.
Might not get a pass again. Might not get. But, hey, Spinola Love, you see how my guy plays? Spinola Love does the same damn thing, too. He flexes at the Giants. Hey, guys, he'll send us audio. I talked to Gabe Kapler today. I asked Farhan Zaidi a couple questions. It's like, okay, that's what we're doing now?
He had the last question to Tom Brady this past week, Sam Lubman.
No way.
I did, yeah. I wrapped up his press conference.
We have that audio? We have that?
We'll tease it. We'll get that out of
Get that audio. I want to hear
the.
the question and the answer. This is unbelievable. Lubman shoots his shot. I give him that. He strikes out all the time, especially with the ladies on a Saturday night. But, hey, it's all good. Josh in San Francisco. What's happening, Josh?
Hey, what's up, man?
What's going on, Josh?
Hey, short time listener here. I just moved to San Francisco from Memphis, Tennessee at the end of July.
Shout out Memphis.
Love listening to you guys, man. Vontae, you and Guru are probably my favorites, if I'm allowed to say that. Love y'all.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
But, man, I'm excited about the signing of Carlos Correa. I think it's going to be awesome to go to the games and be able to see a star player. Oracle Park is beautiful. You guys got me hyped up about Aaron Judge. It kind of was a gut punch when he didn't sign. But I understand, but what y'all were saying a couple days ago about it being hard to sign free agents here in SF, I didn't really understand that. I think SF is a beautiful city. I was in New York in October, and I don't know. I think SF is a lot better than New York.
Yeah.
I just wanted to call and say that. I appreciate you.
Hey, Josh, we appreciate you moving from Memphis and listening to us on the Odyssey app, man. That means a lot, Josh. Thanks so much for the call, and thanks for listening to 95.7 The Game. And I don't know why Farhad even just, if you felt like that, don't say it. You don't need to say it. Just keep that. It's just not. Like 24 hours ago, the PR hit he took, like everybody at NBC Sports Bay Area yesterday was like, why did he say that?
Yeah.
Everybody was down off Farhad. Mark Willard, for crying out loud, is the biggest apologist when it comes to Farhad Zaidi we have. And he was even down on Farhad.
Yeah.
I was down on him a little bit, yes. I was very disappointed in Farhan yesterday.
No doubt.
Terrible timing. I mean, people say you got to have a feel. You come out with quotes like that, you have no feel.
You have no feel.
No feel. And look, the first thing that people say, the same thing that Raheem Mostert said. Well, it got taken out of context. Yeah, but you allowed it to be taken out of context because you said it. Nobody made you say it. Now, did they cut stuff and make sure that it looked maybe worse than it actually was? Yes, but that's what they do. You got to get people to click on stuff. So, but again, Bonte, we might have been talking about it even more. That might have been a full segment if that didn't happen last night. Now it just gets 5-10 minutes.
It gets 5-10 minutes. And all of a sudden, like Lloyd told Harry in Dumb and Dumber, you should know how to redeem yourself.
Yeah.
And Farhan redeemed himself. Whether or not he really did redeem himself, whether or not it was Pete Patella
give him the
or Larry
win.
Bear,
Just
you
give
know
him
what?
the win.
You get your flowers this morning. Carlos Correa, TC, San Francisco. What's up, TC?
Hello.
What's up, TC?
Oh, hey. So I'm just so excited about this Korea signing over Josh.
Why is that?
You know, Korea's had 20 home run average in 6 years, and he's great on defense, and he's just getting better, and he's young.
There you go. Are you going to get that jersey?
Yeah. But you know what's more important?
What's
There's
that?
World Cup going on right now.
Oh, well, not right now. It still starts till 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock. We got Morocco, France.
Well, France is going to destroy Morocco.
Hey, that's fine. Hey, you know what? Go Mbappe, TC. Go Mbappe. And you know what? I'm rolling with Messi. All my teams are in the Final Four. Croatia, Argentina, France, Morocco. I can't lose at the Final Four of the World Cup.
You took every single team.
No, I took every single team except for Iran and U.S. I didn't take Senegal. Shout out Africa. I figured they'd come up short.
What does that mean, take them?
I mean, like, those are my rosters. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
We had all our favorites, all our picks. So I picked a lot of teams.
You picked a lot of teams.
It is what it is.
Cast out a lot of bait. Might catch something.
There you go.
You know?
I caught me a Final Four, baby, with all my teams. Actually, I jumped on Morocco when they beat Portugal. So
Bonte has like 10-way citizenship, so.
There you go. Passport gets a lot of stamps.
He's the real Mr. Worldwide.
Mr. Worldwide.
Hey, 17-day Europe extravaganza, baby. Talk to me. E in San Jose, what's happening? E.
Hey, what's up, gentlemen?
What's
Good
up?
morning. I wanted to let you know, about a week ago, I called in pretty bummed out to Willard and Dibbs and told them, hey, I'm not going to believe anything I hear about any Giants signing until it's confirmed by anybody but whoever the guy was. Was it Jeff Passan who or no,
Jeff Passan, ESPN.
came and decided to and as soon as I saw that and it get retracted, I was like, no judge. But it was a pipe dream anyways. But all my friends are saying, oh, now they paid a guy until he's 42 to be a shortstop. I'm like, first of all, nobody's going to care about this contract when this dude is 40 years old because he's going to be a DH. But I keep retorting to my friends, yeah, you're right. They should have offered him 10 years and watched him be a Cub or a Yankee or, God forbid, a Dodger or a Padre.
Right.
The Giants are going to have to overpay like this for the first couple of guys to make this a place people want to come to in terms of the roster, and then they'll be able to start offering the regular contracts, which sounds ridiculous because we're talking about $300 million in years. But
No doubt. Hey, it's a big move, E. Thanks for the phone call. We'll keep it moving. 888-957-9570. Your final thoughts on the Murderos. We got Alan Styles' final thoughts on Carlos Correa signing. We got the Warriors and Pacers. Oh, I got to look at the injury report. Who's in, who's out. They get pummeled by the Bucks. We got Purdy Mania tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Hat T-shirt game in Seattle.
That game is going to be crazy, man. I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you right now.
You a little worried for the Niners?
Not really.
You believe in the Purdy, even without Debo?
We're going to know a lot more about all this hype, the hype beast, the hype train. We're going to know a lot more about the Niners situation and Brock Purdy as a quarterback after Thursday.
Whew. Can't wait. More coming up on the roads. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises, and Lucky California.
This holiday season, Lucky California helps you save. On sale this week, beef ribeye roast bone-in whole, sold in the bag, is just $5.99 a pound. Eat, drink, and save at Lucky California.
The Giants made a splash.
Correa deep to center field. Going back is Mullins and going a home run.
Carlos Correa is a San Francisco Giant.
2-2, Correa out to left. This sends back a Rosarena. Take a look at the bullpen. Forget about it.
We're reacting with you on 95.7 The Game.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't catch me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through December 21st, new customers can get 1.2 gig internet plus Xfi Complete with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included. It's just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Plus, get $200 back. Go to Xfinity.com/faster. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
No one knows where this market will go. Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in the Bay Area at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Christmas time is here, and so are all the greatest deals on power tools at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Enjoy 12 days of deals on all your favorite brands starting December 12th. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and more of this year's greatest deals. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw and take home 2 free batteries to top it off. Stop by Fasteners Inc. at 2897 Monterey Road, December 12th through the 24th, or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
Cache Creek Casino Resort is the place for the biggest names and the very best in live entertainment. On January 22nd, don't miss the multi-talented actress and singer Tsai Chin. Then be there on January 28th when the legends of Motown take the stage. This is your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. Find tickets and see our full lineup at cashcreek.com.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
'Tis the season for big savings on HP Tech at Staples. This week, save $100 on an HP Smart Tank 7301 refillable printer. The HP Smart Tank makes printing worry-free with up to 2 years of HP original ink included. From black and white docs to color prints, this wireless printer allows ultimate flexibility for busy families. And now save even more when you bundle an HP printer, PC, and monitor. The latest tech solutions are at Staples, the working and learning store. Offer good in-store and online. Ends 12/17.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
San Francisco, patchy fog this morning, highs in the low 50s.
Weather brought to you by Macy's. It's Macy's Gifts You'll Love to Give sale with great gifts like coats, beauty sets, and toys. Plus, get $10 in Macy's money for every $50 spent now through Thursday at Macy's.
Get fast, reliable speeds at home and on the go with internet and mobile from Xfinity. Now through December 21st, new customers can get 1.2 gig internet plus Xfi Complete with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included. It's just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Plus, get $200 back. Go online, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
What's it like going against this 49ers pass rush and the pressure they had on you today?
They were good. They got a good rush. They got great players. They got a good rush. They got great linebackers. Got a good scheme. I can see why they're the number one defense. We obviously, we didn't do a good enough job in any area of our offensive to score enough points. And I'll go out this week and try to do a lot better job than I did today.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
Steph, what's happening? I've got nothing on Sam Lubman. That was Sam Lubman, producer Sam, asking Tom Brady a question. The last question of the presser.
What's it like going against this 49ers pass rush and the pressure they had on you today?
I'm not mad at that.
Fighting through adversity right there. Much like a young Tom Brady.
Dude, not bad. Not bad. He got a great answer. That, my friends, is how you ask a question. I could take notes from that. So my questions become 50 seconds, they get long. That's how you ask a question, Alan.
I need to take some notes from Sam. I got to ask a question, period, first. Then I can ask a good question.
You froze up.
I froze.
Sam has shot a shot with Gabe Kapler.
Yeah.
He shot a shot with Farhan Zaidi. What was the question he asked Farhan, Sam?
I asked him about the gap between the Giants and the Dodgers and how confident you feel they can close it. And his response was, "That's a very fair question, Sam." And then he went on with his answer.
You said your name?
Yeah, you did. My whole 3-letter name.
He did. Then Baggerly did a follow-up on Sam's question right after. Look at that.
I made a career basically of setting up Andy Baggerly.
Damn. Maybe this should do Bay Area beat writer. Get Sam Lubman out there. Give my man a raise.
Is this a Flex Friday or what?
It's a flex. We know Sam Lubman ain't no punk. He's ditched the feelers, and he's out here asking the hard-hitting questions that the fans want.
I learn from
the fans need.
I learn from the best, Bonte. I watch you every day, and it's just like, you know what? That's the greatness I need to strive for.
Well, it's like, let me watch this clown and see what not to do.
Man, now I'm upset.
I mean, you should be disappointed.
Now I'm upset with myself.
I mean,
I went B-Rabbit.
You went B-Rabbit. 8 Mile.
He's choking.
You went B-Rabbit. My man's asking Tom Brady, what's up, man? That pass rush. What's happening, Tom? Damn.
Against this 49ers pass rush and the pressure they had on you today.
I feel like shedding a tear right now, man. That's my producer, man. That's my producer. Sam love me, man. That's my producer, man. I'm so proud of him. Guys out there writing articles. Wow.
It's beautiful.
Just wait till he gets back to Oracle Park for that Carlos Correa press conference. Oh, it's going to be his finest hour.
I'm looking forward to that Zoom link that's going to be sent out hopefully some point today.
No, you're going to be live in person, right?
Oh, no, I mean, the Giants have been doing a lot of these, their pressers over Zoom lately, so.
This is, the Giants need to listen to us. You need to listen to Al and I. You need to listen to Love and Spinoni. Listen. Like you did the Buster Posey presser over the Zoom, that didn't fly. You need to fly his ass out here, get him right there at 3rd and King, set up the chairs in front of the Willie Mays statue, and we need to conduct this presser. We need to be live and direct. No Zoom.
Gotta have the picture.
You gotta have the picture.
Gotta have the picture.
Gotta
with
have the jersey. You gotta have all that.
It's a big day.
It's a huge day.
I mean, if you're Farhan, isn't that what you want? I'd say, look, if you're willing to come out here, we really want you out here. I need these pictures. I need to keep this energy right now.
Man.
Gotta win the big days.
Shout
out Matt Nahikian.
Are we winning a big day today? Alan, big day for the Giants.
Mm-hmm.
Your perspective changed on the all season? Has it changed on Farhan?
Not so much on Farhan. Again, he did prove that he's willing to go for the big fish if he deems it necessary. But in terms of the Giants and the outlook of this team, it's changed immensely. I mean, just going into yesterday, even though we read off this lineup, you look at it like this. If the bar is pretty low, even if you read that lineup and you say, man, I mean, it's better, that's where it should end. It's better. And it's a lot better. That's it. Because before you had this lineup without Carlos Correa. So those are some dark days. So
just think about how we felt at 7 p.m. last night about the Giants.
Yeah.
And then an hour later, how we felt.
Exactly. Exactly. You can ask for more, just like you have been, Bonte, but they have done everything that they can do. We talked about it at the top of the show. The more I talk to people that aren't in the Bay Area, the more I think that Aaron Judge never really planned on coming to the Giants. Maybe $400 million pulls him.
Right.
We don't know. And I guess the argument was, well, let's at least see. You go out, you get somebody at a premium position. Right field is not a premium position. Shortstop is. You go out, get somebody younger at a premium position. Yes, he's had some injury issues, but ultimately you needed a foundational piece in this lineup, and you have it. And you have it, and you got time. Okay, we might not have Luciano for a while. We might not have Kyle Harrison until maybe the end of this season, but you got him for 13 years. It's the Padres model, and the Padres haven't won it yet, but it's the start of something. You got to start somewhere, Bonte.
You have to start somewhere.
You got to start somewhere.
So what type of player are we getting here? Let's start with the defensive metrics here when it comes to Carlos Correa. What type of defender is he at the shortstop position?
Well, he's, like Jeff said, he's a solid 6'4", a lot of range, got a hose for an arm, an absolute cannon. So defensively, he is a shortstop. This is not a situation like Tatis is being moved all around. You're not moving Carlos Correa. Now, when he gets a little bit older, could he get moved to third? Again, bigger frame. Probably, but I think he is a shortstop. I see you on the text line 415, who's playing shortstop, Crawford or Correa. I think they give Crawford, his swan song, and he plays shortstop, and Correa plays third, then he moves over. Which, by the way, you got to keep an eye on that stuff because people always say that, but how often does it come true? Manny Machado, when maybe not with the Padres, but with the Orioles, the whole time it was, hey, we're going to get you over to shortstop. And I forget who was at shortstop for the Orioles, and it just never happened.
J.J. Hardy? Was it J.J. Hardy?
Might have been.
From the Brewers?
Whoever it was, he was supposed to eventually be moved on, and that just didn't happen.
Right.
I don't see that happening with Carlos Correa because what happened is Manny Machado ended up moving. He was with the Dodgers for that quick stint, and now all of a sudden, okay, well, you play third again. Now all of a sudden you're a third baseman. I don't see that happening with Carlos Correa because I don't see the Giants extending Crawford. Or to be honest, and we love our Bay Area guy. We love our Bay boy Crawford. To be honest, it was J.J. Hardy. Yeah, and that's kind of what it was. It was always for somebody else. To be honest, we saw some cracks in the boat with Brandon Crawford at shortstop this year. So even this is the swan song. I'm not saying he's going to retire. I have no clue, but I don't think he's going to be playing shortstop for anybody after this year.
Carlos Correa, the bat. He's never hit more than 26 home runs, but he does have power.
He's got a lot of power. He's got a lot of power potential, and he does have potential. That's the thing, the potential to hit for average. If in today's game, we know the three true outcomes. In today's game, you'd rather sacrifice whatever 20, 30 points of an average to get maybe 5 more home runs, and I think you're still going to see that. And I think he has the oppo power to, if those balls aren't necessarily getting out every time, he's going to have a ton of doubles.
No doubt.
He can hit the ball all around the field. So I think, again, a staple piece, you can bat 2 through 5.
Right.
Now, it's wherever, and what they might do with him early on is they might move him around based on who else is hot. Because he's got to be protected.
Right. He does have to get protected.
If you're a pitcher, okay, who do I have to worry about?
And if you're a Giants fan who is pessimistic about this signing, think about it. Last year he played 136 games. 152 hits, not bad. 22 home runs, 64 RBIs. 291 batting average, but only 22 home runs, 64 RBIs. Not a lot of production when it comes to power numbers. But the slugging was big. The on-base percentage, over 830. So that's back-to-back years he's had an on-base percentage of at least 834. That's a positive. 279 in 2021, 291 last year. He's 28 years old. Like you mentioned, he needs protection. I want more. But maybe this sets up, now you have a piece. And if you play, say if the Giants win about 88 games this year and they get a wild card spot, they lose in the first round. We'll all be disappointed. But at least you look more attractive to Shohei Ohtani.
Yes. You got to make strides.
The Giants they didn't look attractive to Aaron Judge. He looked at that roster, and everybody's talking about 2024 and the prospects. Well, Carlos Correa is like, you know what? I'm 28 years old. I'll sit through a rebuilding year. I know this is my organization. I'm the leader here. I'm going to set the tone. I'm going to be the spokesperson. I'm the face of the franchise. At least now you look more attractive. for future free agents. So that future free agent I'm looking at now is Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah.
Why stop here with Carlos Correa?
Well, and, that's the thing. Carlos Correa and Aaron Judge, they're just at different places in their career.
Mm-hmm.
Aaron Judge, you might make the argument, a reason he didn't want to leave is because they've gotten so close to winning the World Series.
And he wants to win that series with the Yankees. And
he
Correa
hasn't been able to do
ring.
it. And Correa already has the ring. One thing, Bonte, that we haven't talked about, and I just don't think it's being talked about enough, the end of the shift. The end of the shift. I mean,
That's a good point.
I don't think it. I mean, look, we were joking about Brandon Belt earlier. Brandon Belt without the shift, does that make it look any better?
Oh, you got to be athletic with it. That's the thing. With no shift, the teams that are not athletic are going to get exposed.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people's range is going to get exposed. How good of a fielder are you really without the shift?
Right.
It's a big point, and Carlos Correa is athletic,
right?
At least in the field. But does that hurt him? Because the Astros did a lot of shifting, right?
They did, but I don't think it'll be a problem for Carlos Correa. I think some of the other spots, I'm not picking on you, Wilmer Flores, but I think that could be a spot where you might see some cracks. But again, he might be at first base. I think offensively, though, what could the end of the shift do for a guy like Mike Yastrzemski, who all he does is just hook the crap out of the ball every single at bat? Those are hits now.
Those are hits now.
Those are hits now.
That's a good point. It's a good point. Here's what Will Clark had to say about he was offered a solution for the Giants after missing out on Aaron Judge. Here's what Will Clark said last week.
If they do go after Correa, not only does, you got to have a talk with Crawford about playing third, because you cannot waste him. You can't put him as a DH. Peterson's going to be DHing, and some of the other guys that are on the bench are going to be DHing. So, Crawford's going to want to play every day. He's an everyday guy. So, you got to talk to him about playing third and maybe even shortstop. I'm second base. I'm sorry. Maybe get a little different look from the other side of the diamond. Another thing, too, is if you're going to go after Correa, talk to him about maybe playing a little third and flip-flop back and forth. Crawford played 2 games at short, Correa 2 games at third, and then flip-flop. So there's a way to keep both of those guys in the lineup at the same time.
I was Will Clark on Damon Arado last Friday. Here's what he said if the Giants did sign Carlos Correa.
Correa's a great player, don't get me wrong. And he's got a lot of good years ahead of him. But then we also got Brandon Crawford, who's a consummate Gold Glover. I know Brandon. I know him extremely well, and he wants to bounce back, from his offensive season this last year and, prove that he still has it, too, as well. So if, they do go out and sign Correa, well, then what's Crawford got to do? He's got to suck it up and go to third base. So, it's going to be an interesting next few weeks and see where this organization goes.
He's got to suck it up and go to third base. Suck it up and go to third base.
If you are paying this guy a premium, as you want him at a premium position.
Right.
But at what cost, Bonte? At what cost? I mean, is it that bad? I mean, yes, it would be nice if Crawford got the Derek Jeter treatment.
Right.
But what do we say now? Derek Jeter should not have been playing shortstop at that time.
Right.
All the metrics showed it. He was not a good shortstop at the end of his career, but the Yankees just felt like he should have that respect.
I'm okay with Correa playing third base or second.
It's 1 year.
It's 1 year. It's 1 year. I'm okay with Crawford because I liked seeing Jeter at shortstop to end his career with the Yankees. Wasn't great, but as a I bet you Yankee fans are like, you cannot move Derek Jeter. You keep him. You keep him at shortstop.
Yeah.
No matter what. And I'm there with Crawford. Let's let him ride it out at shortstop.
That's how I feel. How interesting / bad of a look would it be if he got moved to third, then last home game, they put him at short? You're out on that. I think I'm out on that.
Yeah, I let him play short.
Yeah.
Let him play short.
But if he struggles, or what could happen
you have the conversation, say, yo, this is not working out.
Yeah.
We got to make a move.
I can't see him struggling that bad, though.
Yeah, no, I don't either. I think he has a bounce back here.
Yeah.
That's what Carlos Correa, though. He was on MLB Network. What was this, MLB Network, Spadoni, or Fox Sports, when Carlos Correa was breaking down the analytics of baseball?
That was on the TBS or MLB on TBS during the postseason.
During the postseason, yeah. I thought Correa did a phenomenal job on television. He looked like a natural. Here's what he had to say, basically explaining his understanding of analytics.
With the old school, it was average, home runs, RBIs. So everybody look at that and judge a player based on those stats. Now, there's a lot more information out there. Now, it's all about projection. So how do you project a player? Play discipline is very important. WRC Plus takes into consideration the ballparks you play in, the league you play in, the quality of contact, your play discipline, just about everything in just one stat. So when GMs, when front offices, when they look at stats, they want to look at WRC Plus for a hitter, OPS Plus, and WOBA. Those are the most important stats right now in baseball. Those are the new triple crown, as we like to call it back in the day. It's not average home runs anymore. So when I'm in the clubhouse with the players, I make sure I tell them, hey, home runs are nice. You know, if you can hit as many of them, hit them. But also focus on your play discipline. Get on base. Hit the ball hard. That's the key of the game.
I like that. I like that. He further explains the analytics here.
When I go into a clubhouse, right, and the first thing I tell a player is, hey, you want to make X amount of money? And at that point, you already got them, right? And then you start explaining the analytics and how GMs think and what they look at, right? Because at the end of the day, they're the ones giving us the contracts. The owners, the GMs, they're the ones making the decisions. So we got to play to what they like, to what they want to see, to what they look forward in a player to help them win championships. And those are the stats, WRC Plus, WOBA. And the WOBA is so important because it's weighted on base average. It takes into consideration how much you get on base, right? It's very important. It's 1.8 more important than the slugging. You cannot steal a walk. You cannot steal a walk. You can hit a ball at 110, at 15 degrees, and it can get caught. When you have the plate discipline, doesn't matter if the contract is 10 years, 5 years. If you have the plate discipline like a guy like Joey Votto, a guy like Mike Trout, you're always going to have success because when you're going 0 for 10, there is 5, 6 walks in between, so your OPS is staying pretty much the same. Now, when a guy doesn't walk and doesn't have the plate discipline, when he goes on that 0 for 15 slump, there's no walks in between. So that OPS is just crashing down right away. So you want a guy that has the plate discipline because even when the ball is not falling and you're not getting lucky, you're still getting on base and your stats, OPS Plus, all that is staying the same.
That blew me away.
He sounds like a coach.
That
When I
blew
go
me
into
away.
a clubhouse, I'm like, oh.
This guy's only 27 years old.
Yeah.
Blew me away. And he's going to teach the youngsters that plate discipline is the most important. WOVA, WRC Plus. It's a new triple crown. It's interesting. That was very, very interesting to hear that from a player, Alan.
I do, obviously, you know, I love my baseball. I do miss the old triple crown, though.
I do. Home runs, RBIs, hits, right? Average.
Now I'm out here Googling, trying to figure this stuff out. But he did break it down really well, though. He broke it down really well. And I saw on the text line, do you think Carlos Correa's walks go up? Because we were talking about the protection.
Right.
Definitely. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. And like we said, he might not be a burner, but he's an average runner. And you're getting, you know, somebody, a threat first to third, second to home.
Right.
So you're not going to want to just put him on base. There are certain guys you really don't care if you put on base. You don't really want to just put him on base just because. But you might take that over the home run if he has no protection.
Understanding what GMs want in baseball today and understanding what gets you paid. Now I'm understanding how Correa got 13 years at $350 million. And he bet on himself last year.
Right.
The Astros are like, hey, we got this young Pena kid coming up, and Pena was special.
He's nice.
He's very nice. Very nice. Astros just have an embarrassment of riches. But he basically bet on himself. He leaves the Astros. He signs with the Twins, 3 years, $105 million. Has a 1 year opt-out. 1 year opt-out. And Correa bet on himself. So he got the extra $35 million, and now he's got $350 coming to the bank. Or as some texter on the Xfinity Mobile text line pointed out, he's getting $160,000 a game.
A game. Somebody did ended up breaking it down by pitch. I think it's about 12K.
Man, there's a lot of people in this country don't make that in a year.
No.
In 2 years, this dude's making it in a game.
You think by the way, just it is pretty crazy, this baseball money. And every time you ask, why do I feel like baseball has some type of Ozark thing going on? Because every time you ask, people just say TV deals.
Yeah.
TV deals.
Yeah.
What's going to happen when these TV deals, do they just last forever? Something stinks in terms of this money, man. It's ridiculous. It's all guaranteed.
Giants are giving out some money, too. Haniger could be 3 years, $43 million.
So we were talking about Crawford and moving Crawford. Text line, Xfinity Mobile text line is saying to move him, to not move him.
Right.
So we have outs above average here. The cumulative effect of all individuals' plays as a fielder has been credited or debited with making a range-based metric of fielding skill that accounts for the number of plays. Basically, how many more outs do you make than the average, right? Crawford last year was in the top 10. He was number 10 in outs above average. So he definitely is not a guy that you have to move at all. And, we compared him to Derek Jeter, completely different situation than Derek Jeter. Carlos Correa, by the way, was 26th out of all shortstops.
That's not good.
It's not great. That's just one metric. But,
It's not good.
And somebody else said on the Xfinity Mobile text line, Brandon Crawford doesn't play every day. So Carlos Correa is going to get that. That is a weird thing.
Right.
Because if you're going to play third for the season, are you going to put him at short when Crawford doesn't play? It feels weird to me.
Yeah. That does feel weird. I think you keep him at third, and if you don't play him at third, you DH him.
Right.
But who's your backup shortstop if Crawford doesn't play shortstop?
Well, Tyro. Off the top of my head, Tyro. Yeah. If you're going to have him play third, just have him focus on third for the year.
It's a big shortstop, too. Carlos Correa, 6'4", 220. They usually don't last that long. A-Rod ended up moving to third base. Now, a lot of people said he should have been playing shortstop, not Jeter.
Right.
But he ended up moving. We just cited Manny Machado. He's now playing third base. Correa's probably like, dude, I got $350 million. I don't care whether or not I play short.
Maybe,
he's already won a
Vontae,
Gold Glove.
He's
already won a Gold Glove as short.
It's a pride thing, though. And I got a buddy who, I played right field, he played center, and he won't let me live it down, man.
Really?
It's a pride thing.
Really?
Yeah. And it would be the same with short. I made you move to left. I made you move to second. It's a thing. Now, we weren't making $350 million.
Right.
So maybe it'd be less of a thing in that situation.
And Carlos Correa probably understands that Crawford has done a lot of historical things here in San Francisco.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But he would say, okay, we're agreeing on 1 year.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. Let's go to Paul in San Jose to wrap up the show. Paul, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
How are you guys?
Good.
I got a question for you. I would put Crawford at third base because didn't Cal Ripken Jr. play shortstop and then move to third base at the end of his career?
He did.
Yeah. And so I think I'd put Correa, which is a younger player, at shortstop and put Crawford at third base.
I'm not mad at that. You know what? And that's a conversation we're going to have at spring training. That's a question that's going to get peppered towards Carlos Correa in his introductory press conference. But it's a good problem to have. It's a good problem to have Carlos Correa in his dugout. And yes, RIP to the dabs, YouTube. No dabbing this year. We're pipping home runs. We're popping gold chains. We're walking down the first baseline. We're staring down home runs. That's what we're doing. We got swag now, Alan. Giants got some swag, baby. The dab is dead. Finally. It was dead in 2015. It's officially dead now in the Giants clubhouse. No more dabbing. Carlos Correa is coming to town, folks. 13 years, $350 million. Let's flex. Farhan, though, 24 hours later, though, he had, that's the biggest thing. You hit it right on the head, Alan. He had to get something done. This had to get done for the Giants. We were so down. Even Sam Lubman was down off Farhan. When Sam Lubman is down off Farhan Zaidi, you know there's an issue. And if you don't know who Sam Lubman is, that's our producer of the Morning Roast. He's changing bed in the orange from blue. He's decked out in orange gear, Giants gear. He's happy as hell right now. He's happy that his boy Farhan made a move. Because yesterday, we all wanted him out of town.
Yeah.
Everybody.
On top of all that, on top of miss out on Judge, Farhan is basically giving excuses. That's what they were. Sometimes excuses aren't necessarily untrue, but they're also are the taxes really high in California? Yeah. But we don't want to hear it.
The flex of the show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
I've never seen Mark Willard happier. He's smiling. He's got a Giants hoodie on. He's got a Giants cap. He is smiling ear to ear. Ear to ear. Dibs is happy. You never dap up Shasky like that, little fist pound coming in. Damn. Dibs fist pounding people?
First of all, two things here. Yes, I do fist pump Shasky. He and I have come a long way. Second piece of this, I'm like an Allen Styles stan, if there is such a thing. I'm not going to say I'm an OG Allen Styles fan, but I got Styles stock early, and my Styles stock is soaring. I'm a huge fan. Whatever, Bonte, you'll always be my number one. You know that.
I'm never
You know that,
number
Bonte.
one.
It's the
Number
problem,
one.
Bonte.
You know that's a lie. Guru's your number one.
And I don't want to blow up Styles because coming up in 7 minutes, I tell you a story
I'm
from
his number
something that
7.
happened this morning that you are not going to believe.
Oh, gosh.
Called a tease.
Yep.
And Mark hasn't heard it.
I only know a piece of it, and it is good.
I'm a huge fan of Styles.
It's good.
A nice mix of solid sports talk and hot takes. I think he has a nice mix of the two.
There you
That's
go.
all.
There you go. There you go.
There you go.
It's enough of Styles, but I'm a huge fan.
Appreciate
That's why he
you,
got
Dibs.
dabbed up.
Appreciate you.
Big fan.
How about that, Bonte?
Dude, you're huge. You don't need me anymore, Bonte.
No.
You're
It's
done
not that.
with me.
Styles knows what time it is, man. He knows what time it is. He knows who's buying the stock. What's your boy? He knows who's buying the stock early. Look at this guy in.
Look at Bonte, Mr. IPO.
Hey, there you go. There you go. There you go, Guru. No help for you, Guru.
I know, Bonte.
Take a playoff, Guru. Take a playoff. Mark
Lay
Willard.
off.
Dibs, let me just say, get your takes off now.
Oh.
Because from 9 to 12, it's going to be tough for Mark Willard to take a playoff.
No, I would imagine by 9:12 he'll be weeping, tears of
Asleep.
joy.
I'll be asleep.
Yeah.
I didn't go to bed
It's-
last night.
No, seriously, the amount of joy. And we talked about Correa or bust, and they got Correa.
Correa.
So,
Yep.
and
That's
you know,
not a bust.
Yeah, it's not a bust. And so, even though he can only bat once every 9 times at the dish, the fact that they have somebody that fans can say, I'm excited about, fill in the blank player. I wonder what number he wears and all the rest of it before we run out and get his jersey. This is a good day. Farhan somewhere has his arms folded and a big grin on his face. And I think it's a lot of
What
like,
a difference,
cool
24
Mo D.
hours.
How
Yeah.
you like me
Right?
now?
How you like me now? But is it on, before we get there, because there's an argument to be made. Is it Farhan? We had Jeff Blum on, the color analyst of the Houston Astros, and he brought up Pete Patella, who was in that Astros organization.
I'm sure
for a
it was
long time.
key. I'm sure it was
But
key.
you know what?
And
I don't. Personally,
it's ownership.
I don't care.
Right.
I don't care who gets the credit anymore.
Exactly.
5 years from now, we're not going to say, "Oh man, Farhan did this." And that means the Giants got him. They got a guy.
Correct. I think it's important to say, though, because if everybody's going to come down his road when they're not getting people, then you have to give him some credit
Give him
when
some
they
credit.
do. The truth of the matter is, none of these things are ever one person.
Right.
It's never like when you're going north of $300 million. I do believe the boss steps in.
Right.
I think the owner might
Sign off on
have
that
some
one.
say
Yeah.
as far as whether. So that and from the player perspective, I think we've gone too far through the year with this idea that a player is going, well, I'm not falling for Farhan's pitch. It's so much more layered than that as to where someone's going to go. And the bottom line is, it's probably even less about where Carlos wants to go and more about how Scott Boras played this. I don't think it's an accident that this Mets ridiculousness came up yesterday. That was Scott. The same thing that he did, and it wasn't Scott, but the same thing Judge's agent did with the Giants.
Oh, God.
He's at the St. Regis. Look out, Yankees.
He's
Look
winking.
out.
He's winking.
But it was Yankees all along. And I think Correa was
The
Giants
wink.
all along. And at the last minute, Francisco Lindor says, I want Correa next to me on the left side of the infield. And it probably costs the Giants another $25 million.
Right.
And who cares?
Who cares?
Big
Who
deal.
cares?
It's
But Carlos does. And so good for him.
Exactly.
What
Good
about
for
the
him.
years though? I'm curious who likes is it the player like Carlos Correa? Hey, I want it as long as possible. Or if it was $350 million for 10 years, would the player then say, give me 15 or give me 13 because that's a lower AAV? He's gonna be 41 when this thing is said and done, man. And I'm wondering, we're talking about who got this done.
Right.
There's a good chance nobody else offered this, but the Giants didn't know that. right? Because of the
word.
play.
The word is that the Twins offer was nowhere near. I mean, it was in terms of 10 for 285. So it's actually a little bit more per year.
Yeah.
But the overall value, and so what the Giants, it's actually, to me, the years at a certain point, it's actually helping the team because what they're doing is they're stretching their money out.
Right.
This was really underreported, and I found it out a few days later. That $400 million offer to Aaron Judge from the Padres, 14 years. Nobody reported that part of it. They assumed that it was 9 or 10 because that's what the Giants and Yankees were dancing with. The Padre offer was way less per year and stretched out, which sure, the player, I guess, who cares? It's the total amount of money I'm going to get for my life, and that's wonderful. And if I end up being Bobby Bonilla, cool. Yeah. But like, for the team, it stretches out their flexibility, so they want more years. So in a way, yeah, it is a little bit more advantageous for the Giants.
That's actually a really huge deal, that what you just said about the Padres.
Totally.
Because now it doesn't sound – now the Giants – they did have the highest offer.
They had the best offer. And the Yankees matched it in the end.
And by stretching it out, it allows you to stay under the tax and bring in more players around him, which is what we learned from the Bryce Harper deal. The Bryce Harper deal was so big and so long that they were able to bring in other players around him and still make the team better. And, at the back end of it, Mark had a great line. He's got an 8-year-old. So at the last year of the contract, his 8-year-old will be drinking beer, watching Carlos Correa in his final season.
And by the way, that beer will cost $350 million. So we're working. That's why we're working so hard.
Text line,
we're working so hard.
I caught this text on the text line. I didn't want to read it at the time because I was ready to jump through the computer and strangle him. But basically said, man, by the time Carlos Correa is in his 10th season, Baby Chaz would have developed a crush on Carlos Correa.
Wow.
And I'm like, damn.
You're like, hey, now.
Why you got to take me there, man? Yeah. Why we got to go there?
I thought this was super interesting. So late last night, I ended up on Kruger's YouTube deal, and Ned Coletti comes on. So Ned, we go through the art of these kinds of deals, and he had all kinds of interesting stuff to say, and everyone's, Alan, focused on that, right? The years,
was Krug
13
happy?
years.
Krug's been going in on Farhan Zaidi.
Yeah, he's very happy. So, but one thing he said, because we asked about the years, and Coletti, someone who has held this job, right, GM or president of ops, and he goes, look, the bottom line is when you're signing something for 10, 11, 12, 13 years, if you're the GM, it doesn't really matter because the high likelihood is you're not even going to be there anymore when that back half. So what you're really signing is the front half of the deal. If it goes well, let's say the Giants win a World Series over the next 7 years, well, now you're a made man, and everyone's going to be like, you're good. Even if you stink on the back end of the deal, we're good. If it doesn't go well, you're not going to be here.
Wow.
You're going to lose your gig.
Yeah.
You know, Mark, you mentioned, and I agree with you, that it's not just one guy making a move like this. It's ownership, it's Farhan, it's Pete Patella, it's everybody. It's everybody. But boy, did Farhan need this deal. It felt like he needed this
Big
deal
time.
the most after what we discussed yesterday.
But they all did. They all did. So did ownership.
But number one,
I mean, when you hear the label that has been given to this team for the last couple of years of penny pinching, who are we really talking about? Are we talking about Farhan? It's not his checkbook,
right?
And we don't know the Johnsons, and what we do know about him, we're not too fond of it.
Yeah.
Right. So we didn't know. And I've always thought, and this is at the core of the conversation we've all had the last couple of years, I've always thought that when the time came, they would be willing to spend. And so now we know they are. They've spent $463 million in the last week and a half.
Big time.
Yeah, big time.
There's buzz throughout the city, although not in all pockets. And I'll tell you a little story about my morning.
Yes, I want to hear it.
I went down to get coffee, and I don't know if you guys are like this, but my mind works in very curious ways where if I ever walk by a vehicle idling with no driver inside, I think to myself, could I steal that car? If I walk into a place and I see a bike sitting there, I think to myself, could I steal that bike? It's not that I'm going to steal. I haven't stolen anything in about a day and a half.
Right.
So today, I'm in a coffee place here in the city, and I'm waiting for my food. I had my coffee, and I look, and there's a bike, beautiful mountain bike, kind of near somebody, and I had that same thought. And I look, and I think to myself, could I steal this bike? I look at the bike, and I look at the dude next to the bike, and I go, wow, that dude's pretty big. I'm not. And I look at the bike again, and I look at the dude again, And I stop and I look at the hand. There are tattoos on this man's hand. It is Gabe Kapler.
Wow.
So I'm like,
good morning.
Exactly. So I walk over. Actually, before I walk over, he's sitting there. He's got the laptop open. He's on his phone. 28 people in this place. Not a one of them even batting an eye to him. So I, of course, from about 10 feet away, hit him with a cap, and he shoots his head up. And I walk over. Hey, Dan Dibley from Willard and Dibs, 95-7 the game. Good firm handshake. How you doing, Cap? Congratulations, Correa. Big news. Thank you. You could probably play the half of it.
We've thought all along that we were going to be fine.
And we're going back and forth. I said, big for Farhan. I said, what a great day. I said, we'd love to have you on the show anytime. I said, today is such a great day. And he goes, not a great day for me. And I go, what? And he goes, not a great day for me to come on the show. And I go, come on. I'm trying to close you here. Skipper. Cap. Hey, dude, congratulations. And I go get my food. I walk out. Not a person even looking over at this inordinately fit, tattooed. And
That's
by the way,
San Francisco, man.
when I walked up on him the first time, the laptop, he closed that thing so fast.
Because he didn't want you to see the name Benintendi.
It's baseball reference. I could have spied in, but Cap is like on his bike, chilling with his Doc Martens, his like calf high boots
have ripped
on.
jeans? Ripped jeans?
Yes, of course. Body fat of about 2.7%.
One of us.
Yeah, one of you, Styles.
One of you. Yeah, you're the one wearing the small T-shirts over here throwing the pipes. I mean, this guy.
Seriously.
What's the Starbucks order? Did you see?
He actually did have
Frappuccino.
He had a bag that looked like it may have had a pastry in it, which shocking.
Major bag alert.
Serious celebrations.
All right.
But anyway, Cap is feeling
That's
it.
amazing, and I'm jealous.
Yeah, he's not getting. And this is, not
is
far
he still
from
there?
here.
How long ago was this?
This was about half an hour ago, so he could still be there.
So maybe if I swerve, where should I make a left?
I'll tell you off air. I'm
kidding.
It's the beauty of this city, though, that there literally were 20, 25 people in there, and everyone's like, I'm in my phone, and I'm worried about this, and my.com.
It's really the West. I mean, it's mostly the West Coast. I remember this when I was working down in LA and doing stuff with USC. It was fascinating when you go through. Remember the Paterno story? You go through the Joe Paterno story,
geez.
and all the awfulness around that. But one thing that struck me when that happened is, remember when the Penn State fan base wanted to show their support for Joe, and so what did they do? Well, they all gathered and walked to his house. And I was like, do you all understand how weird this is that you just know where the coach lives?
Right.
And so there was the Lane Kiffin, are you going to leave Tennessee and go to USC thing? And it was one of the points I always made. I'm like, do you know how much better it is for a coach? In Tennessee, this is a true story, when Lane Kiffin got that job, he arrived there and there were people on his driveway.
Yep.
They know where you live.
Right.
They know who you are. They know what your kids' names are. By the way, his son's name is Knox, named it after Knoxville. So they know all these things. You come to California, dude, you might be behind line in Starbucks, and they don't even say a word.
Yeah.
Well, it's better that you rolled up on him than me, because the way I've been torturing the Giants over the last 7 months.
What would you have said?
He probably would have looked at me and punched my lights out. Like, go get the hell out of my face, dude. Get out of here.
What would you have said to him, though? What would you have said to him?
I would say, hey, Skip, thanks for embracing the Bay. I would have kissed his ass a little bit. Thanks for embracing the Bay. Hey, man, good to see you courtside at Chase Center, sipping wine, watching Steph Curry bomb threes. Oh, I love that
Trent
Williams
slip
jersey.
In. I'm like, you came on our show, and my partner Mark Willard did a dead-on impersonation of you, and he's like, I remember that, which is pretty funny.
Yeah.
You do it better than me, but it was
with a straight face.
It
just doesn't,
No, good guy. Second handshake on the way out. A lot of eye contact. Very friendly. There was never a sense of get the truck out of here,
But I hate to do this because obviously love baseball, but is some of that because it is baseball? Steve Kerr can't do that.
No.
You know what I mean?
But 4 chips.
Bob Myers can't even do that.
Bob Myers might not be able
and he's
to do that.
he's the president of basketball operations.
Wait, do what?
Walk into a
Starbucks
place,
without anybody noticing.
Because of the West Coast, but Steve Kerr can't do that.
Right.
Well,
I bet you Steve Kerr could in this location it's San Francisco.
I don't know.
I think
can't.
the line
Steve
is Kyle Shanahan.
I know where Steve Kerr
Shanahan
gets
for
his
sure.
coffee and he gets bombarded.
Yeah, Steve Kerr.
Could Kyle Shanahan walk into an establishment and nobody. Oh, that's
Shanahan would be somewhere in between the two.
Yeah.
Steve Kerr is a way bigger celebrity.
Sure.
And
than-
4 championships, too.
Yeah, and then I always look at sports. Basketball is the most recognizable for 2 reasons. I mean, they're just monstrous human beings.
Kerr's
They're
always getting teed
and
up,
I know
too.
Kerr's just right. There's that.
That thing was
But
crazy.
It's the only sport where
Right
people
text.
aren't wearing hats and helmets and different things. Like
good
they're
call.
much more
Right.
recognizable because they
Yeah.
just look like the same way we see them on TV.
And it took me a third take, and I'm in the
like
business.
Cap, you put that hat down over the eyes
Oh,
and
yeah.
put like a denim jacket on.
Seriously.
Yeah, that guy's walking all over. I think Teddy
Right?
goes to the
Yeah,
marina
exactly.
every time.
On the
You said a
third
double.
look,
take. You said a
third
double
look.
take.
Well, the first take, I was like, "Can I steal this bike?"
Right.
Because this is what I mean. I don't know if you're like that,
I
Alan.
used to
but
think like that until I was 25.
Same.
Yeah, I used to kind of think, I'm not going to let Dibs admit it.
No, I'm not afraid to admit
Dibs,
it.
you would have went down. You remember that show Bait Car?
Oh, yeah.
Where they would put a car somewhere and they would let them
dude.
seal it and pull them over.
Right.
Dibs, you're going down on Bait
Right.
Car.
But sometimes you walk you walk by
I
a
remember
place
To
and it's
Catch a
like
Predator.
this car is clearly idling, and you look around. It's like I don't see anybody near this vehicle, and you think to yourself, could I steal this car?
Yeah.
Now I wouldn't steal the car. I got too much at stake.
Like, could you pull it off?
Exactly. So I always have that thought. So today I saw this bike. I'm like, could I steal this bike? And then you check, because sometimes you look at like some of the people next to the bike. It's like, if he tried to step up, I think I could at least punch him in the throat or headbutt him.
And
or
then bike off.
Exactly. I think I could get away with it. But today I was like, this dude looks pretty fit.
Yeah.
And so I looked
Gabe
again.
could run, yeah.
And I was like,
he might have
man.
caught you if you
Yeah.
rode off.
Not only that. And so on the
Used to
third
steal a
look,
base.
the
Well,
second
Dibs.
look, I was like,
Dibs, let's be real.
and the third look, I saw the hand tats. And I was like, this mother jumper.
Hey, but let's be real.
Please.
You were like me last season. We checked out of Giants baseball in July. So I don't fault you for that.
No. With my partner?
I'm
Dude, I'm
kidding.
locked in on
I'm
all
kidding.
27 ounce, kid.
I'm kidding.
I get quizzed in the morning. Did you see that Wilmer Flores pick in the 6th? Yeah, Mark.
Well, we'll be
Didn't
paying
miss a
attention
pitch.
this year.
Yeah, we will.
We'll pay attention this year.
All right, so grade the offseason. Now where are we? And by the way, still I think,
incomplete.
as Alex Pavlovich put it yesterday, the heavy lifting is now probably done.
It's still incomplete,
But I
though.
think but what's your grade? What if
I'll give him a B minus.
Yeah, I was going to give him a B. You need a first
Really?
baseman.
You need a first
they're not-
baseman.
They're not getting a first baseman.
Well,
you're
So
gonna
they're just not going to have anyone
no.
play
They've
first?
got
Flores?
5 people already who can play first base.
Wilmer Flores. Okay, here we go.
I like JD
JD Davis.
I've been saying JD
All right,
JD Davis
J.
will play
Davis.
first. Okay, and I did. Now I know
Sean Manaea,
you're
I'm
gonna-
not high on
Manaea
that.
and
Okay.
Stripling are C+.
Yeah.
Yeah, to me, the pitching, the Giants have already
You missed
proved,
out on Judge.
They've proven what they can do in terms of pitching. They do it every year. They rehab it. The guess is, if you're a betting man, I would love Carlos Rodon to be on this team, but he's not going to be. And the high likelihood is whoever signs him is probably not going to like that deal in 2 to 3 years. I mean, Ned Colletti, that was another thing he said
Right.
last night. He's like, with pitchers, 5, 6, 7 years, I'm just kind of out on that. So there's that side of it. Now, I'm going to try to say something to you without you throwing something at me.
Oh, boy,
Okay?
good luck.
Because I heard you guys talk about it earlier, and I think that now, because of what they've done in the other spots, what if, with J.D. Davis and Wilmer Flores already on the team, what if for $3 million you told Brandon Belt,
Oh, God.
just platoon, I need 70 games from you, and if you do get hurt, we've got other options. Would you hate that as much as if they had done it last
He's
week?
looking for something to throw.
I'm throwing my
could've
key
gone
card
raspberry
because
granola.
this is the last day I'm ever coming to 95.7
No.
the game talking Giants
hold
and Mark
on,
Wilson.
hold on. By the
What
way,
if?
by the way,
What if?
let me. I don't think they're doing this.
No, I know.
And but because of what they've
You know,
done in other spots,
It's kind of where we've
there are no. Well, who do you want? You want Will Myers, another right-handed hitting first baseman?
Joey Gallo, maybe.
Joey
I'm
Gallo
kidding.
can't hit.
I know.
You know,
Listen. It's kind of like Jimmy Garoppolo, right?
it's
Just got
very much like Jimmy.
exhausted.
Yeah.
And it was just like, you know what's best for everybody? Just to move on.
But what are you
Move
asking him to
on.
do? I think the frustration is based on he was a middle of the order guy.
He's going to want to play. And as soon as, so say if you do that, right? And he goes on a heater, like he does for a couple weeks. All of a sudden, everybody's going to be beating that drum. Hey, he needs to play every day.
Well,
he needs to play every day.
Very good defensive first baseman.
Yeah.
Very good defense. Again, to me, everything in life is all about expectations. And if you're not asking him to be in the middle of the order, if you're not asking him to play 130 games, I don't know.
The only reason I wouldn't throw anything at you, and we talked about it earlier.
Oh, you can.
Well, Bonte can't even get in the building now. So
yeah, I can't. I'm done. My job's done.
I won this argument.
They got me off the books now. Man,
Yeah, exactly.
Look.
Yeah.
We have somebody to play with. Alan Stiles, you sounded really good.
Stiles, you're good on the roast. Are you free?
Willard, Dibbs, Shasky, and Stiles, 6 a.m. to noon, starting tomorrow.
There's something I want to say, but I can't. I won't
Game.
say it. I'll leave it alone.
It's too close to Christmas. I know where you're going.
Getting rid of the shift.
The only reason
getting rid of the shift.
Bringing back Bandon Belt wouldn't completely upset me is because the shift's gone.
I'm curious. I'm curious what the deal. Like, has anyone heard his name attached to any team?
I don't like that.
Like Evan Longoria is out there. Always got 5 teams that are interested. All this stuff.
No.
So, I don't know. I don't know. But I don't. If Josh Bell's gone, you're not getting a first base.
Well, you're looking here. There's Miguel Sano. Jesus Aguilar.
Yeah, Miguel Sano, he's been overweight for how many straight years?
His WAR
Styles,
is 0.
Styles, no bringing notes, bro.
Yeah.
Bringing notes, that's out of bounds, dude. No doing homework, no bringing notes.
39 years old.
This guy's bringing notes.
No.
Hey, Shasky, you better step up, buddy.
I'm hearing footsteps. I may have to start stealing cars and bikes. After all, Styles is coming with notes. Get out of here, Styles.
I don't hate it because of the removal of the shit.
Guru Dibbs ought to be coming with a laptop,
off.
man. You got notes.
Guru comes in with the back of an envelope.
Now he's calling me a teacher's pet. Thanks a lot, Dibbs.
Guru, I love you,
I
Guru.
didn't even write these notes, all right? Sam gave them to me.
Steiny comes in with a legal pad, man. You're fine. You're fine. He comes in with a legal pad that he can't even read. That's he's like, no, what do I have?
Lukewarm coffee and a made-up story.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Lukewarm coffee and a dream.
There you go.
You know what?
You can come back tomorrow.
It's not the worst idea. Honestly,
I don't even know. I don't even know if they're interested in it.
$3 million.
You know what I mean? Like
fan favorite. It's a good PR move. He's played in big games. He's had big time postseasons. Brandon Belt, that is.
I know everybody wants everyday players. They do now have some. They're not going to get it at every position.
They have one.
No, that's not true. That's not true. I think Haniger is going to play almost every day.
Okay.
I think that right now, whoever ends up in center field, if at the moment it's Mike Yastrzemski, I think Mike
There's no way
Yastrzemski
he plays every day.
Absolutely, he's going to be your everyday center fielder as it stands right now.
Go give me Benintendi.
No shift.
Oh, yeah. So Yaz is going to hit 330.
I mean,
he's going to channel his grandpa.
Now, that's going to be very intriguing. And
All
I'm
he
sure
does is hook
Farhan and the data geeks, they've looked at all that stuff saying, where would these hits land without the shift?
That's why Josh got 19.6.
They said last year that they think that Wade is going to be one of the guys that benefits the most. We'll see. You know, there are a lot of guys right now on the Giants. You had one really good year, and then you had a really bad year. And where does this go next?
One thing we didn't get into, sorry to cut you off, Willard, but one thing Alan and I did not get into, because the offseason is not over, but as of right now, where do they stack up in the West?
I think a betting person still puts them third.
Yeah.
But it's baseball, and low-key, of all the big-time teams, who's had the worst offseason so far?
The Dodgers.
Absolutely. They did not get better, and they got worse. And they're dealing with the Trevor Bauer hearing.
Trevor Bauer thing is crazy.
They lost Trey Turner. They got Kershaw back for a year.
Walker Buehler's going to be out, right, for the entire
not
season.
Going to be back. So, Bellinger, if that's a good thing or a bad thing, I don't know, but it's a presence. He's
Gap
gone.
is closed. Gap is closed. Carlos Correa is big time.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, the Padre lineup is intense.
Right.
No
but
it's intense.
We still got to see them.
It's intense.
We're still not convinced, though. They got to do it. They got to do it, the Padres.
It's also a good point. Yeah, they don't have the lineage, but I mean, it's baseball.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So, like, if you stay healthy and things are falling your way, like, it's a good division. It's a very good division, and the Giants they're in the mix. They're in the mix. They're not going to be the favorite.
You think part of the reason the Dodgers haven't been making too many moves is just because their farm system is so good? And they've never been shy to give the keys. I mean, Gavin Lux,
They could sign Dansby Swanson in an hour.
Sure.
That absolutely
I think that
could
what
happen.
I've read is that it's a lot of Trevor Bauer concerns in terms of the money they may have to pay out. If they have to be on the hook for his entire salary, what do they owe him? $100 million?
It's a lot, and they've been at the top of the financial structure for so long. Like I think that they're kind of in that. All right, now we got to pay the piper, sort of. Right? Justin Turner has aged out. I think he's still out there, by the way, too, right?
Yeah.
So they've lost him, too, at least for the moment. You know, I mean, that lineup is still good, but it doesn't – I mean, you got Freeman, you got Betts, but it's not as murderer's row as it felt last year.
So, Boston, you would know this. Rafael Devers. What's his situation right now?
I think they're looking to try to extend him, and they don't know. I think some teams might be looking at him for a trade, but I think Boston, and I have a couple buddies that are Boston fans, they need to make as mad as Giants fans were with Farhan, they're upset. They're upset over there. So
Boston's
I think it's more, hey, Devers is one of our guys. Let's go ahead and extend him and at least give. I know one of the beat writers over there. So
this is
dude, the tight shirt is lightweight offensive.
What do you mean?
The tight pool party shirt. You wore a pool party shirt after yesterday's performance. I mean,
I like the shirt.
It's
to inspire him for today.
Pool struggle yesterday.
It's a fitness flex, is what it is.
It is a fitness flex.
He'll go off today.
Bonte's working 80 hours a week. I'm in my mid-50s, and even Mark Willard, who is about as chiseled as. Well, I mean, that might have gone too.
And this is where this is where I'm disappointed in the roasters too. Because I wear a little shirt like that in the roaster, be like, oh, Bonte, boy, you got to lay off those biscuits, man. Alice Towers, not one comment. Not one comment
here.
Not one comment
here.
You know? Mark Willard, okay, we see you, Mark.
It's a downright gun show
you know what I'm saying? I went to the gym on Monday. My arms are still sore from the gym on Monday. Damn it.
Show 'em off.
Trying.
Show 'em off. We're showing off pipes. We're showing off pipes just like Farhan was showing off the wallet.
Hey, man, the suit hides a lot. Hopefully the suit hit a lot yesterday. Hey. You know, by the way, shout out to the suit game. You know, it's hiding a lot here. But this guy's coming in with tight T-shirts in the morning.
What NBA players do.
You turn on comment.
You turn on NBA on TNT, and somehow Shaq and Charles don't look fat. Like if you just get a really, really huge suit, it's all good.
It's all good, baby.
Good, man.
It's all gravy. Hey, by the way, the flexes with knowing people in Boston. You know his mama's in a movie, right?
I heard that.
We talked about last time.
I was listening last week when that came out. Yeah, that's big.
That is
big.
I mean,
it's no flubber, but she had a cute little.
That's right.
Cute little walk-on spot. That's
right.
Great.
That's right.
I was only in a movie with Robin Williams. That's all.
See, I can't even say I'm in the gym. Derek out there on YouTube, Bonte in the gym, stop the cap.
Wow.
See what I'm saying? Because I love a biscuit or two.
You might be in Gymboree with Baby Chaz. That's about all. I'm gonna walk that off.
Man, so the Giants get Correa. We all feel better. What a difference 24-hour makes.
Yes,
I heard Mark Willard yesterday. Oh boy, Mark Willard was so down our Farhan, I couldn't believe it.
Well,
it was the upset of the century.
I don't like the quote. I still don't like the quote.
Oh, the quote stinks.
It's a weird quote, but that can be separate from being down on the entire regime
Captain
as a whole.
Positive is back.
Well, no, look.
Thank God.
Captain Saber Brandon?
From the second judge did not get signed, what did I say? This is savable, but you gotta get Carlos Correa.
Yeah.
And they did. So, look, and actually, doesn't it make the other signings that felt small at the time, doesn't it make them feel better? Mm-hmm. It makes them feel like they fit more.
The Haniger signing feels better.
Suddenly feels better,
because
right?
if he's healthy, you may get a 25 to 30 home run guy if he's healthy.
And yes, which is a big if, but he is right now.
He's healthy, Devers.
Like I know you guys said, there's no protection for Correa in the lineup. Haniger,
I need one more back though.
I hear you. Sometimes that'll be Jock. You know who's he's a good hitter. Well, when he's in, when he's in. But
don't worry about August and September last year.
People don't know Mitch Haniger. When this guy is healthy, he has never had a season below 26 home runs.
So not only that, he is good when he's healthy. Yeah. Tommy Pham also available.
That's not happening.
All right. Well,
but I am in the fantasy playoffs.
Hey, here's a holiday gift from Bed Bath & Beyond. Between now and Christmas, get 25% off your entire purchase by texting JOY to 239663. That's 239663. New offers every day at Bed Bath & Beyond. Exclusions apply. See website for details.
The Giants made a splash and landed Carlos Correa.
0-1, breaking ball, and that's it well, pretty deep to left center field, and you can kiss that one goodbye. This pitch is hit well, right field. That ball's high and deep, and it's gone. A grand slam for Carlos Correa.
We're reacting to the 95.7 The Game.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
Someday, you might be with friends in the Bay Area, telling the story of how you navigated these complex times. The market was all over the place, so you reached out to a Merrill advisor, and with their help, charged ahead. And unlike your fishing stories, you won't have to go overboard. Find an advisor at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor, member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
O'Reilly. Protect your vehicle's engine with Syntec and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec Premium Full Synthetic Motor Oil is formulated for today's engines to dissipate heat and reduce friction and wear. Right now, get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $33.99. Try Syntec today, exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Hey everybody, it's Boomer Esiason here. When a part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows.
And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them, by the way. And that way you can get the parts that you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
If your pubic region was quote-unquote junk, you wouldn't need America's #1 trusted men's grooming brand. But it's not. So show some respect with new Gillette Intimate for a gentle and easy shave. Gillette Intimate, the best a man can get. Buy now at Walmart.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
The correct answer is A-B+. I don't even know how, and I'm a teacher, I don't know how to decipher minuses and pluses anymore. You do this a lot, actually, when we're grading. And I don't even know from teacher to teacher, like an 89.8%. Let's say you got that in a class.
It's an A-.
What's the grade?
It's an A-.
Is it? Because
you round up.
I agree. That's how I grade. But
I've had this debate with my senior at Cal so many times because he had a teacher who he was in that 89.5 range and he didn't get rounded up and he was furious. Now, it wasn't a semester grade. It was just one of those like trimester, doesn't really count grades, but he was outraged, and I agree with him. 89.50000001. You round that thing up to a 90, it's an A-.
I'm with you, but not all teachers do that. You could also, especially math teachers, well, they're like, actually, the cutoff for an A- is 90%, and 89.5 is below 90%.
I get that sign, but I don't buy it. And I would give the Giants offseason so far, it's an 85. It's a good, solid garden variety 85.
Yeah.
And the Correa signing is an absolute slam dunk A. Mm-hmm. The Mitch Haniger, I would even say, is an A-.
I like
I don't love the Mania, and I'm not thrilled with the Ross Stripling. Those are fine.
So I get that, and here's why I would say right now A-, B+, and I do still think we're probably going to get some trickle-ins. I don't think that there's going to be any major,
no matter what happens, I'm just glad that you're this happy because you're happy.
I am back.
You are back.
I am back.
Yesterday I had you coming over.
Oh my gosh. No, you didn't. Can I address this for a second?
You were one Correa to the Twins away from. You are on the dark side.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
You were coming. I had you.
No, I still don't like the quote. I still don't like the quote from Farhan Zaidi that apparently was stated a month ago. I don't like it public. I'm sure, as I said yesterday, and for those who don't know the quote, the quote where he's basically attaching the inability to get free agents. He's attaching it to politics in the Bay Area, and I don't think you want that public, specifically as you're going into the free agency period. I don't doubt that he has experienced what he's saying. Why would he say it if he hadn't? So I'm sure that he has experienced a player or two or an agent being like, yeah, not into San Francisco. So fine. I just don't think it was smart to put it out there, and he's an incredibly smart guy. But that never translated to I'm down on this regime. I have firmly believed from the beginning that when the time came, they would spend. The time had come. And I didn't mince words on that, and they did it. So to me, and this is what we would love to ask you right out of the gate, we always love your interaction, 888-957-957. You can use the Xfinity mobile text line. You can comment on Twitch and YouTube. Thank you for watching. We appreciate you being here. What's your grade for the offseason? And I am going to give it an, especially if you're a roundup guy, then I'm going to just go ahead and say it. I'll own it. I'm going to give them an A- because I know that they want.
It's an 89.5 for you.
They want more of a defensive tilt in the outfield, and they didn't go get like they wanted Brandon Nimmo for that. They didn't get him. So is there anyone left? Do you want a Benintendi? Do you want? I don't know. Do you want a Joey Gallo? I don't think so. So I don't know how they're going to address that need. I think they still want to do some things in their bullpen. The bullpen never excites people, but it wins games and loses games, and so I think there'll be little moves like that. But here's why I give it an A-, although I acknowledge what you just said, which is Stripling and Manaea don't bowl you over, and they did lose their ace. I understand that.
Yeah.
Here's why I'm less bothered by that than you. The San Francisco Giants, under Farhan Zaidi, if they've proven one thing, would you agree with me, Dibs? If they've proven one thing during their regime, it's that they can, every offseason, go get starting pitchers who you think, and then get production. They've never not pitched. Kevin Gausman wasn't an ace when they signed him. Then he suddenly was.
I will see your Gausman and return it with a DeSclafani.
Okay, that's fair. I'm not saying that they're 100%.
Right.
But they have never, in this regime, not been one of the top starting pitching teams in the league. And I would also, and I know where some minds will go, and this is fair, where you say, okay, let's say if they do have another overachieve type year, and let's say they do end up in the playoffs. Well, now who's your game 1, game 2 starter? Logan Webb, and then what? You're going to be going up against Verlander in game 2 with Sean Manaea? Well, here would be my response to that. First of all, yes, they have gotten pitchers coming off of bad years to overachieve, and maybe they'll find some again this year. Maybe DeSclafani will be healthy and be awesome again. I don't know. But here's the other thing. If you're sitting in first or second place in July, you can go get a pitcher. You can go get a starting pitcher. And I also think in the second half of the year, in their minds right now, Kyle Harrison, for all we know, he might be that dude.
You're hoping he is, because you don't want to give up assets to bring in another pitcher who is likely a rental.
Okay, one of the big questions also out there, and this is what I suggested a couple of times over the last couple of weeks. This is what I had heard, but we just weren't really sure. But Susan Slusser has just tweeted this out. One of the big questions that people got to after the excitement of Carlos Correa starts to set in. Well, what about Brandon Crawford? Susan Slusser has just tweeted that Brandon Crawford will move to third base this year. I really think the Giants prepped him for this. I think he knew they were going to go hard after Correa.
I should have asked Kapler that today at Starbucks.
I don't think he loves it. I think it mattered to Brandon that he be a career Giants shortstop, but I also think that Brandon Crawford is a pretty awesome team guy.
Yeah.
He's always been very dedicated to the Giants, and it doesn't surprise me that he's ready to do this. And, man, what a Swiss Army knife that becomes. Now you have somebody who hits left-handed who can play third base and is probably going to do it well. We've never seen it, but he's a great glove.
And you would imagine, yes, that he'll be fine over there. And, in spots where you're facing a left-hand pitcher, maybe he gets a day off and you don't have to worry about playing him 150 times like you normally would. And if Correa needs a respite at shortstop, well, you've got a guy who's a Gold Glover to fill in now defensively at shortstop. So if Brandon Crawford is willing to move over to third, and I'm not surprised that he is willing to move over to third, the guy is a pro. He's been in baseball long enough to understand the way this goes. Very few players, especially at shortstop, start their career at shortstop and get to play their entire career at shortstop. You talk about Ozzie Smith and Omar Vizquel and Derek Jeter, and very few other players actually go stem to stern, start to finish at shortstop. So he understands, I'm sure this year in particular, with the free agents that were out there, 4 of the 5 biggest offensive free agents are shortstops. So you knew that if you didn't get Aaron Judge, and if they were going to get a shortstop, you probably were going to have to move over.
Yeah, I think and Brandon gets this. The unfortunate part about it, because we're all Brandon Crawford fans. He's been a career Giant. He's been a great Giant. There's no two ways about that. But the truth of the matter is the Giants ended up in a spot where they did not have the ability to worry about his feelings. They just didn't. They did not have. Now, I'll also mention this. We have seen once before Brandon Crawford get challenged. Remember when Gabe Kapler was hired? One of the underbelly things that he said that caught a lot of people off guard, he made reference to some of the analytics that were pointed at Brandon Crawford and that they weren't good, that the base running was off, that it looked like it was declining, that what he was doing with his legs was not tracking in a good direction. And Brandon Crawford could have done two things in that moment. He could have been like, who the hell is this dude? I'm a champion San Francisco Giant. Who's this dude walking in here talking about me declining? Or his other choice was to work out like crazy and come back and show everybody what he could still do. And this was prior to the pandemic, followed by the 107-win season where Brandon Crawford was getting MVP votes. So Crawford has already been challenged by this regime once before and reacted in the perfect way that you would want a teammate to react. No surprise that it's going to happen again.
Well, and if it happens again, if he is able to rise to the challenge and be a solid third baseman, he might elongate his career. Because if he comes out this year and he pouts and he doesn't play well and his numbers decline and it's proven that maybe he's not the Giants' answer or anybody's answer at third base, his career will be a lot shorter. So if he still wants to be a Major League Baseball player with the Giants or any other team, this is a contract year.
Well, and what a beautiful thing, too, by the way. You know that the Giants and a lot of teams now love versatility. So now when Correa needs a day off, if Correa has a nagging injury, if whatever it is, look who can go play shortstop. Brandon Crawford. They didn't have that last year. When Crawford got hurt, they're like, hey, Tyro, can you do this? I know it's not really where you want to be. They were at a deficit at that position. Now, I mean, who's got a better shortstop situation in all of Major League Baseball than the San Francisco damn Giants?
He's like the Jimmy G of shortstops, basically. In case something happens to Correa, who's the Trey Lance in this conversation, although he's far better than Trey Lance in his career. But to that point, you've got an unbelievable backup at the ready. You do feel for Brandon Crawford, though, because every single game he's ever played in Major League Baseball, 1,525 games, he's only ever played shortstop. Yeah. Not even an inning mark of, hey, Boach, let me see what second base feels like. Can I pitch?
Have you ever pitched?
He's never done anything.
No, he's shortstop.
All shortstop all the time.
He's synonymous with it.
4-time Gold Glover, and yet now you're going to have to move over.
They got options, though, and they love that. So now you've got Correa. You're flanked by Crawford at short. Crawford can go play third. So can J.D. Davis. So can Wilmer Flores. So can Estrada. Estrada over at second. I don't think Listell is going to be on the team. So I don't know if Crawford maybe has some second base in him this year, too. I don't know that you can put Flores there anymore with the shift gone. That feels not like what the Giants want.
Because you got to be a little bit more mobile.
They want to be athletic
up all infield spots.
And to that end, here's one. I wonder if you agree with this. So the Giants didn't get Judge, and that was the focus for so many. And I'm sure if you put ownership, if you gave the owners truth serum and said, how do you want this offseason to play out? They would have loved Aaron Judge because this is marketable. This is butts in seats. This is bobbleheads and costumes. There's no way around that. But if you truth serumed Farhan Zaidi,
sodium pentothal,
which player, which contract do you think that he would rather have going into next season?
Correa. And you made a great point earlier in the changeover about, and Ned Coletti kind of gave it to you, so I don't want to give you too much credit, but the idea of this contract, a 13-year contract, what would you say is the percentage chance that Farhan Zaidi signed it and sees the end of it? Would you say less than 1% chance that he's around in 13 years?
I think more than 1%, but it's low.
Less than 5%?
It's low. I don't know.
Has a GM ever, and I know you don't have this answer in front of you, but if we can think about it, has a GM ever signed a player to a 10-plus year contract and seen the end of that contract with the same team?
I'm sure Brian Cashman has. I mean, how long has Cashman been with the Yankees? Now, that's rare. I'll grant you that. Like, don't even think about it in terms of a player contract. Just think about it in terms of if Farhan Zaidi was still in control at the end of the Correa deal, it means that he will be approaching 20 years in the gig. Who does that?
And it means that the Giants won at least one, if not two, World Series during that time.
Or at least consistently being a playoff team. Yeah.
Well, it would have to be more than that, I'm afraid.
Well,
the bar's been set pretty high here.
I
in
don't
San
know.
Francisco.
Think about the Atlanta Braves under Bobby Cox. They did break through and win one World Series title.
Time, though,
It was a different time, but that's baseball. You know what I mean? I will forever, and this goes for all sports, maybe less so in the NBA, because in the NBA it often feels like there's 6 teams that actually have a shot. But when it comes to baseball, same thing that I would say through the years about Jimmy Garoppolo. One team wins the Super Bowl. It doesn't mean if you didn't win the Super Bowl, you stunk. This whole idea of you win it all or you're a total failure.
Yeah.
That's absurd. You're going against a Mahomes, maybe a Josh Allen. It's a single elimination format. You have a bad quarter, you lose a Super Bowl. That doesn't mean suddenly you stink. And baseball is quirkier than anything in terms of winning the whole dance. Look at some of the things that had to happen for the Giants to win the World Series that they did. You know what I mean? The review of the double play with Eric Hosmer. The fact that the game-winning hit, we all remember Mad Bum from 2014 Game 7. The game-winning hit was a Michael Morse fist job over Eric Hosmer's head into right field that made it 2-1 in the third or fourth inning.
Yeah.
That didn't need to fall in. He didn't hit it hard. And they won the World Series.
That was before exit velocity.
Which I think it was about 12 on that hit. So it's quirky, man. I'm not going to hang that. But if you are a consistent contender, that is what the Giants have promised. It's what we deserve. And that's what they should be, no matter who the hell the Dodgers and Padres are signing. So if you achieve that, if you're dancing around at 90 wins or more almost every year, and you get to the playoffs, and you dance, and you threaten, and you hopefully get one here or there, that's all that I think a fan can ask for. That's what a fan can ask for.
That's what, you would ask for, but it depends on other factors. But you're right in terms of, the competitive nature, and every situation's different. I mean, look at Billy Beane and his run across the bay in Oakland. They were competitive for a long time, and then they weren't competitive, yet he was still able to keep his job. He got kicked upstairs, but he was able to still be a part of the organization. And Farhan Zaidi's not the general manager. He's the president of baseball operations.
Correct. Yep.
So as long as baseball operations continue to evolve and develop, and part of that is it's still going to be big this year in terms of the farm system. These guys we've all been waiting for.
Huge.
You've got to show some progress, because even though you signed Carlos Correa and he gets credit, he also gets blame if they don't. So we'll give Farhan the credit for the signing. But if Correa and company go 72-90 and none of these prospects show up and do anything, he's still in jeopardy.
Well, look, the bottom line is this, not just the Giants, all teams have said this. If you talk to any executive, you've talked to any former player, they're all going to tell you the same thing. If you want a sustained run of success in Major League Baseball, you better have a homegrown core.
Yeah.
Period. Like, the San Diego Padres are not going to do the darn thing unless Tatis gets his act together and they continue to have a flow of pitching coming out of that farm system. It's great that they went and got Machado, traded for Soto. Now you got Bogarts. Truth of the matter is, Soto's going to be a free agent in another year and a half. Machado can opt out. And how do you feel about their chances to re-sign those guys with the Tatis and Bogarts contracts there? I don't know if they have a sustained run in them. If you want to sustain it, doesn't mean you can't flash, but if you want to sustain it, you must have a homegrown core, players that are not breaking your bank, Atlanta Braves style. That's a sustainable model.
Yeah, the Houston Astros won the World Series on the back of that. 2 World Series, in fact.
So Logan Webb is the start of that. Harrison's going to have to pitch. Luciano's going to have to play.
Do they have anyone else in the big league club who's a part of that? I was just thinking in terms of... You got Logan Webb, and would you throw Joey Bart in there as the second most?
I guess you have to. I mean, I don't...
But would he be number 2 in terms of Major League roster, homegrown core? Yeah, because, you look at... Wilmer and Austin Slates.
Slates is homegrown. Flores is not.
Right.
But yeah, I guess if you're talking about everyday players, if you're talking about name value, if you're talking about importance to the future, yeah, it's Logan Webb, it's Bart, and Camilo Doval. Those are probably the big three right now. There's some other homegrown players. Even Yaz is technically not homegrown.
Right.
Traded from him from the Orioles organization. Yeah. So there are other pieces, but you need center pieces. Those three guys are at least dancing in the neighborhood. Logan for sure. Doval and Bart, they're adjacent to homegrown core. You're going to need at minimum 2 more players. And so if a year and a half from now, Luciano's up and Harrison has established himself.
And Matos is up.
And now you've got Correa. If you're getting a healthy Haniger, if you're doing like the players that are now here for a few years, now you got action. You got action that you can sustain. Because you can't go do a $350 million contract every offseason.
No, and you think about how Houston did it when they had Altuve and they had Correa and they had Bregman and they had so many homegrown pitchers to add into that mix. And they lost more than 100 games 3 straight years. They licked their wounds. They developed their youngsters. And then all of a sudden they popped in a huge way. Not that the Giants will ever regress to that point because the fan base and the ownership won't allow it. But, maybe this is the year where you take a step forward, you win 85, 86 games, and you see some of the prospects come up and start to do things, and you get more of a hope for next year.
Well, and it just gives you options in all things that develop, right? Like the San Diego Padres had this elite farm system that everyone talked about for a 3-year period. And what did they do when all of those players got ready to go? They signed Tatis. They bought out his arbitration. We'll see if that works out. He got popped for roids. But outside of that, and I know most baseball fans won't even know these names, but they traded most of them. They traded most of those guys. And so that's fine. Call them an asset if you want. Mackenzie Gore was going to be the next big damn thing as far as their starting rotation. And Soto deal, gone. And Soto was probably going to be gone after another 2 seasons from San Diego. So they went for it. That's fine, but that's why you need that homegrown core. It doesn't mean they're going to play 13 years for you. You might end up trading them, but you need those players to come up because those assets turn into things. All right, I got him in an A-. Would you give him a B?
That's a B.
All right.
It's a B. I'm not thrilled with Stripling or Manaea. Those are just, that's like a number 3 and a number 4. You lose your ace and you replace them with just a couple of guys.
They're not stars. I think they're better than a couple of guys. They're pretty successful pitchers. Stripling at 10-4 last year with an ERA of 3. He was really good.
Manaea?
Manaea was not, but he was before that.
Yeah.
Manaea has been a borderline ace in his past.
Yeah, in his past.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm not buying Sean Manaea.
That's one area where I have full faith in the Giants because the track record speaks for itself. Yeah. It really does.
They've done well.
Yeah.
You replaced Gausman with Rodon. You replaced Rodon with
a group.
Right. Okay.
A group.
So I'm not,
whether it's Manaea, whether it's Stripling,
which is why I give him a B.
Whether it's Harrison.
But
when
you lose Gausman and you bring in Rodon, he's a guy who would won a Cy Young. Sean Manaea had a good year 3 years ago. Ross Stripling he's an all right pitcher.
But let's not act like they knew what Rodon was going to look like. The White Sox let him go for a reason. There were tons of injury concerns.
Yeah.
And so, we'll see. But that's one area. The Giants have always pitched. So what's your grade? 888-957-9570. That is the number. Also, Rich Aurelia joins us in about a half hour. Tune into Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. And oh, by the way, Warriors Wednesday, or not Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by SFO. Go to flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win $1,000 toward a nonstop flight from SFO today. All right, don't forget the merch shop, 95.7 The Game. Maybe there'll be over a half of a Carlos t-shirt coming up there soon. We'll get to your calls next on Willard and Dibs.
This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't catch me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through December 21st, new customers can get 1.2 gig internet plus X-Fi Complete with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included. It's just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Plus, get $200 back. Go to Xfinity.com/faster. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by Trustyle, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com. Click on virtual tours and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then, talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
The Odyssey app is your go-to for Christmas music.
Celebrate the season with Odyssey, because there's a station for every Christmas vibe.
Listen to artist-hosted stations from Michael Bublé, the Trans-Siberian Orchestra, Train, and more.
Just download the free Odyssey app, search for holiday stations, and go.
Christmas music for driving, shopping, or just unwinding.
It's all on the Odyssey app.
That's AUDACY.
Odyssey.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7, with supplies and solutions for every industry, and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Where can you wrap up your holiday shopping and unwrap the holiday spirit? Lowe's, actually. Explore the wonder of Winterfest at Lowe's. Find unbeatable deals on unbeatable gifts like the latest tech. A Google Nest Smart Thermostat was $129.99, now $89.99. Or save $100 on a Blackstone 30-inch flat-top grill, now $299. Celebrate the season and check off all of your holiday shopping at Lowe's. Home to any possibility. Offer valid to 12/24 while supplies last.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Christmas time is here, and so are all the greatest deals on power tools at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Enjoy 12 days of deals on all your favorite brands starting December 12th. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and more of this year's greatest deals. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw and take home 2 free batteries to top it off. Stop by Fasteners Inc. at 2897 Monterey Road, December 12th through the 24th, or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
Hey, here's a holiday gift from Bed Bath & Beyond. Between now and Christmas, get 25% off your entire purchase by texting JOY to 239663. That's 239663. New offers every day at Bed Bath & Beyond. Exclusions apply. See website for details.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
What's up, everybody? Bonte Hill, the Morning Roast, 6 to 9, Monday through Friday, right here on 95.7 The Game. Now back to Willard and Dibbs. What are you guys doing? What are you doing? Hey, Dibbs, what is that? Is that a 2, 3, 4? Come on, Coach.
Coach.
I know what we're doing. We're celebrating. That's what we're doing. And oh, by the way, I don't want to make it about this, but where you at? Where you at? Where is they're never going to spend, no one's coming here.
That was me.
Why would anyone come here?
Look at me,
Why
Mark.
would
Look
they
at me
do
when
that?
you address that. No.
It was you.
No.
But it was a lot of people.
Right.
And I'm not here to dance on anybody. I felt one way. Y'all felt one way. That's fine. That's fine. So there's no shame here. But I do wonder.
I feel shame.
And if you do, then let's speak to it. But 888-957.
I really don't.
I didn't think so.
I mean, Gabe Kapler and I are homies now, so I feel no shame at all.
We would like an apology. Right?
The firm handshake.
Who wants
the
to
eye
speak
contact.
to this? Who wants to speak to this?
I'll speak to it.
There's a lot of people. There's some of you that you must be if you were being genuine.
Infinite number of coffee orders.
Infinite number of outcomes. I want to know what he ordered so bad.
It's so funny because
I'd have lost my damn cookies if I was behind line at Starbucks.
He absolutely did venti Earl Grey hot Dibbs. That's exactly what he did.
He was sitting by himself at a high top table. Nobody else in the coffee place had recognized him but me.
What if that dude stepped up and he was like, I would like a venti acai strawberry lemonade.
Medium rare.
What if he had said that? You'd be just like, oh my gosh.
And the barista would have been like, okay, what's your name? Gabe. Totally. You can call me Skip or Cap.
Actually, I like to go by the name We.
Totally.
Or organization.
So after I saw him this morning, and after I went over and had my brief moment with him, I thought of you immediately. Like, if you were there, not that you would be giddy.
No, I would have. I would have crumbled.
You'd be pretty excited.
I would have crumbled. Like, I would have been. I would be. I have had those moments. I'd be excited. But today.
Hi, Gabe. This is
today. I know. Seriously, my voice would just totally.
Hey, Skip. How you doing?
Mr. Kapler?
Totally.
I mean, today.
Mr. Kapler?
For that to happen today. Hours after the Carlos Correa signing. I mean, honestly.
I might have been the first one to congratulate him.
You know.
And he hit me with, thank you.
Thanks.
I say, hey.
We're really excited.
Congrats on Carlos Correa. And then, of course, I launched into my immediate, love to have you on the show. Because, I had Nahegan in the back of my mind. Book.
Yeah.
Always be booking.
Always,
ABBs of radio.
Today's a big day. Win the big day.
The big coffee orders.
Yeah, exactly.
Always be booking. So
some of you have got to be surprised. If you were being genuine over the last 6 months, if not longer, you've got to be surprised. You've got to want to speak to this. I'm not saying I need any sort of, or the Giants need any sort of apology or mea culpa or anything.
I don't do apologies.
But come on.
I do sports talk radio.
Come on. And I've heard a few people who have already sort of tiptoed around this. You do not get to spend that long calling people penny pinchers.
Yeah.
No one would ever come here.
Chokers.
And then today, just be like, well, it's only one player. I hold on.
And it's an overpay, Mark. And they invested too many years.
I don't even know what that means. What's an overpay mean?
It's just
what does
jargon.
It mean?
Let me speak on behalf of the legion of fans like myself who didn't believe that they could pull this off. Farhan Zaidi had never signed any player to a longer contract than 3 years. Those are facts.
True.
You look at the way they got played in the Aaron Judge saga, it felt like amateur hour.
That's okay. I have something.
These are my words. These are my words. If you wouldn't mind, I'm speaking for the legions of fans out there.
Just remind me to address that because a former GM of the Giants and Dodgers addressed that very fact last night.
Coletti.
You'd be fascinated to hear what he said, but go ahead.
Look at you, a P1 to the Krug show on YouTube. Only when he calls you.
Yeah.
Farhan had never signed anyone to longer than 3 years. That's a fact.
Yep.
They got played like a fiddle in the Aaron Judge saga. He got clowned. He had egg on his face. He had a 3-egg omelet with mushrooms and bell peppers.
Absurd take. But anyway, go ahead.
I'm going to have to start over.
No, you don't. He
never signed anyone to more than he had egg on his face.
This is turning into the 12 days of Christmas. 3 egg omelets and a free agent middle finger to you. All right, go ahead.
2 mediocre pitchers. I mean, it felt increasingly like the Giants were going to be on the outside looking in yet again. Why would Carlos Correa come here? The roster wasn't good enough. And then the final piece, the pièce de résistance, if you will,
like that,
was Farhan's own quote from a month ago. Well, it's the city. It's not me.
Yeah.
It's the city. So to get the news last night that they actually got it done, I'm stunned. I'm pleasantly surprised. I tip my cap. If I was wearing one, you're the hat wearer. I wear hoodies. Tip of the hoodie to Farhan Zaidi and Pete Patella, the various Johnsons and Larry Baer and my new friend Gabe Kapler and all the rest of them. Congratulations, Skip. You got it done.
I would love to get 957thegameshop.com to have a Pete Patella, it's not just attendant anymore. I would love one of those T-shirts for Christmas. 957thegameshop.com.
I think we need to get a we on the
just
back
that's it.
As an organization or whatever.
We believe.
Totally.
And maybe we could even do it in Warriors colors. We believe. I like that idea.
So let's address all right. Egg on their face, 3-egg omelet right in Farhan's face.
So this idea, Aaron Judge at the St. Regis gets out of the car, and the Giants are like, where the hell's he going? Where's he going? Get back in the car. We're doing this on the down low. And Aaron's like, no, we're not. We're doing it right in front of everybody. I've already got a friend waiting with a camera phone right on the other side of the spinning door. We're going in, and we're getting this video on social media. And a lot of very adept media members, me, not one of them, saw that and immediately thought, oh.
That ain't good.
He's not coming to the Giants. And the reason they thought that, and Ned Coletti last night said when he saw it, his first thought was the agent. The agent is really doing his job. Because what you saw there happens in every single negotiation. So that's why I'm going to push back on the egg on the face, because the exact same thing happened with the Giants last night with Carlos Correa. And every good agent does this. Coletti actually shared a couple of things in terms of free agent conversations. He goes, there are times where I would call an agent and he would say, listen, here's the deal. We're in a situation where this meeting cannot go public. If it does, if I hear this in one media outlet, you can lose my phone number because we out and this thing's over. And he goes, I get about 7 or 8 agencies where when I stated that, they did it. They held it close to the vest. Keep this in mind all the time when we're talking about major celebrities. Remember when Tom Brady met with Ronaldo and the video was out and it was like, what's going on?
In Manchester,
In Manchester, and the same owners of the Tampa Bay Bucks own that, right? So all that was going on, and people went, oh, they got caught on film. No, they didn't.
He was at half field.
They set the damn thing up.
Yes.
These are major celebrities. They know exactly what's going to happen with their movements and their videos. They know. Aaron Judge is 6'8". He's not sneaking by anybody. So these are agents making these moves to scare the team they actually want to go to into paying more money. Francisco Lindor goes public with, I want Carlos Correa to play third base next to me. Great job, Scott Boras. Perfect. The Mets are spending money like crazy. So what do? Well, the Twins are over here at $285 million. The Giants are not scared of the Twins because they're the Twins. They're not going to outbid the Giants. So what do I need? I need a big boy. I need a big boy to scare the Giants into getting these last $20 million that my client wants. Mets. We're going to use them. We're going to put a quote out, and bang, you get your contract.
There's the key term.
But the point is you're making it sound like it's egg on your face when it happens to every team with every deal.
3-egg omelet.
It's not. Coletti actually said there are other times where I told someone in a free agent conversation, he goes, you want to use me? Use me. Want to know why? It's just going to make the other team spend more, and I'm competing with them.
But this was not
so
that.
good. Well, it's the Yankees. It's not the Dodgers.
Right, but in this case, it was the Giants so desperate for the player that they didn't have the leverage to say, if this goes public, we're out.
Why would they? It didn't hurt them. I guess that's my point.
Well, it hurt them if they didn't get Carlos Correa.
Yes, absolutely.
But so it did hurt them, but then now it doesn't hurt anymore. The Owie's all better. They got a Band-Aid on it, a $300 million Band-Aid.
But I think that they knew all along Judge was a longer shot than Correa. They knew that. They've said that from the beginning, right? So all I'm saying, I'm not saying that what you're saying is wrong. I'm saying it's not embarrassing. It happens with every big free agent and to every team, and sometimes they tell the agent, "Go ahead, use me."
But when it happens to you,
and abuse me,
when it happens to you, and you miss out on another big time free agent, and it happens in this fashion where Aaron Judge all but comes out after the fact and says, you know. Basically,
do that.
No, but that's what the takeaway was. The takeaway was, yeah, we staged that whole thing in order to get more money from the place that I really wanted to go the entire time. Right.
Yeah.
But he used you. And so it burns. The reason why it doesn't burn anymore is because you got Carlos Correa. I don't want to get bogged down in that. I do want to say that I am surprised. I'm pleasantly surprised. Shout out Farhan Zaidi, Pete Patella, and all the other tendons in the front office. Great job. You got it done. This is huge.
Yeah. And for me, an A- of an offseason. I understand where you're coming from with regard to, gosh, they lost Rodon and replaced it with Sean Manaea and Ross Stripling. But I'll say this. The Giants have proven their worth with regard to finding people who will pitch, especially in this ballpark.
Pitch.
They have absolutely already done that before, and they're building up, in 2022, 2023, you're building up a stable of players to where it's not a 5-man rotation anymore. It's 8 or 9. And could I throw this point at you? You can hate the way the Giants go about moving their pitchers in and out of games. You can hate it, and I understand it. But does it make sense to break the bank $250 million for a starting pitcher when you won't even let him pitch into the 6th inning?
No, I'm with you there.
If that's your philosophy, you are literally looking at all of your starting pitchers and saying not one of you is like more than maybe once or twice a month will any of you ever be in a high leverage close game, late inning situation. You never will.
Ever.
Why would I spend money on that?
No, I'm totally with you.
Why would I do that?
Do you know how many complete games they had last year? The out of 162 games for the Giants?
Complete game of that, like it's less than 5. 2? 1.
Yeah, and it was Carlos Rodon. How many different pitchers started games last year?
Oh, gosh. Was you add in the openers? I mean, it had to have been... I'll go 12.
Great guess, Mark. It's 11. 11, including Mauricio Lovera, Alex Young, Scott Alexander, and then Sammy Long. John Brebbia started 11 games.
Yep.
And this is where what you're saying I will allow for the fact that Manaea and Stripling, these are not openers. So if you look at Cobb, Webb, Wood, DeSclafani, Stripling, and Manaea. So 6 legitimate, we are starting pitcher starters. It feels to me like you're not going to have to go with this cockamamie opener strategy. Because if you're going with an opener, it's because you don't have enough legitimate starting pitchers to actually have a starting pitcher start the game.
I think you're looking at the number of starters they're bringing in as a reaction to what ended up happening at the end of the last year.
True.
They got caught in a bunch of situations where they're like, we don't have a starter. We don't have a pitcher today.
Brebbia, 11 starts. Sammy Long started 6, so that's 17. Scott Alexander, is he a real starter or is he an opener guy?
He was not a real starter.
Mauricio Lovera and then Alex Young. That's almost a full rotation spot worth of openers.
They got caught.
And that ain't good, yeah.
They got caught. And part of it also,
and that's not even counting Jacob Junis.
Some of this was, and this is only one aspect of it, but remember, when you're signing players in the offseason, you wouldn't have known exactly what was going to happen at the start of the season. So the start of the season gets delayed, and that led to all these double headers on your off days later in the season, which would have allowed you to maybe go with a 4-man rotation for a couple of weeks. And instead, you couldn't not only not do a 4-man rotation, you needed a 6-man rotation.
Good point.
And they didn't have it. So they're like, we're not getting caught this year, even though the start of the season is not going to be delayed this time.
Yes.
So, but yeah, this is a reaction to that. And I do think that they hope that Harrison is a part of this, at least in the second half of the season, and they might sign more. They might say, Coletti said last night, you need 9.
That's what Farhan's always kind of intimated.
You need 9 starters now.
The reason why I give him a B for the offseason is Carlos Correa is an A. Second best player, maybe the best player available, and you made a huge splash in the signing. Mitch Haniger, that's a B. His upside is an AA-, but he's got injury concerns.
Sure.
He's had multiple injuries over the course of his career. I can't give that an A. Sean Manaea is a B-, maybe a C+. I don't think that he's the same pitcher he once was. And I'll give you Ross Stripling as a B-. Bringing back Jock Peterson, to me, forget the money, because I'm not paying even a cent of his salary. That's a solid B, maybe even a B+, because with the shift and the role he's going to play, I actually like his spot on this team. It's 1A. It's a bunch of B signings, B-. You get a B.
I think they checked most of their boxes. I think that they wanted or still want another outfielder. I think they still want bullpen help. So right now, only an A-. But the deal was you needed to spend. You needed to get into the top 10 in spending. You need a big name. You needed to get more athletic up the middle of the infield. And you need a middle of the order. You need some real pop. And sure, Haniger's got injury concerns. I could respond to that by saying who doesn't. The bottom line is he is a big-time home run hitter. This is a guy that when he plays north of 120 games, you're looking at 30 home runs. He's had 2 seasons in his career where he's played a full complement. 1 year, 26 home runs. The other year, 39. He's a big-time hitter. So if he's healthy, they've got a middle of the order. So to me, not every box is checked. Most of them are. I'm going to give it an A-. I do have, and I bet you that there's one move they could still make, which would make every one of you turn this into an A+. I'll tell you what that is in just a second.
Oh, it's a tease.
Rich Aurelia
You're such a tease.
In 10 minutes. But I want to go to Brandon, who has what I think is going to be a minority opinion. Brandon in Fairfield here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Brandon, what are you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you guys doing?
What's cooking, man?
Well, I hear all this, you guys are having a party about Correa, but he's never hit 30 bombs, never had 100 RBIs, and he's a documented cheater. So what's the big party and the big brouhaha? A- for this? How many home runs is he going to hit in that ballpark? He's never even hit 30.
So, Brandon, since when did we say that our elite defensive shortstop isn't good unless he hits 30 home runs? Like, I think we're overly focused on home runs. This is a guy who has been an elite Major League Baseball player, OPS career well north of 800. Like, he does it all. I don't need 30 home runs. If he hits 27, great. He plays defense. He's a leadership guy in the clubhouse. He's a middle of the order guy. I heard the Jeff Blum, who does Astros radio now. I heard him talking about he's somebody who wants the moment. He wants the spotlight. He wants all the pressure. He wants the leadership. Carlos Correa, and he's 28 years old. Listen, his work. Kyle had this stat last night. His worst season of WAR this year, his worst year of his career, was almost a full game better than any Giants position player last year. This is immediately their best player by far. By far. So I don't know why everybody wants to go, oh, he didn't hit 30 home runs. So he's this is a top 15 Major League Baseball player right now. Period. He's phenomenal. He's a phenomenal all-around player.
Very durable, too.
Yeah.
When you look at, he played in 58 games in the season where there was only 60 games. He played 148 the following year. He played 136 last year. The guy is legitimately 580 to 600 plate appearances. He's going to be out there day in and day out. And you mentioned his WAR. His career OPS is 836, and he doesn't really have a, quote, down year. 2018 was a little bit of a dip. 2020, where it was a small sample size, didn't have a great year. But other than that, this guy's an absolute hitting machine.
2-time All-Star, has received MVP votes 3 times in his career. Rookie of the Year, Gold Glove winner. I don't know. I just he's not Ohtani. Okay, but
right. And you're not getting Ohtani.
Well, you mean the same way they're not getting Correa?
Well, it's a little different story. Ohtani's going to be $500 million
fine.
next year.
Fine. So what?
And I can no longer say that Farhan won't sign a guy to that long.
By the way, and this point I've seen this made. Ohtani's free agency, don't you think that just got helped? Having Correa on your team is a great way to start wooing Shohei Ohtani. And if everybody thinks he's going to get $50 million per year, guess how much money already is set to come off the books for the Giants next year? $60 million.
Yeah, Wood, 12.5. Brandon Crawford, 16. Jock Peterson, 19.6. Tommy LaStella, 11.5 comes off.
He might come off this year, but I know it's on the books.
It's not on the books for next year.
Yeah.
Wilmer Flores, he's on the hook for 6.5 next year, but you don't have a lot of guys inked for next year right now. A lot of ARB 2 and ARB 1s.
Right after the Judge thing went down, I sent a tweet and I said, here's how you can save this. Here's the wish list. And I grant you this is aiming high, but here's the wish list. Number 1, sign Carlos Correa. Number 3 was get Shohei Ohtani next offseason. Number 2 is the move that technically they could still make that would shove you to an A+ in a heartbeat, which is go ahead and dip into the farm system. Let's put a package together and go trade for Brian Reynolds from the Pittsburgh Pirates. Now you've got your center fielder. He's a switch hitter. You've got elite defense. You've got someone in their 20s. You've got a real lineup if he's in there. Now the price we keep hearing is extraordinary. I don't know who it would cost
They
you.
said that they don't want to trade him.
Of course they said that, though. That's also leverage
What did
play.
they get when they traded Brian Reynolds the first time?
The Giants?
Yeah. Do you remember what that deal was?
Was that the gosh. That wasn't the was it the McCutchen deal? Was it the McCutchen deal? I know the 2 big deals they've done with the Pirates was McCutchen and
Reynolds and Kyle Crick.
Yeah.
I'm just looking it
there
up.
You go. They got
Reynolds
McCutchen.
and Kyle Crick for McCutchen. McCutchen was here for 1 year?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
McCutchen and cash.
Yeah. Oh, they got some cash, which they used to sign Carlos Correa. What a deal!
The Pirates also received $500,000 in international bonus pool money.
Ooh, that's
and then the
big.
Giants got
That's big.
cash considerations. I wonder when you do a trade for cash considerations if there's a briefcase involved or a bag where it's like, hey, McCutch, when you get to San Francisco, give him this bag of cash if you wouldn't mind. About $82,419 in there.
What's up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Also sponsored by Solo. Richie Aurelia coming up real quick because Rich is coming up. Jason in San Francisco weigh in here. Hey, Jason, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. Yeah, I was just listening. My big concern, Correa, everything you said, he's a legit guy. There's no question about that. I was kind of going back to your point about yesterday you guys were talking about the length that Farhan would go to sign someone and him blaming the city and saying he can't pull anybody in. My wonder is this year it seems like that sweet spot for a, quote, long contract for a star player or a top-tier player has been right around that 7 to 9 year mark. And this 13 years is kind of what popped at me. Do you guys have any thoughts on maybe this maybe 13 was what had to happen to get us even in the conversation after what went down with Judge. And, there's no reason to think it goes south talent-wise. It's just 13's a long time to be on a hook for a guy, and you don't want to get pool holes.
Right. So, Jason, here's what I would say. The 13 years helps the team more than the player. The 13 years is for two reasons. Correa is 3 years younger than Aaron Judge, and the 13 years allows the Giants to spread the contract, the total number out a little bit more. The Twins only offered $285 million, but they offered more per year than the Giants. That's the facts of the matter. They offered $28.5 a year. The Giants came in a little bit under 27, but they're doing it over 13 years. It spreads it out a little bit more. It helps them keep flexibility. I bet that was as much of a Giants thing as it was a Correa thing. We can talk about that and more with Rich Aurelia, who joins us next. 888-957-9570, the number, Willard and Dibs.
Does an electric car need to be $60,000? Not really. Meet Solo, the revolutionary single-seat electric commuter for under $19,000 nicely equipped. It's the EV you've been waiting for. Order yours at drivesoloev.com.
Tune in to Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Congratulations to Steph Curry, Sports Illustrated's Sports Person of the Year.
He's a 4-time NBA champion, a 2-time league MVP, a member of our 75th anniversary team, and for the first time ever, he's an NBA Finals MVP. The 2022 Bill Russell NBA Finals MVP award goes to Stephen Curry.
What does it mean to you to finally get this Finals MVP?
I mean, I hear all the conversations, I hear all the chatter, we hear all the chatter. At the end of the day, it's about what we do on the floor. Ain't got to talk about it, just got to go do it, and that's what this is about.
Brought to you by Celebrity Cruises. Journey wonderful with Celebrity's biggest offer of the year. Sail on the world's best ships to the world's best places, like the Caribbean, Europe, Mexican Riviera, and Alaska. Hurry, Celebrity Cruises semi-annual sale ends soon. Contact your travel advisor or visit Celebrity.com.
Guys, 2022's been a roller coaster year, so spoil her this Christmas by giving her the next best thing to wearing nothing at all with soft, silky, naturally nude pajamas exclusively from Pajamagram. Sensuous and smooth, naturally nude pajamas feel just like her own bare skin, even more alluring than lingerie. The texture and touch of these pajamas is so seductive that you'll both love the feel of them. She'll love the feeling of wearing next to nothing at all, and you'll love the way they look. Best of all, Pajamagram does the wrapping for you with free gift packaging. Order today, and Pajamagram will also include a free matching naturally nude nightie with the purchase of naturally nude pajamas. That is free gift packaging and a free naturally nude nightie when you order today. Just go to Pajamagram.com. It's fast, easy, and delivery by Christmas is guaranteed. That's Pajamagram.com.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
This winter, there are COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. If it's been at least 2 months since your primary series or original booster, schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
He lifts it into left, down the line, at the wall. Come on!
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
You know what I heard? I heard that Carlos Correa, I heard his favorite Giant growing up was Rich Aurelia.
I heard the same thing.
Yeah, I've been hearing that for for a while. Rich Aurelia joins us now.
What a coincidence.
Did they bring you in on this pitch too, or was that just a Judge thing?
That was just a Judge thing. Yeah, I don't know, Correa. I'm jokingly, but was he even born when I was playing? I don't even know.
Let's see. Well, he's 20. Yeah, come on, he's 28. So I think a very young Carlos Correa had a Rich Aurelia pennant on in his wall back in the day.
Well, I guess, but I wasn't called in on this one.
With that said, what do you think? What's your reaction to all things that have taken place over the last 24 hours?
Well, I honestly I didn't know until you texted me.
well, I'll say this, Rich. I texted you pretty quick, so
yeah. So,
yeah.
I'll say this. Once you texted me, I did some homework last night on, just his career and his numbers. One, I guess I can't be shocked at the amount of money based off of what other guys are getting. Especially the shortstop group. I mean, when Xander Bogaerts got 280, I was like, whoa, that's a pretty good amount of money. And Trey Turner, I mean, if I had my druthers, Trey Turner would be the guy I would want because he's to me, he's a 5-tool guy. Not to say Correa isn't, but the money didn't surprise me with the way things are going this offseason. The years did, and I have to think that this has something to do with the average annual value being a little bit lower for competitive balance tax. I don't know how the contract's broken up. I don't know if there's signing bonuses included in that 350. But man, he'd be closer to collecting Social Security when this contract's over than anything else. I mean, that's 13 years, a long, long time.
Seriously, when you think in terms of, you played until you were 37 and this guy's going to play until he's 41. And one of the pieces to this whole deal is that he's a shortstop. Brandon Crawford's a shortstop, and now he's going to have to play elsewhere. What's it like when you go from being a shortstop like you were for most of your career, and then now you're going to be asked to play elsewhere?
Well, my situation was a little different. It wasn't to the same magnitude. I mean, when I was switched or I started playing other positions, I got injured in Cincinnati, and when I came back, the guy who took over from me, Felipe Lopez, was, just having his career year, and he made the All-Star team that year. So I just took it upon myself to play different positions. I started working out at second, third, first. It's got to be hard for a guy like Craw, who spent his whole career in one spot, multiple-time Gold Glove Award winner. But again, he only has, I think, a year left on his contract. So, you feel like they're going to go ask him to move over to second or third. I would think the team would benefit more by him being at second base, just because I feel like he's a better defender and has better range and is quicker than Thairo Estrada. So if you have Correa and him up the middle, that's a pretty formidable, middle infield. But it remains to be seen. It really, just the aspect of the 13 years is really, really shocks me.
Yeah, it just looks like all the guys are going until they're 40 or 41 years old. But I think you're probably spot on, Rich. Which is there a competitive balance tax thing? Like when you see more years, in a way, I think it actually benefits the team. They stretch the money out a little bit. The Twins offered more per year than the Giants did. The Giants just offered a bunch more years. So I think that's the way they want it. But I also think most fans, when you look at that, and I wonder what you think about this, they're kind of like, who cares? Like, we'll worry about 13 years from now, 11 years from now.
Yeah, I think the way I look at it, guys, too, is like all these contracts that are 10, 11, 12, 13 years. Listen, once you get past year 6 of these, it's a crapshoot just because guys get older. And how many guys in their late 30s, 40s really produce at a high level for that high average annual salary? To me, I can only think of one or two ever. So I think going in that those last few years are going to be a wash, and you hope you get those first 5 or 6 that are good. And, if I look at Correa, 6 years would take him probably about 35 years old. And, at that point, another thing that helps all these clubs now in a way is that the National League has a DH now. So these guys, maybe when they do get a little older, if they can still swing the bat a little bit, they can DH and get them off the field if that's where their age is showing up on defense. But, I would have to think that this 13 years has to do with, competitive balance. They did the math last night. It comes out to an average annual value per year at $26.9 million. If you look at the rest of the league and guys' average annual value is probably, not in the top 10, not in the top 15 maybe, but, if you look at the length of it and the whole aspect of it, it's a great contract. And I think the one thing that surprised me was, we know they offered Judge 10 years, and he's 30. So you gave Correa 13 years, but look at the track record since Farhan's been here. 3 years. Is that the biggest contract given out?
That's correct.
And it was only like 30-something million bucks, maybe to DeSclafani. So that really shocks me. And that, to me, I look at the business side of it. The Judge thing to me was really important for the organization because he's a guy that brings people in the seat. He puts people in the seats and he sells jerseys and you sell more concessions when he's there. Correa is a great player, but I don't know, is everybody, jonesing to get to the ballpark to watch Carlos Correa? I don't know yet, and that's a fan question to ask. But he is a good player. I did my research. For me, the thing for him is he has to stay healthy. He's had some years that were great years and some years that he just didn't play very much. So I think that's important for this ball club. And the way they use their bench and stuff, I think they'll probably, load management him, you know, at times that they have to.
So he won't face righties, is what you're saying. Can you imagine, Rich?
Little Correa Crawford platoon.
Yeah,
Who's
something
in?
like that.
Who's
Exactly.
Oh man. Yeah, but you're right. I mean, you hit it on the head for me, because it's like, you know, I don't know. Is Mitch Haniger going to play every day? I don't know. I mean, we've already been told, and we've seen it, that Jock Peterson doesn't play every day because he's not comfortable against lefties, but he's making close to $20 million this year with the qualifying offer. So it's really weird. You wonder if in some aspect, and not with the superstar players. I mean, Cray doesn't play every day. Judge would have played every day. But like some of the guys on the outskirts that maybe are looking coming here, I mean, you know, guys want to play every day. They don't want to be benched against righties or lefties. And I just don't know if that impedes some of the other free agents that they might have an interest in. I don't know. That's a question for the organization.
Rich Aurelia with us here. Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Want to mention real quick, Steph Curry has been announced as questionable for tonight's game against Indiana. More on that coming up after our conversation with Rich. But Rich, let me ask you this, because I think what you just said was interesting with regard to Judge being a gate draw, butts in seats guy, not sure about Correa. If we remove that thought, attendance and business, just baseball, who do you think was a better fit for the Giants, Judge or Correa?
Right now, I would say Judge. You know, I think that, listen, he's a guy that really, I mean, okay, he's not going to hit 62 home runs playing in Oracle, but he's a big guy. That park's not many parks are going to hold that guy. Where Correa, I mean, you know, he had a nice year last year. But, you know, again, he didn't have the same lineup he had in Houston. He was playing in a different ballpark. And from what I hear, Minnesota's a pretty big ballpark to play in. I just think the big scheme of things that if you have Judge, you probably can draw more of the other players from, you know, outside the organization's free agents, maybe. Come on. But again, that's a question that's my opinion. And, that's a question for the organization, but I think they had to do something. They had to do something, and Correa was a guy that was, you know, I'd be curious to see what the talks were with Dansby Swanson, you know, as compared to Correa, just because, I mean, they're both great players, but you would assume that Correa is probably going to get about $150 million more in his contract than Dansby Swanson would. So, you know, now he controls the table, right? Dansby Swanson, he's got like 5 teams out there now.
Totally.
He's the only guy left standing. So we'll see what happens there.
Must be nice. And for Correa, $26 million and change a season, which breaks down to be about $2 million a month, about $500,000 a week. Turns out to be about $70,000 a day. Rich, could you survive on that?
I think I could. You know, that would buy me a lot of wine. Good there. You know, I'm okay with that. I'm just thinking, you know, I was just thinking in my head, I'm like, okay, so if they move Craw over, I'm like, this will be like one of the first times in like a really long time there's no number 35 at shortstop. I mean,
oh, wow.
The Chris Spire days, right? I mean, Chris Spire, and then, you know, was gone for a few years, and then myself, and then Craw, and now Craw comes in.
Maybe Craw needs to change more than his position. Maybe he needs to give number 35 to Carlos Correa as well. We don't know.
I don't know, but you know, I think a lot that gets lost in this shuffle is, you know, I personally, because I know the guy and I know what a great competitor and player he is, you know, there's a little part of me that feels bad for Craw because, you know, he's being asked to move positions when, you know, he really hasn't done anything to kind of, you know, make that move happen. I mean, he's played pretty well there over the 10-year period or whatever it's been. So, you know, we'll see. We'll see how he reacts, but I know he'll be a pretty damn good second baseman if that's where he goes, or he'll be a pretty damn good third baseman if that's where he plays.
Yeah, they're saying third base is probably the initial move, at least. Rich, I wonder this. You're obviously very close to the organization, yet you're also still, as we've been discussing, you're just kind of viewing this and what the regime is doing. How did yesterday change your perceptions of this regime, if at all?
I'll say this: what I've learned through this whole process of this offseason, starting with the Judge thing, I know that they're trying to bring people in here. I mean, when you're throwing around numbers like has been thrown around, and you're talking to players of that caliber, the effort's there. Whether or not it's Correa or Judge or bringing Rodon back or whatever it is. I mean, the effort's there. It could be anything now at this point where maybe some guys are just like, I don't see where this team is really going in the next few years because a lot of prospects haven't really panned out yet in the minor leagues. But I do know that they're making the effort. And we hope this year, at least I hope as a fan of this team and this organization who's treated me like family for the last 20-something years of my life, I hope that they can get somewhere to an in-between of last year and 2021. And if you do that, you got a chance of making the postseason. And then as we've seen, it's not who the best team is, it's who's hot at the right time to get to the World Series. I mean, granted, I think the best team won the World Series this year, but anything could happen. You just got to get your hat in the ring and then take it from there. So I do think that they're making every effort to make this team better. And sometimes you don't get the guy you want. I mean, it happens and you move on, and they moved on to a pretty good player. So I hope he has we know he's going to have a long career here, right? He's going to have at least 13 years.
Yeah.
But,
I mean, if he plays in every game, it's more than 2,000 games in the orange and black.
Yeah. So at least a long, productive career with the Giants. And I think what's really good for them is that I think he's a leader. And what I mean is, like, he's more of a vocal, outspoken guy. They've had leaders for years. They had, Buster, who was kind of quiet, but he was a leader. Craw's kind of quiet, but he's a leader. I think this guy's a more vocal guy, and I think he's going to be great for the Latin players on this team. As a leader, he's a young player. He's had a lot of success, and from all things that I've heard, he's a great clubhouse presence. So hopefully this all, we look back in 7 years and nobody even remembers how many years or how much money his contract is for.
It's going to be fun to see him in there. We know he won't wear 35, and you mentioned Chris Spire, yourself, Brandon Crawford, also Gaylord Perry wore 35 as shout out the late, great Giant starter. We know he won't wear number 4 like he has in his career. Mel Ott has that retired. Maybe he wears number 1 if he can get it away from Austin Dean.
Right. I think he's going to pretty much, unless there's a name hanging on the rafter, he's got to pick whatever number he wants, with the exception of a couple. But, man, for fans, I think it's exciting because, you lost out on the guy you really wanted, but, you kind of got your 1B choice or whatever. So I hope the fans are excited, and I hope they got to get back on the winning ways, and hopefully that's this year.
From one great shortstop to another, Rich Aurelia on the Carlos Correa signing. Hey, man, thanks so much for hopping on.
Yeah, guys, no problem, man. Have a happy holiday.
Yeah, happy holidays to you, too. The great Rich Aurelia joining us here on Willard and Dibs. I don't even know if we've mentioned what I think are maybe my 2 favorite things about Carlos Correa that are a little bit beyond the obvious. One of them is just sort of factual, and one of them is emotional. The factual one is this. I think it's important to point out who the second-place team was in this bidding. We talk so much about the Giants always finishing in second. It's important to point out who the second-place team is here because it was the incumbent team. That's important. They know him. They had him.
Yeah.
They watched him play for a year, and they thought to themselves, oh, my gosh, we got to
keep him.
We got to go 10 years for this guy, and we're Minnesota, and we're going to offer almost $300 million. I think
we don't do that as Minnesota.
Right.
That's important because
it's important.
They saw him, he played well, and they wanted to keep him. Now, there was a sense that they had no shot to keep him, but to this discussion. I think you're absolutely right, Mark. The fact that they saw him for a whole year and they wanted to offer him more than they offer anybody,
right?
That's a good sign.
Yeah, like if you're a Giants fan who, and I think Rich is speaking to this, we all know Aaron Judge. It doesn't matter where he plays. You're like,
you don't know Aaron Judge.
No, we do. We see him. Hell, you and I have been to his local Lions club.
Yeah,
we do. We don't know Jordan Poole. We know Aaron Judge. We've tried to talk to his family, and they wouldn't let us. But anyway, everybody knows Aaron Judge. You see the homers on the highlights, and everything's on social media constantly. Carlos Correa it's a little bit more subtle, even though he's been around for a while and has been a very, very successful player. But I get that Giants fans might be like, who exactly did we get here? You hear Rich, the second I text him, he goes, so I went and started researching Carlos Correa.
Yeah.
Like, even Rich Aurelia's like, okay, who exactly did they get? I want you to take solace in this idea. The team that just had him was dying to keep him. So that's what they think about.
After 1 year.
Here's the second thing, and this is the emotional one. And I wonder how many Giants fans know this. This man, Carlos Correa, is hated by the Dodgers.
Oh, yeah.
The Dodgers and their fans despise this man. He is the face of the World Series that they think got away.
Cheater!
Because of the scandal.
Cheater!
Yeah, Dodgers. What were you doing that whole time? But anyway, we'll put that aside.
They
We've
didn't
had
have
that
buzzers
conversation.
on their 5'4" second baseman.
Do you know that for sure?
Well, we're pretty sure.
Okay.
I don't know if any team has ever gone to the lengths that Astro team went.
No, I don't know that any team would have such a hard time beating another team out if they were the only one cheating.
Don't rip my jersey off.
That's fair. That one was weird.
Because I'm completely wired up here.
The point is, Ken Rosenthal had a report 5 days ago where they're talking to the Dodgers, and people are going, hey, Dodgers, you hear? Like, Trey Turner left. They've had no reaction. I'll tell you about a deal that the Dodgers just made that'll make you laugh your butt off. They just made a Farhan deal about 5 minutes ago. It's hysterical. That's their big move of the offseason. But the point is, Rosenthal comes out with a report. The Dodgers will not pursue Carlos Correa to replace Trey Turner.
Yeah.
And the main reason is they think their fan base hates him
yeah.
so much that they couldn't get that past the goalie. And as soon as we saw that, we all had the same reaction. What a perfect Giant.
Yeah, exactly.
Get him in orange and black and make the Dodger fans' blood boil. Perfect.
And the other piece of this, and you're absolutely right with both of those pieces, the factual, the emotional. The other one for me is, as a spectator, this guy is fun. He'll hit a home run. He'll watch the home run. He'll thump the chest. He'll flip the bat. He'll pimp it. He'll strut.
We need that.
This is a Giants team without any real verve. They've got no fight. Like last year, you think about it. Camilo Doval is a guy who has a little bit of flavor, but
he's got no heart rate. So he's also just
one or two bad at-bats, and all of a sudden it's like, dude, throw your fastball.
Right.
Enough of your stupid breaking ball that nobody's going to swing at.
Called it stupid.
He's a guy, well, because you throw 102.
I hear you.
Bring the gas and get somebody mad. You had your local boy get slapped in the face and basically just take it and walk away. This was a team without any emotional fight. You were a flatlined 81-81 with a nice group of mostly Caucasian, good solid dudes.
Yeah.
Your manager's got hand tats, and that's about as edgy as it got. Enter Carlos Correa, a guy who's got a lot of flavor. He's going to be the leader in this clubhouse. He's going to bring some life to this team.
My
Mark.
dude, you could not be more right. The edgiest this Giants team got over the last 3 years is when they started chanting for Alex Dickerson in the dugout. And Bonte's talking about it's 2022 and these guys are still doing the dab. Like, come on. I think we got to turn the page here, right? You ready for this? Listen to the deal the Dodgers just made 2 hours ago. And tell me if this sounds like Farhan's working for them again. The Dodgers have made a trade along with the Tampa Bay Rays. The Dodgers have acquired right-handed reliever J.P. Feyereisen, which is an amazing...
Time out. There's no way that's a real person.
J.P. Feyereisen has been traded to the Dodgers. Okay?
That's a made-up name. Seriously.
Headed back to the Rays in return is an unnamed minor league pitcher. But wait, There's more. The Rays, who just DFA'd Feyereisen to make room for their acquisition of Zach Eflin, Feyereisen will miss the entire upcoming 2023 season
Matthew Boyd.
because of injury.
Tommy John.
That's what the Dodgers have done with their offseason.
So they got Feyereisen, 6'2", 215, out of Wisconsin Stevens Point, as you well remember. He was a 16th round pick of the Indians back in 2014.
Right. This is the greatest day ever. The Giants signed Carlos Correa, and the Dodgers got someone named Feyereisen who can't play. This is so great.
No, it's a total Farhan move. Remember when he signed Matthew Boyd?
Yes.
And you Matthew Boyded me all year.
I'm like, he's coming. He's coming in August. He's coming in August. And then they traded him and turned him into someone else.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my gosh.
You know you're down bad in free agency when the Oakland Athletics have spent more than you.
It's so true. Hey, penny pinchers.
Broke-ass Dodgers.
The Giants.
Thank you,
the
Kyle.
Giants had spent the 7th most free agent dollars in all of baseball before the Correa deal.
You're so happy.
Before.
I don't know if I like Happy Mark more than I like About to Snap Mark. It's close.
It's all sponsored by Pfizer.
You're chipper.
Who just got a shot in the arm. Yep, the Giants did. All right. Curry's questionable. That and your Giants phone calls now grade the offseason, okay? 888-957.
They didn't get Feyereisen.
570. They didn't. They got a bad moon rising, but no Feyereisen on Willard and Dibs.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
With car prices at an all-time high, Cars for Kids donors are now getting the highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
Help San Francisco's under-resourced high school girls of color envision, rise, and create with Oasis for Girls. Oasis for Girls provides intensive after-school programming that helps connect girls to internships, resources, and job opportunities. At Oasis for Girls, they equip students with the skills and mindset required to do the work. Your support this holiday season helps San Francisco girls cultivate the skills, knowledge, and confidence to discover their dreams and build strong futures. Please donate today at oasisforgirls.org.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Some fans gear up for game day, but some fans follow their team every day. That's why the Locked On Podcast Network has a daily podcast for your favorite NBA team. Every trade, every overtime win, every game. Our local experts cover the biggest stories around your team every day. Search Locked On plus your favorite NBA team on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts. The Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
Ad paid for by OpenShar Concepts. Attention firefighters, members of the military, and airport workers. For decades, first responders and firefighters at military bases and airports used a chemical-based foam to fight fires. Studies have shown that chemicals used to make aqueous film-forming foam, or AFFF, are highly toxic to humans and have been associated with several types of cancer. If you or someone you know was exposed to AFFF and were diagnosed with any of these cancers, including kidney, bladder, prostate, pancreatic, lymphoma, leukemia, testicular, and neuroendocrine, then you should call us immediately because you may be entitled to significant cash compensation. Call us at 800-868-0379. Our experienced attorneys will fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless we get a recovery in your favor. Time is limited to file a claim, so call us now, 800-868-0379. Operators are standing by 24/7, so don't wait. 800-868-0379. That's 800-868-0379. Again, 800-868-0379.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
No, Steph. You take it away. I'd like you to play some basketball this afternoon.
You take it off,
on
Steph.
95.7 The Game, right? He's questionable after getting a little dinged last night. And this is.
Well, he got the fourth quarter off last night. What's the problem?
Yeah, exactly.
Damn it.
They all did.
Might get all 4 quarters off tonight, but I doubt it. Questionable. I think probably see him. It is Warrior Wednesday. Brought to you by SFO. Go to flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win $1,000 toward a nonstop flight from SFO today. So, Wiggins out, Clay out, Draymond probable,
right?
Steph questionable, Victory questionable.
Right. I would imagine that, and this is me guessing, it's a hypothetical, but based on what you just laid out, I would imagine Steph out and then Draymond last minute out. You've got a 6-game road trip. This is the second half of a back-to-back.
You think Draymond's going to miss 2?
If Steph doesn't play, Draymond's not playing. I'm telling you that.
Well, we call him probable and then not play him. I don't think they'll do that.
Well, I mean, he's probable. France, by the way, he's probable based on the fact that if Steph plays, he's going to play. But if Steph doesn't play, Steph's questionable. Would you imagine that Draymond would go out there with Jordan Poole? He does know Jordan Poole against Indiana. I just feel, Mark, like 6-game road trip. You've got a pair of back-to-backs. This is the first of 2. I get the sense that this is going to be one of those times where they might just take the L up front.
Let's see. So the Indiana Pacers is the exact same record as the Warriors have. They're a 14-14 basketball team. I think the Warriors 0-1 after what happened here a week and a half ago. I don't know. Like, I think when you look at these road trips, if you are going to back off and load manage, I think the Warriors' philosophy has actually usually been do that in a game that you may not win anyway. But go try to get the ones you think you can get. And I think that tonight is one of those nights. I know it's on a back-to-back, but I'm not defeatist on that. It's just because you played last night doesn't mean you're automatically going to lose today. I bet you Steph plays. Okay. And I bet you Draymond plays too.
Well, if Steph plays, Draymond plays. If Steph doesn't play, I can't imagine Draymond playing without Steph, without Wiggins, and without Klay Thompson. That's just my gut feeling. And, you're playing against an Indiana team. There is a little bit of a revenge angle. The Pacers got you here I almost said in Oakland, but here at Chase Center earlier in the month. And the Warriors, both teams 14-14. Just about everyone in the NBA, by the way, is 14-14.
Exactly, which is good news for the Warriors, if you will, because all it takes is one little plucky 5-game win streak at some point in the season, and poof, you're the 2 seed.
Right.
Like that's kind of the way it looks. The Warriors right now, 14-14. Do you know how many games they are out of first place?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
4.5. They're 4.5 games.
They're a half game out of ninth. Ninth is a half game out of eighth. Eighth is tied with seventh. Seventh is a half out of sixth. Yep. Sixth is tied with fifth. Fifth is a half game out of fourth. So you've got 2 games separating fourth, Phoenix, and Golden State in 10th, and 2.5 games between 4th and 11th, Minnesota.
I'm going to say that you got to be at least 5 games over 500 right now in the NBA to sort of say that you've separated yourself from 500. You got to be at least 5 over. Do you know the number of teams in the entire NBA that are 5 games over 500? The answer is 7.
Yeah,
that's
I just
it.
looked, yeah.
That's it. And one of them is the Brooklyn Nets, 5 games over 500, and they've been wobbly this year for a lot of obvious reasons. But teams that are really separating, really playing well, winning at least 2/3 of their games, only 4. Boston, Milwaukee, the 2 teams the Warriors just played, and then New Orleans and actually Memphis.
Yeah.
Even Phoenix right now, 16-12. They're only 2 games ahead of the Warriors. So
Warriors 0-2 against New Orleans. Yet to play Memphis, 1-0 against Boston, 0-1 against Milwaukee. So
and 0-2 against Phoenix, right?
Yeah. So in terms of, it's weird because the Warriors have done well against some teams. They've done poorly against the dregs of the association, which is why this road trip to me feels more important than a normal 6-game trip would.
One more question on that before we get back to Carlos Correa and your phone calls.
Back to Correa.
Your grade on the Giants offseason now with this very, very new information. Very big day yesterday. It wasn't just Correa. Got another starting pitcher as well who was very, very good last year in Ross Stripling. How does that change the grade? 888-957-9570. How do you read this? Because I always believe when you get questionable, probable, and doubtful and all that's out there, Vegas is putting numbers out. They know. Because have you ever tried to do this? If you're one of these people that's got a little betting account, this is kind of funny that people will always try to do this. It never works. You'll see something on Twitter. You're like, oh, he's doubtful. What? You run to your betting app and you think you're gonna beat Vegas to the spread.
Right.
I'm gonna bet it before they know. They knew yesterday. They know. They're never. If they don't know, it's off the board.
It's off the board. Yeah.
The Warriors are on the board. So you tell me, does this spread tell you the Warriors are playing Curry or are not playing Curry? The Warriors tonight are 2-point underdog.
Yeah.
In the game against the Indiana Pacers.
That tells me that Curry's playing.
Okay.
Because the Pacers are, the Pacers and Warriors, as they're comprised right now, pretty even. Pacers are at home. You would give them a couple of points for the home edge. And that, by the way, is knowing that Klay Thompson is out. You knew that was going to be out, and you knew Wiggins was going to be out. Those were known factors. So if the announcement comes in the next couple of hours that Steph, in fact, goes from questionable to out, this game goes off the board first.
And then +7,
I was going to say 9.
Yeah.
Probably closer to 9.
I'm with you.
Honestly.
And actually, that was when I saw that, I'm with you. And that's why I was like, I think he's playing.
Yeah.
Because Vegas thinks he's playing. So
yeah. And they wouldn't allow this line to sit out there if Steph was doubtful. It would be off the board until you got an official declaration, and then you would repost the number with Steph's status in mind.
Yeah, absolutely. So, of course, as always, all of that right here on the home of the Golden State Warriors. It is a 4 o'clock tip. We'll get our coverage going at 3 o'clock this afternoon right here on the home of the Warriors, 95-7 the game. Steph Curry, questionable. Draymond, probable. Wiggins and Clay are out as they go in Indiana and try to get one of those elusive road victories. Okay, back to Carlos Correa and how the entire offseason for the San Francisco Giants has changed. Here's another reason why I'm going to give the whole offseason in this moment an A-. And yes, still some more things to do. They're smaller things. Here's one thing that I'm just big on, and this goes for the Giants. This just goes in life, okay? I felt, even though they didn't say it this way, the San Francisco Giants, going into this offseason, they made you a promise. They made you a promise. And they kept it. That's huge.
Yeah.
That is huge. Now, they never would have said, we promise, because technically you can't do that. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to get a free agent. We're going to try, right?
Yeah.
Nobody loves the word try, especially at a high level. No one wants to, right? Yoda.
Especially when you've tried before. Yeah, thank you.
There's no try.
And you failed.
Right.
Do or do not. There is no try.
Right, but you're
that applies to general managers, I think.
No
free
doubt.
agency.
Absolutely.
Thank you,
but you're going up against other big-time organizations that are also going to try, right? I mean, they're going to come at you with bajillions of dollars too. But the Giants said, they said it repeatedly, and I remember saying to you, this is what I'm so happy about, is they put themselves in the pressure cooker. They said, there's no contract that's out of our reach financially. And yes, we're going to adjust the way that we look at this. And yes, the time is now. They said all of those things, which indicated to me a promise to you, the fan, that they were not going to come back with an anonymous lineup next year. They kept their promise. And for me, that's almost the entire banana. I don't know who's going to get hurt. I don't know who's going to have a good year or a bad year. I don't know if Haniger's going to hit 40 homers or 4. But
probably somewhere in between.
That'd be my bet too.
Yeah.
But they made a promise. They kept it. I think the moves they've made conceptually make sense. And so, A-, and thank you for keeping your promise.
Yeah, the big one was Carlos Correa, because you promised that you're going to spend money. And when you start out the entire cycle with a qualifying offer to Jock Peterson, a guy who you hope never has a baseball glove within his arm's reach, and you know he's only going to play 2/3 of the time as a designated hitter, and you give him 19.6, that's not a great start to fulfilling what you talked about, which is your promise. And even when you go Mitch Haniger, which unfortunately breaks the day that Judge signs with New York, you feel for Mitch Haniger, because if that signing would have happened today, and then the Correa thing happens tomorrow, or maybe the Mitch Haniger happens tomorrow, the day after Correa, we're all going crazy for Mitch Haniger.
You love it.
You love it, because he's a guy, when healthy, who can provide you 20 to 25, maybe 30 home runs. That's a signing, I think, that was overshadowed by the failure of Aaron Judge. Sean Manaea, Ross Stripling, those are pitchers. Those are B-level pitchers to me. I'm not thrilled. Now, if they go out and they both have big years, well, now you're on to something as a team.
Yeah, I'm with you that the second Correa signed, there was a trickle-down effect, and it made all those other signings feel okay.
Definitely.
Because before you've done Correa, each of those, you're like, well, my reaction to Manaea, I remember Manaea breaks, I quote tweeted it, and I go, it's fine if there's other stuff.
Yeah.
And now there is. So if you have Correa, suddenly Haniger is like, okay, I dig that. But Giants fans have been there's such a scab that got picked there, which it's like, you are not going to nickel dime us again this December, are you? And the answer is no. No. They're unequivocally.
A 13-year deal is not nickel dime.
They are not nickel dime.
It's a lot of nickels. It's a lot of dimes.
$436 million in the last 3 weeks.
That they've spent. And the fact that, 300 of it is to the one guy.
Yeah,
so
350.
350 is to the one guy.
But
and
Jock,
that's great.
Jock and Haniger and the two pitchers and probably a couple more things to come.
We'll see. I can't imagine there'll be anything else significant. But my
not
big criticism,
not big dollars.
2 criticisms I had of Farhan Zaidi. One, he'd never signed anybody for longer than 3 years. And when you look at Minaya, one with an option. And you look at Stripling, same thing, tiny little deal. And Jock Peterson, 1 year. Haniger, 3 years. Ooh, he really stretched out. So they had never signed a 9-figure deal. Now he has. They had never signed anybody for more than 3 years. Well, now he has. So to me, from my seat, those are 2 big boxes that he checked.
Let's go to the phones here. 888-957-9570. We haven't talked a whole lot about Brandon Crawford in the last hour. I know that's a question for many. And the word from Susan Slusser, and I've heard this in a couple of spots. I think the first move is that you're going to see Brandon Crawford over at third base. And what an interesting sort of grab bag third base now becomes. Is he the everyday third baseman? Is he mostly going against right-handed pitchers, which is 2/3 of the games?
Yeah.
Is he doing that?
Steiny and I were having that discussion,
Right.
and I thought that he's going to be in a platoon at third, but also he'll have an opportunity to play short when Carlos Correa needs a break.
I think platoon plus, because again, if you're going against right-handers, that's usually 2/3 of the games.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
But I think it's even past that. I think they will play Brandon against some left-handers. Defensively, they probably don't love the rest of their third base options, but from J.D. Davis to Wilmer Flores to David Villar, there are options over there. I think it could quickly spill into a Brandon Crawford platoon plus with David Villar, who's going to get the lefties for sure.
Yeah. And J.D.
go
Davis
from there.
plays first.
Right, and then Crawford does, as you said, back up Correa, and who knows if he gets some time over at second base too. But it becomes an interesting sort of Swiss Army knife infield.
You put Wilmer out in left?
He's going to get a lot of DH. I think Wilmer...
He'll be your right-handed platoon DH.
With Jock Peterson. I think that's probably the number one thing he'll do. But yeah, Wilmer can get first. He can get third. Hell, in a pinch, he can go play second base, I guess. So again...
And you got Estrada playing second with fill in the blank.
No, mostly Estrada. I think he's going to be your everyday player. Estrada going to go against right-handers.
LaStella, get Tommy LaStella some second base.
Nope.
You think they're just going to DFA him and eat the money?
I don't think Tommy LaStella can be on the team unless he shows that he can play in the field. If the foot won't let you field and the bat won't let you be a DH, I ain't got a spot for you. So that's where we're at now, unless his foot changes. Bobby in Los Altos, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Bobby, what are you doing?
Hey, boys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
So I think that in terms of the Correa deal, I mean, honestly, it probably makes them a better team. It definitely doesn't make them more exciting. But I will give the trade an A- only for the reason that they have basically taken a myth the Giants can't offer and sign a big contract and turned it into a reality. And I think when you do that, then maybe good things will happen. So, for instance, if we were to find indisputable proof that there is an abominable snowman, a Yeti, once we find one, we're going to find 100. Once Phil Mickelson won that first major, that Masters, he won a bunch. You can drink 8 gallons of beer, and then once you go to the bathroom, you're going to the bathroom every 5 minutes.
Don't break the seal, Bobby.
Don't break that seal. Don't break that seal.
No, Bobby, you're making a great point. You're making a great point.
Bobby's scoring at will right now.
Well, I mean, you got beer. We went to the restroom during the call. There was a lot happening there. But there's a really good point, which is, and let's forget money and let's forget baseball. What happened yesterday saved the ego of the Giants fan. We were all walking around going, we're just a big old pile of can't. We can't do this.
West.
We can't and we won't. We can't do this. We can't do that.
Yeah.
Giants fans were walking around, and this is one of the things that really was, this was getting to me. Because remember the conversation we had about what level of a brand are the Giants? Are they a top 7 brand?
Oh, yeah.
And a lot of people were like, well, who cares? I guess my point in even bringing that up was Giants fans were walking around life with a massive inferiority complex.
Well earned.
Right, we can't. We won't.
He can't. He won't.
It was like Giants fans, whether you want to call them the A's, the Rays, anything that rhymes with that. And nobody wants that. And the Giants aren't that. And they've never been that. But until this happened, a Giants fan couldn't really hang their hat on a fact. And now they can. So I just think everybody's ego got saved. And a Giants fan can go back to now being like, okay, we're not moneyballing everybody to death.
Right.
So that's a big comfort for everybody.
It was big for Farhan, but it also was significant for the fan base. You're right. Fans like yourself who, people like me were starting to chip away at you, chipping away at your confidence because, Farhan Zaidi, what he's done with the roster in terms of backfilling, pre-arb 3, fines, lost treasures, dumpster diving, it's second to none. His ability to find talent that other teams have cast off. You even mentioned Gosman and Rodon finding top of the rotation arms to come in, 1-year rentals, pay him a bunch, have him pitch great, and replace him with somebody else. He's done really well at that. The farm system is something that we haven't yet seen bear fruit, but the big black mark on his resume was an inability to sign, attract, and bring in a free agent. And when you lose Judge, and it seems like everybody else is getting everything they want, and you're not, it does start to affect you. And to see it affect you, partner Mark Willard, the way it was starting to affect you,
it was Correa.
I'm really happy. I'm really happy that you were able to. You were able to come in. You texted the group last night. A lot of exclamation points. Captain Positive is back in the seat.
All I wrote was they did it. Listen. I'm so glad.
I think there's a tear that came through on my phone. Tears of joy, brother.
Brother, listen to me right
now. You tell me right here, brother.
Brother.
Thank you.
Here's one show I'm so glad I never had to do.
Oh, I wanted it so bad.
I don't know what I would have done.
Angry Mark? You would have cursed on air.
Well, it's not just Angry Mark. I'll get angry.
I freaking hate this team.
We can do that at some point.
I've tried.
But the day after Correa signed somewhere else show
with the Twins, brother.
I don't know,
brother.
I cannot speak to where I would have gone.
Can you give me just a glimpse? Can we just do a little role play? Here, I'll be the breaking news guy. The Minnesota Twins have signed Carlos Correa to a 10-year deal for $200 million. The Giants decided not to make an offer. Now we go back to Willard. We now rejoin Willard and Dibbs. Mark, did you hear the fake news? Correa's a Twin. Swanson's a Red Sox. They're bringing Brandon Belt back though on a qualifying offer.
No.
What's that show sound like? No. You can't even play along.
Listen. It would have been an absolute.
Totally.
It would have been there was an avalanche coming. There was an avalanche, and it would have gone over my head. I know where you would have been. I know where our listeners would have been.
Slop.
And I know that I would have been someone that a lot of people wanted to come for, and I would not. I don't believe I would have been able to.
What do you say now, Willard?
Yeah.
What do you say now about your Farhan?
My gosh, Mark Ibanez would have texted me 12 times if that didn't happen.
See?
Yeah. I'd have gotten overwhelmed. I'm telling you. I would not have been able to stop that. That's the point. We're all just coming at this from our perspective. And this has always been mine. Mine has always been that when the time comes, they're going to spend. The time was here, and it was about to expire.
Tick-tock.
The alarm clock was about to go off, and I was going to be wrong, and I was not going to be happy about that. And it would have changed my perspective about some things, yes. Yeah.
God, it would have been a good show.
Thank God they signed.
Seriously.
Thank God they signed. Charles in South City. Hey, Charles, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What you doing?
Oh, man. How you doing, Dibbs? How you doing, Willard?
Good, Charles.
We're good, brother.
Oh, man, this whole Correa thing, it doesn't feel real. But, yeah, and just think a few days ago I was saying, I was down on Farhan. And here I am praising Farhan as of yesterday when I seen that we had signed Correa. And I'm praising Farhan all of a sudden. Now, we didn't get Aaron Judge, obviously, but it's a nice little makeup for him, being that we got our star. We got our star. That's what matters. You know?
Absolutely.
Yeah, Charles, you're
Charles.
right.
I mean, and again, I think we both feel that from a baseball perspective, just because of his age, because they spoke directly to wanting athleticism up the middle of the field.
Yeah.
I bet, I don't know about ownership. Ownership, probably not. I think they wanted to give away gavels on the
First 20,000
second
fans.
Saturday of the week. But
what are you giving out with Correa? 20,000 electronic buzzers? The first 20,000 fans get a trash can they can beat. Too soon?
Oscar the Grouch giveaways.
Dang, I like that.
Kids.
And I wonder if he gets asked in his introductory press conference.
No, I don't think so.
Does Jock Peterson have a word with him? He was on that 2017 team.
Is
with
Grant
the Dodgers.
Cohn on the beat? Can we get Grant Cohn in there to ask a
That'd
couple
be
of questions?
amazing if Jock Peterson slapped Carlos Correa.
Full circle.
He's like, I've been waiting to hit you for that World Series since 2018.
Ross Stripling too, right? Wasn't he on that team?
I think so. We got to look that up. Stripling's bounced around a little bit, but I think you're right.
Yeah, he was a Dodger.
More of your calls. 888-957-9570. How do you grade the Giants offseason now? Plus, Doc Pendy is going to jump in here next. Wiggins, Curry, Purdy, all that with the good Doc. That's what's up next on The Game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Carlos Correa is a San Francisco Giant.
Correa high and deep to left field. Forget about it. A monster shot by Carlos Correa.
Carlos Correa has been a big-time player in the playoffs. He shows leadership. He shows passion. He's intense. He gives you the bat flips. He stares down home runs. I need that swagger in my life. I need it in my life.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Dan Dibley here. You know, there's a reason Golden State has become the trusted partner for professional builders and contractors. The breadth of what they offer is remarkable. Their product knowledge can save you time and help with the decision process. They're the largest distributor in Northern California of many of the brands that they carry. Their clients really appreciate having building materials delivered to the job site the next day or sooner. And when you have Golden State's newly refreshed app, you can find updated installation guides, building codes, and other necessary information at your fingertips wherever you are. What's more, the GSTV link on the homepage is a fantastic resource that can educate you on what their vendors have to offer. If you want to get a leg up on your clients' projects, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Helping you build better for 3 generations, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Triple Points Weekend at Outdoor Supply Hardware is your chance to give and receive. Club Osh members earn triple points on every dollar spent December 16th, 17th, and 18th. Great gifts await at all 14 Osh stores, with tidings big and small. Mark your calendars to get in, gift out, and earn points 3 times faster towards the next $5 off coupon. So December 16th, 17th, and 18th, make your way to Osh for Triple Points Weekend. Not a Club Osh member? It's not too late. Sign up today to start earning.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Are you dreaming of an adventure? Ready for a getaway? Celebrate the season with SFO. Enter the SFO Holiday Sweepstakes by visiting flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win a $1,000 credit toward a nonstop flight from SFO with more than 115 destinations to choose from worldwide and other great prizes with SFO this holiday season. SFO, your gateway to holiday cheer. Go to flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win today.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Mark.
All right, Kevon. Can you I'm addicted to Kevon Looney's positivity and the smile. I can't get enough of it. So good. Tune in to Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. Warriors Pacers this afternoon right here on 95.7 The Game. We're going to get to the good doc here in just a second. As soon as that conversation's done, I got an interesting little graphic that I just saw with regard to teams and this offseason and free agent dollars.
Okay.
Interesting little graphic that could lead to game show music.
I like game show music on Wednesday.
It's possible. But the first thing we need to do is go directly into Cleared to Play, where we take you inside the tent to get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Associate Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. Doc, how we doing today? What's cooking?
I'm doing good. I'm excited about the Correa news. I think that's a great way to wake up. We were, a little bit late last night that news came through. So Good news for Giants fans. I'm excited.
Hey, while you're on it, injury history. I know we go through this. It's funny to me. Mitch Haniger, Carlos Correa, they've got an injury history. Yeah, they're athletes, right? Can we just blow that off or no?
I think for baseball players in general who aren't pitchers, I'm not super concerned about chronic issues kind of arising. The only area for non-pitchers I get worried about are knees. It doesn't sound like Correa has knee issues. I think it was more of a back issue. So I'm not super worried about it. You get rid of that cutting, pivoting contact that baseball players don't have. So it happens. You play 162 games a year. The body is going to take some wear and tear. So I'm not super concerned about it.
Speaking of cutting and pivoting, Deebo Samuel likes to do both, and he's quite good at both, but he's out with the MCL and some sort of an ankle sprain. What do you think the prognosis is for the combo injury platter for Deebo Samuel?
Yeah, I think the report, I think it was Jordan Schultz who came out and said, that he might be able to come back in 3 weeks. That really indicates to me this is a pretty minor injuries. I mean, we saw the cart come out. He was grabbing his knee. Is it a high ankle? Is it a knee issue? I think this is probably the best case scenario you could think for Debo. This probably means it's probably a grade 1, maybe a grade 1.5 MCL to have a 3-week return timeline, and it sounds like a low ankle sprain. So the combination of that is really reassuring for him coming into the playoffs. The other kind of blessing in disguise, and we saw this a little bit with Curry last year where he hurt his foot, this might actually give Debo some soft tissue rest everywhere else to have him be nice and fresh and healthy. You get to 6 to 8 weeks out, it's a little bit more of an issue in terms of getting back in shape. But 2 to 3 weeks for an athlete like him, those injuries heal up, he should be ready and fresh to go for the playoffs.
Doc, what about Brock Purdy? We hear about the oblique. Kyle Shanahan suggested this is a pain tolerance thing. What should we be looking for, particularly on this short week?
Yeah, it's interesting. We typically don't see oblique injuries in NFL players that frequently. It's more of a baseball pitcher batter from kind of repetitive rotation. A lot of the data comes from baseball players. So in general, you look at baseball players, it's a 3 to 4 week injury. But for football players, is really more of a pain tolerance issue. There's just not as much torque for a quarterback as compared to a batter when they're hitting or a pitcher when they're throwing. So there are things they can do to control the pain. Sometimes they'll do steroid injections. They're obviously doing all the rehab and things like that. So I would like to see him throw a ball. It sounds like he didn't do that in practice, at least when the media was there. But as long as he's able to tolerate the pain and he doesn't get hit during the game, there are things they can put around the obliques to protect it. I think he should be fine, but if there's any degree of soreness, it might not be a bad idea to have some more Josh Johnson time, just to kind of preserve Purdy, which we never would have thought we'd be saying at the beginning of the season, for the playoffs.
From an oblique to an adductor with Andrew Wiggins set to miss another game tonight in Indiana. What do you make of the prolonged absence so far for Andrew Wiggins?
I'm not super concerned. Most NBA players, you kind of read around 7 games in terms of them missing. So he's missed 4 games so far. This would put him at 5, I think. So I would not be surprised if kind of that Knicks-Nets game, that kind of like latter part of the road trip, might see a Wiggins return. If you start to get, suddenly it's game 9, game 10, then I get a little bit more concerned. But it sounds like all reports that you hear Steve Kerr talking about it, or Wiggins, I think, this is just, they're being safe. It's appropriate. And you don't want this thing to linger because if you don't have good control of that adductor in your hip, then it can lead to other injuries. So not super concerned. I think he'll be back later part of this week, and we'll get him back. We really need him out there based on how the teams played last night in Milwaukee.
Yeah, Doc, real quick before we boogie, same team, and Steph Curry listed as questionable tonight with right knee soreness is what they're calling it. Is this nothing? What's your reaction to that?
I think they said he went to the locker room during the game yesterday. I think he ran into Giannis, which I think would most normal human beings, that would be 3 weeks out. For Curry, it's probably just more precautionary than anything else. He played. But with this road trip, a lot of back-to-back games, a lot of travel, they hold him out, just like with Clay being out tonight. I think it's just a safe thing to do. You got to think April, May, not December, January with these players.
Yeah, and we don't know if he's going to play. He is listed as questionable, but we do know somebody plays basketball tonight, Doc, and I hate to put you on the spot, but who might that be who plays basketball tonight?
I mean, Kevon Looney. Come on, guys.
Yeah,
come on.
Yeah. Come on.
It's the Pondia go-to. I love it.
Plays basketball tonight. Beautiful. We'll be watching. Hey, Doc, thank you.
No problem. Take care, guys.
All right, there he goes. That's Doc Pandia, and the proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. Okay, I want to throw this at you because it's fun. Mr. Spadone, if I could have some game show music, please, I really appreciate it.
Oh, yeah.
6 teams in Major League Baseball this offseason have committed 9 figures in dollars to players. Can you name those 6 baseball teams?
6 teams have given out 9-figgy contracts. So I know I believe the Yankees are one of them, Mark.
Number 3.
Oh, number 3 in terms of...
The Yankees are number 3 in terms of total dollars committed.
I gotcha.
In this offseason, the Yankees are number 3.
So this is teams who have committed it to their entire roster, not just to one player.
Correct.
The Padres, I know, gave 9 figgies to one guy. So
$352 million from the Padres. They are number 5.
I believe Texas.
The Texas Rangers have committed $230 million. They are number 6.
Okay, so I got the Rangers, the Yankees, and I've got the Giants have got to be one of those teams.
San Francisco Giants. number 1.
Really?
Number
Look at your little Farhan.
1.
Look at Farhan Spendy.
Go ahead. You got the other two?
The other two are tough for now. I'd have to think in terms of big contracts. I know the Dodgers aren't one of them.
Just honestly, think about all 6 of these teams. They are these 6 teams that have signed at least one player to 9-figure deals.
Right. And I'm trying to think who the other teams are who have signed those players. Verlander is a player. So the Mets. I'll say the Mets, Mark. Number 2.
In fact, prior to the Giants signing of Correa, the Mets were being ripped for being the Golden State Warriors of Major League Baseball.
Checkbook championship.
Way into the competitive balance tax. Steve Cohen spending absolutely crazy. Verlander, Senga, and beyond. So they are $1 million below the Giants.
Okay.
Giants 463, Mets 462. One other team left that you haven't mentioned.
Yeah, and this is where it gets tough for me because the old brain ain't what she used to be. I bet if you think real hard, you can think about somebody who departed the NL West. who departed the NL West? Oh, it's Philadelphia. Trey Turner.
Number 4. There it is. The Philadelphia Phillies.
The Departed. You had me going toward Boston with the Departed.
Yeah, the Departed. So Boston, boy, talk about the Departed. They've been doing that movie ever since it came out.
Yeah,
Xander Bogaerts, Mookie Betts.
Departed.
Yeah, they're all Departed. Anyway, there it is. There's your list. And who the hell would have thought that? Unless, of course, you believed what they were telling you, but I don't even know if I believed this, to be the top spending team in the entire offseason and even eclipsing a team that has gone so far into the competitive balance tax. The Mets right now, when you factor in the luxury tax, the comp to the Warriors is a great one. The Mets right now are looking at a payroll, if they don't trim it, is flirting with $500 million.
With the taxes included.
Just like the Warriors.
Yeah, geez.
Yeah.
And that includes the tax penalty that they're going to have to pay.
Correct.
That's just madness, too.
And the Giants are not, now they're at 463, but they're not spending a tax dollar. They are still well below the tax line.
Right, because that Carlos Correa contract, 13 years, they were able to spread that baby out to where by the time you get to year 8 and year 9, that thing's going to be a bargain relative to what if salaries continue to go up.
Another great point. Yeah, I mean, 8 years from now, when Carlos is making $27 million and Shohei's making $80,
right?
Who cares?
Exactly.
Wow. How'd they get Correa for only $27 million?
And you spend it now, and you still stay below that tax threshold.
Yep.
That's the sneaky genius in this contract.
What's up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Also sponsored by Bed Bath and Beyond. We go into the great Beyond with Steiny and Guru next on Willard and Dibs.
Hey, here's a holiday gift from Bed Bath & Beyond. Between now and Christmas, get 25% off your entire purchase by texting JOY to 239663. That's 239663. New offers every day at Bed Bath & Beyond. Exclusions apply. See website for details.
The Giants made a splash and landed Carlos Correa.
0-1, breaking ball, and that's hit well, pretty deep to left center field, and you can kiss that one goodbye. This pitch is hit well, right field. That ball's high and deep, and it's gone. A grand slam for Carlos Correa.
We're reacting to the news right here on 95.7 The Game.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't catch me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through December 21st, new customers can get 1.2 gig internet plus X-Fi Complete with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included. It's just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Plus, get $200 back. Go to Xfinity.com/faster. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Guys, 2022's been a roller coaster year, so spoil her this Christmas by giving her the next best thing to wearing nothing at all with soft, silky, naturally nude pajamas exclusively from Pajamagram. Sensuous and smooth, naturally nude pajamas feel just like her own bare skin, even more alluring than lingerie. The texture and touch of these pajamas is so seductive that you'll both love the feel of them. She'll love the feeling of wearing next to nothing at all, and you'll love the way they look. Best of all, Pajamagram does the wrapping for you with free gift packaging. Order today, and Pajamagram will also include a free matching naturally nude nightie with the purchase of naturally nude pajamas. That is free gift packaging and a free naturally nude nightie when you order today. Just go to Pajamagram.com. It's fast, easy, and delivery by Christmas is guaranteed. That's Pajamagram.com.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America NA, member FDIC, equal credit opportunity lender.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7 with supplies and solutions for every industry and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
In San Francisco, patchy fog this morning, clearing by afternoon, highs in the low 50s.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Staples offers the latest tech solutions from HP, plus great savings when you bundle an HP printer, PC, and monitor. Explore more at your local Staples store or staplesconnect.com.
Dan Dibley here. Squirt.
Hey, it's Dante DiVincenzo. Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
Oh, DiVincenzo. Might have to go Italian tonight. It's Warrior Wednesday, brought to you by SFO. Go to flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win $1,000 toward a nonstop flight from SFO today. I got Rodon news. You want some Rodon news?
Is it the news, or is this is this more sources, rumors. This team's in the hunt. This team is circling. This team is this. This team is that.
Yeah, it's the second one.
Circling?
The second one, yeah. Wait, I got sauces.
Oh my God!
Is it from DiVincenzo?
No, it's not. It's from everybody's favorite baseball reporter. He goes by the name of John Heyman.
Hey man,
I told you, Heyman was not going to be forgiven until the Giants got a big free agent, and it got broken by someone else. Thank you, Jeff Passan, for being the one who broke the news today, not John Heyman, or last night, I should say. But here it is. Got a full New York Post article specifically about Carlos Rodon and the New York Yankees. Have you noticed that the Giants, everyone they've tried to get who they didn't get, all of them ended up in New York. All of them. I know that they were in on
Brandon
Bellinger,
Nemo.
but the three where they supposedly went hard and came in second place.
Hard in the paint.
Aaron Judge.
Yeah, New York.
Brandon Nemo.
New York.
Kodai Senga.
Also New York?
New York. So
I miss superfluous Kodai Senga references.
Yeah, it's over. It's all over.
It's a shame.
But that could absolutely be the case for Carlos Rodon as well. Rodon, says John Heyman, the Yankees have made their initial offer to top new free agent target Carlos Rodon, but word is there is a sizable gap, and the sides still have plenty of work to do. Now, you tell me, would you do this? Because I've always looked at it, and I want to split the difference on Rodon. Would I love him to be on the Giants? Yes. Do I think the deal that he's going to command is a good one? No, I don't. And I say that in the face of 13 years for Carlos Correa until he's 41 years old. But to me, it's different for an offensive player. I would do double the years for an offensive player that I would for a pitcher. Because it just, again, the four biggest contracts the Giants have sent out to a starting pitcher are Barry Zito, Johnny Cueto, Jeff Samardzija, and the re-signing of Matt Cain. And guess what?
Well, almost no contract of that length to a pitcher works out. I mean,
Scherzer's literally the only one.
You can look historically at all the deals, like the Mike Hampton deal in Colorado is one of the most famous ones. He got 7 years, and all these other pitchers. And in large part, there's two things that can go wrong. One is a big-time injury, and the pitcher's big-time injury costs you a year minimum. It's the Tommy John. If sometimes you get a position player who gets hurt, and it's a month, a quarter season, a half a season, that's fine. Tommy John's at least a year. Sometimes it's 2. And the second thing is the deterioration factor happens a lot more dramatically for pitchers.
What would that make it?
A deterioration sensation,
Thank
Mark.
you very much, Deb. So would you do this? Heyman says the left-hander is said to be seeking, and by the way, I don't even care what the money is. Listen to this phrase. This is when I go, I'm sorry, I love you, I want you on the Giants, but I'm out. Listen to this phrase. He is seeking 7+ years.
7+.
I'm out.
And how old's Rodon?
He's 30. Yeah, this is going to take, he wants to go till 37. He's 38. He deserves it, and I hope he gets it. But 7+ years and at least 30 per year.
Right.
So he's looking at north of $200 million. Heyman says the Yankees apparently have other ideas, at least initially. So Rodon is their top target. They believe, by the way, that he wants to be a Yankee. But they can't bridge their differences. They may turn to their next choice, and that could be Nate Eovaldi. So that's the word there. He does also say the competition for Rodon, the Cardinals are also in the bidding, and he names the Twins and the Giants as other teams who have been linked to Rodon, and the San Francisco Chronicle suggested, and this is from Susan Slusser, that even after getting Sean Manaea and Ross Stripling, that the Giants are still interested in Carlos Rodon. So I don't think they're going to get him. I never did. And
if the market cools, if the Yankees say no to the years and no other team steps up and wants to give him as many years as he wants, Carlos Rodon might be in a spot where he takes a deal like he did with the Giants.
I doubt it.
But if he's not getting the years he wants elsewhere, maybe he's in a spot where he takes a 2-year, $60 million deal 1 year for 30, and then
a
player option for the second year.
That I'd do in a heartbeat, but I don't.
But that's the only way he would come back, in my opinion.
I'd be shocked if it got there, because even if he doesn't get these 7 years that he wants, I'm sure someone's offering him 5. I promise you the Yankees and Cardinals are ready to go to 5 years for Rodon. And the Giants probably just aren't. And the beauty of yesterday's deal is you can't say that they're cheap, and that's the reason they're not doing it. They're doing it because through the years, they've been right. When you spend big on long-term contracts for pitchers, it rarely works out. You could say that for almost anyone, I guess. But the Giants have shown repeatedly that they're going to grab some people on the free agent market that doesn't really float your boat with any wow factor, and then they're going to get a bunch of production out of them. As far as starters are concerned, they've done it over and over and over again, from Smiley to Pomeranz to Gausman to now Rodon and others. They do it over and over and over again. And yes, they don't bat 1,000. There's DeSclafani and Wood who have been, they've had their moments up and down. But if there's one thing I've always trusted about this group, it's that. So whatever they want to do at starting, as far as the rotation, if they want to rob money there so that they can pay Carlos Correa, you have my full support on that.
And I don't even think that they need to go out and get another starting pitcher. You've got 6 right now, plus you've got Harrison coming probably sooner rather than later, June, July. I don't think that he's going to, if he's at all as good as we think he's going to be, he's not going to make 12 starts in Sacramento, I don't think.
Yeah, I would love actually one more starter. The problem is it's not going to be a high-level guy because of who they've... How are you going to... The whole idea of, who wants to come here? Well, I think that's been debunked. However, if I'm a starting pitcher...
Yeah, you don't want to come here.
Wait a minute, what are you doing with me? You have 6 starters already and guys coming up.
Yeah.
I don't want it, so...
And that's not counting Jacob Junis,
right,
who would be a 7th starter.
Great point, yeah.
So...
Yeah, I think that they've got who they may sign another starter, but it's going to be another Band-Aid type situation. It would have to be somebody else looking to rehab
and I think that would
image.
be if they had an injury during the year. I don't think that they're going to sign anyone else now in this winter session. I think the only other piece that they may add is a first baseman. And even at that, you laid it out earlier, they may already have enough people, enough pieces and parts, as we like to say, to man first base.
I think if you see more Giants signings, the first place they'll go is the bullpen. Actually, I do think they could use some more reliability out of the bullpen, which is never sexy but always important. All right, great stuff today, and your interaction has been fantastic, and we cannot wait to hand this over to Steiny and Guru, who get to have their first Carlos Correa reaction right now. Hi, boys.
What's up?
Hey. What's going on?
Here's what I think. You're smiling today. Yesterday you were hot.
It's a good day.
I think we got schnookered in a good way.
How so?
Oh, we got schnookered.
Who got schnookered?
Oh, we all got schnookered.
Don't say we all.
We all got schnookered. Nobody thought after Farhan's comments he was setting us up for, they're not going to get anybody. We're all worried. Hey, relax. It's a good schnookering. It's a good schnookering.
The reason I'm doing what I'm doing with my
Farhan pulled the okey-doke on the Bay Area.
No, because
in the tailpipe.
Even you pointed out that quote was a month old. I didn't like the quote. I still don't.
I'll never like
I still don't like the quote, but don't you put me in the spot of I always thought, and I've said it every day, that Correa was still absolutely a strong possibility for the Giants. The way I look at these things now, I think we're learning because we're so into it this year. I think we're learning more about how these deals come together, and I was helped actually by doing Kruger's YouTube thing last night, and Ned Colletti came on, and therefore we really got into the art of the deal and how these things work, and he shed some light that I'll never forget with regard to, for instance, the Aaron Judge in the hotel thing.
Yeah,
and he goes, the second I saw that, I thought of the agent. And agents do this every time. They did it yesterday with Carlos Correa. Scott Boras, I have no doubt, was behind that quote that came out where Francisco Lindor wants Carlos Correa to be his third baseman with the New York Mets, who are spending a bunch of money. It's a tactic that gets the team that you actually want to go to give a few more dollars or another year or whatever on the end. Judge did it to the Giants for the Yankees. Correa did it with the Mets so that he could go to the Giants. And Colletti was saying, he goes, there were all kinds of conversations. I'd get into a free agent deal where we could not have it public, And I would tell the agent right away, if I see this in the papers, you can lose my number. We're out of here. We're gone. But there were other times where they were willing to be the lamb, willing to be the Giants in the judge race, because he said, look, if you're going to use us to make my competitor spend more money, have at it. Have at it. So this, I think, is, I don't know, I've learned something this offseason. I'm going to look for this stuff more because I think it's used on almost every big deal, and we just didn't really realize it.
But at the end of the day, for the simpletons like myself, you closed or you didn't close. Sure. And yesterday I was disappointed for Giant fans. The stuff that Farhan said, I'll never forget it. I can compartmentalize it, but now they can say, you know what, somebody chose us. Steiny and I talked about is San Francisco a destination? I believe it is. So I just feel good for Giant fans. Now, is Correa, Denzel, De Niro, Pacino? No. But he's Russell Crowe. And if you could tap into what got you 107, now you got a slick fielding shortstop, arguably your best player. If you can get that 107 to 90, he can help. So I'm not mad. You did something, and I know Steiny and others will be like, well, they did it for the wrong reasons. No, he helped you.
No.
And this is your moment.
I need to know if Russell Crowe's got an Oscar or not, because I think he does.
He's got some great movies.
Beautiful Mind. He might pull one home for that.
Yeah. So
basically, you're a team that platoons 8 spots, and then you've got your pitcher spot.
Okay.
So now you at least have one guy of the 8.
3-time best actor, by the way. Sorry, go ahead.
I'll tell you what, he's Russell Crowe.
Beautiful Mind.
You'd love for him to be Russell Crowe. Shame on you.
Academy Award for Best Actor.
Help me out.
Hold on a sec. It just came up.
Well, Gladiator.
01, 02, 03.
That's a run.
Yeah, Gladiator.
Okay.
Gladiator was definitely one of them.
Beautiful Mind. Never seen either.
Oh, for crying out loud. Now my Google's not working.
All right, you guys
you guys use it better
How about this?
than
How about this? I don't know if I heard this before. You guys were talking about Crawford moving to third.
Love it.
When I heard you guys talking, I didn't think it was that big a deal, and now I guess it's not nothing. But my point is, if my guy Evan's telling me that Correa might be the best defensive shortstop in baseball,
okay,
and you move Crawford to third, it's a pretty good glove on that side of the infield.
Okay.
Yeah, it is.
I mean,
so you're already better,
man.
Yeah.
I mean, Brandon Crawford is a great fielder.
Yeah, Russell Crowe nominated 3 straight times, didn't win.
There we talk to
none of
me,
them?
Dibs.
Kevin Spacey, American Beauty in 1999. Russell Crowe was nominated for The Insider.
I know my actors.
Actually, 2000, he did win for Gladiator.
There you go.
2001, Denzel. Training Day, Russell Crowe was nominated for Beautiful Mind. So 3-time nominated.
How about this?
One-time winner.
How about this for It's a Small World? In the green room,
Shout out
Guru made a different analogy with Denzel, the big boys, and he goes, so this guy's Kevin Spacey.
Yeah.
Well, quietly, Kevin Spacey's got an actor.
Yeah, but he had some
Oscar.
problems off the field.
Yes,
Somebody in there told me to change today.
No,
so
it's a good
I
change.
did it on the fly.
No, don't talk about that. Don't talk about that.
But basically, instead of having 8 spots where you're going to platoon, now you have at least one guy who you can ink and say, here's our shortstop.
Gotcha.
So, and most of the other spots, we talked about Mitch Haniger. Haniger's splits aren't too off-putting to where he might be a guy who plays every day. Your catcher spot, you're not going to have Joey Bart. If Joey Bart could catch 130 games and be but if he was a good enough player,
I don't even think they want that anymore. Do they want?
No, but you
2
want
out of
production.
every 3 games. You want your catcher to catch
Fine.
110.
So that's
110.
That's 108, whatever.
Yeah.
First base is a platoon. Third base is a platoon. Second base. Is it Tyro Estrada is going to win the job?
I don't know that third base is a platoon.
That's what I was
think
thinking
they've got
about,
the
too.
option. We talked about it. I think David VR is an interesting guy. J.D. Davis may have some games over there. But I wonder, Brandon Crawford is someone they obviously let hit against left-handers last year. He might just be the third baseman. I don't know how that's going to work out. I also thought of you, though, Goo, yesterday. You have got the key to this city, and I don't even know if you know it.
What happened? What's bad?
When you write someone off publicly,
Oh, boy.
Good stuff happens immediately.
Oh, okay.
You wanted to fire Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
He hasn't lost a football game
No, I
since.
said I drew up the papers.
You
Yeah,
said
I did say
you
fire,
said yesterday I'm out on Farhan.
Yeah.
Hours later, Correa is a Giant.
I'm here for you.
Who else is struggling right now? I'd like you to write them off. How about Jordan Poole?
No,
Can you just
we just got to fix the turnovers.
How about Wiseman? Can you write
Mark,
off?
you had,
Wiseman?
you had to be proud of me yesterday on the radio.
Oh, huge. What did you say? I didn't hear you. I had other
Just
stuff
that
going on.
every market has inherent advantages and disadvantages. And if the homelessness is San Francisco is a little bit of an issue, so be it. But every place has issues.
100%.
You got that from me. I told you that yesterday.
I think
Every
Dibbs
big
and
city.
I said it before
New
you
York
guys
has
came on.
rats big as dinosaurs.
Well, it's not even just problems, but it's what makes each guy tick. Like New York can be amazing, and some people are like, I want the bright lights. Others are like, I want to be in the middle of nowhere. Right? So I have no doubt Farhan did experience what he's saying. I just can't believe he said it.
Yeah.
I can't believe he said it out loud.
This doesn't change that. You're totally right.
I mean,
that's real talk.
But so if you got every GM's truth and Farhan said, sometimes it's tough to get guys to come to San Francisco because of San Francisco. What's the guy in Pittsburgh say? Man, it's tough to get guys to play here because we stink.
Right.
I mean, we're the worst team in the nation.
Or Pittsburgh.
I know,
but Pittsburgh doesn't even get asked the question because they're not even in the game. They're not even in the game.
Quietly, we do have three rivers. They come together in this place. It's pretty cool. I'll sign there.
Yeah,
that's
what
I'm
I gotta have those three rivers. Yeah. Is it the Monongahela? Is that one of them?
Allegheny.
Thank you.
Allegheny.
Yeah.
Allegheny.
I did hear you guys yesterday. I heard you ask that question to Ross Tucker. I heard you ask Ross Tucker about this idea of free agency.
Did you hear him say,
well,
I was never sought after?
Really, because I was a free agent one time. I had two choices. Yeah. I picked one, and then they failed my physical, and so I was out of choices. But here's what I think I heard him say, which is, it's probably on the list, but it's so far down. No agent is going to go into a negotiation and eliminate half the league because the league's in a big city or a small city or has homelessness or whatever. Yeah. I mean, $350 million, I could live a lot of places.
Exactly.
A lot of places.
I mean, but it's just like it's like anybody else. Hey, Steiny, you want to live in Detroit? No. Steiny, you want to live in Indianapolis? No. What about Milwaukee? Well, actually, you know what? Milwaukee, I do have an unbelievable soft spot for. I think it's really cool. It's close to shit. Okay, well, now they're in the game, maybe. But you're right. Everything's different for everybody else. And what I did say yesterday was, I do not believe Judge did not come here because of that.
No. No, he wanted to stay in New York.
He was not. And here's the other thing I was thinking, because we've been talking about this a lot, and how does it work, and this and that. And, okay, so if Judge said to the Yankees, I want that ninth year for $360, well, why didn't the Giants just say $410?
Yeah.
And I'm realizing that's not how it works.
And I don't think it even would have happened. Like, it maybe would have.
Because, remember, here's the other thing, and I keep going back to the interview with Bob, and he said, you know what, let me tell you something. If you're a team, the only thing you don't want to hear is maybe. Yes or no, but maybe is the worst. So at the time when Judge is like, you know what, 360, if he goes back to the Giants, I mean, at some point, the Giants, do you want to be here or not? And if Judge wants to be in New York, and they've given him everything he wants, you know what, $50 million is not going to. It's not going to make the difference.
But it went down to the wire, Dib. So that tells me if I'm trying to shock the world,
like I do not
got
believe
some action.
Maybe it did
he
go down
hasn't
the wire.
committed to what we think is supposed.
We get no sense that it got down to the wire. What we do know is that Aaron Judge put on a dog and pony show of interest in San Francisco in order to get more money from New York.
He used
and it worked. Yeah, I get no indication that it came down to the wire, because if it was about money, he would have looked at San Diego and the $400 million. Although, Mark, you said earlier that was a 14-year deal. that they had offered, the Padres.
Yeah,
so
I'm reading more about it.
It's a stretch 4.
Like there's an ESPN Plus article that Buster Olney just released this morning.
You're reading it right now.
I'm trying to skim it to see if there's anything we can add to this conversation because it is the inside of the whole Judge deal from beginning of the year till now. And I think we're going to get a few nuggets in here that maybe Steiny sort of point to what you're saying, which is that, I mean, Judge, he conducted this. And he conducted this from a space of wanting to be with the Yankees, yet he conducted it in a space where he didn't let anybody know that.
Okay.
He didn't let anybody know that, certainly not the Yankees. I do think that he felt, sounds like, the Giants, and then by extension the Padres, were legitimate. They were legitimate landing spots, but they were only going to be legitimate spots if the Yankees didn't hit what he wanted them to hit. Okay. And they ended up doing that. But yes, from what I understand, that Padre $400 million offer that everyone keeps talking about was spread out over 14 years.
But okay.
Not 9 or 10.
And I'm not disagreeing with Steiny. I can recall the Bob interview. I hear what you're saying. I hear what Dibbs is saying. But at the end of the day, guys, it sounds like the Giants had one chance to speak. And to me, if you're trying to shock the world, that should have consumed of overpay. 400. Like, that should have came out. Even if it didn't work and he wasn't coming, we should be able to look at each other in this room and say, they offered him way more.
But that's not the way negotiations work.
And they did.
It just isn't.
And they did offer more.
I'm asking, Dibbs, what negotiation is this to where you leave it and don't get to up the ante or try to blow him away with money?
Because it wasn't about money. And he said to the Yankees, the owner called him himself and said, what's it going to take? And Judge said a 9th year. And the owner said, all right, here's your 9th year. And Judge said, cool. He didn't want to take that and go to the Giants and say, well, the Yankees gave me 9. You need to give me $400 million. There was a point that he was going to accept the deal. He got to that point. They gave him a 9th year, and that's all he needed to hear.
I look at it now and think, okay, there's no doubt Aaron Judge was looking for every reason in the book to re-sign with the Yankees.
Yep.
That does not mean that the Giants, you know what? If I'm the Giants, let's keep our nose in it because there was a way. There's only one way the Giants were going to get Judge, and that is if the New York Yankees did something to really insult him,
which we thought already happened.
We thought and now, but now we now know that he was able to overcome that clearly. But listen, they were not getting Judge. They weren't getting Judge.
This article literally says,
I don't think so. Looking back,
the Giants had to stay in it because there were 2 possibilities and they didn't know the answer. 2 possibilities. One, Judge actually was really stuck on this childhood dream thing. I want to play for the Giants. That was one possibility.
That hit me in the cardiac muscle.
And we now know that was it. The other thing they don't know is, are the Yankees, for whatever reason, are they going to stay financially disciplined? Are they going to stick to what their initial offer was, which was somewhere around 300, 320? So let's be here at 360, and we don't know what the Yankees are going to do. The Yankees, as it turned out, stepped to the party. I know we're all stuck on this number 400.
Sense.
If you really think of this is why it took so many people in national baseball circles so long to wrap their heads around the idea that Judge would, or anyone, would leave the Yankees in his shape. Understand that 400 with the Giants versus 360 with the Yankees, the Yankee offer is worth more. Like a career in pinstripes in New York City is worth more than $40 million. I
thought you were going state taxes on me.
Well, you can throw that in too. It is. And so, as we kept saying with any free agent, what we'll never know is what's their priority. What speaks to them.
Yeah, everything you said, so, I drunk.
I just think it's easier today to talk about it because now we can remove the whole, the Giants are cheap and they won't come to the party thing.
I never thought they were cheap. I did wonder, is there something? And I do. I think there's not. But there's nothing you can put an umbrella on.
They closed the
deal. I
thought
they had commitment issues, not wanting to sign anyone for more than 3 years. And that was, to me, that was Farhan's biggest strike against him. And now he's fulfilled that with a 13-year deal.
But I think they would have paid Harper the money he wanted if he said, you know what, I want to come, make it happen. I think they would have. Same with the last guy.
Stanton?
Judge.
Ohtani.
They would have
Judge.
paid, they would have opened up the checkbook for Judge. So I always thought they'd be willing to do it. It was that, would somebody want to come here? And to me, the biggest detriment was probably the team more than the area. When you look at the Dodgers and the Padres, and I'm Aaron Judge, I'm like, man, that team doesn't have much.
Yeah, and Judge was in a separate spot because he's this career Yankee. I do think that most of the time, it's not always true. Trey Turner wanted to go east. Yeah. Aaron Judge wants to stay Yankee. Turn down some money. I do think, though, that these things are often driven by an agent, and an agent looks at these teams as faceless and cityless.
Yeah.
They're just like, who's at the party? All right. How high can we get them? And who can I use to get this one in? And then when we get to the finalists, all right, tell me what you really, really want.
Yeah.
And then let's see if we can get that team there. And if we can't, we can use the other one. I think it's that. So I always sort of bristled at this whole, why would someone come here? Because
I hated that.
Because they've got the best offer. That's why. Right. That's where most free agents go. Carlos Correa is not loyal to any city.
Yeah.
He was a Houston Astro. He was with the Twins for a year trying to do a prove-it deal, and he did it. So there are very few teams that I would even, Tampa Bay, why would you come here? That, okay, you're playing a different brand, all that stuff.
And they could have got,
Well, you know what else, too, is I've been thinking about this all off-season and for the last year about how, it's still not as good as the Padres and the Dodgers. Still not. You know what? I think we got to stop looking at it like that. I don't think that's the way they look at it. I don't know why you're shaking your head.
Oh, it's something.
Well, why are you distracting Gibbs when I had a great?
We're listening.
To me, and you might not like to hear this, but if I'm a baseball GM, my goal is we need to be one of the top 7 of 15 teams in the National League.
Well,
period. End of story. That's it. That's all they have to do.
Even that, to me, is a little prisoner of the moment. I don't think if you're a good organization, you're not going into every offseason going, we need to be the top 7 teams this year. No, what you want to be is one of the top 7 teams every year.
Exactly.
You want to be a sustainable competitor. If you want to look at this right now, sure, the Padres lineup is intense, and
baseball's different.
They're going to be favored over the Giants this year. But if you want to look at the next 5 to 6 years, in terms of how they're set up, I don't know that it's sustainable.
Yeah. I mean,
they're going to lose Soto and Machado probably in the very near term, and now you've got Bogarts and a steroid
but it looks
question
good
mark.
Now. Yeah,
it's great.
It's a party right now, Mark.
I'm not criticizing it. I'm not criticizing it. They're phenomenal, but I want my team to be in the conversation every year.
That's like the Dodgers.
Every year.
And the rat on the table, guys, is they could have got Judge, and they still might not have been in the first place. And that's the beautiful thing about baseball. You need the synergy, the relationships, but I'm a purist. I feel like I am with baseball, but I'm not ashamed to say they needed the pizzazz. They needed the splash of Judge.
So this should have been a failure. This offseason was then a failure.
Yeah, he provides you big-time splash and pizzazz.
You didn't get Beyonce, you got Fair Fawcett.
I thought Rich Aurelius said he's not going to sell any tickets.
I think
that's a whole.
Once you see him in action, it's a different story.
He doesn't have the name value, but his style of play is something that the Giants have not had for a long time.
Okay, I think when you say, that's two different things. Fine,
I got to tip my cap, Farhan. I ripped you yesterday. You got
what's the answer? Does he put people in the seats?
I don't. Not to the extent of Judge.
Not immediately.
Okay,
I think once you see
there you go.
Once you see him play, he does.
Well, that was the number one goal in the offseason.
But here's the thing: Judge puts people in the seats in the beginning. It's more indirect with these other players because the bottom line is, no matter how big your name is, what fills the seats is winning.
No doubt.
So if Carlos Correa leads to winning, then yes, he puts butts in seats.
107 was a party.
Right. Like
what I've been saying all along.
It sells more than names.
But they went to 81 for a reason. And I came in, I'm going to ask you 3 real quick here. No haterade. Tip of the cap to Farhan, everybody. Who's the Giants' second best player after Correa? Because that's where I believe the problem lies. And I asked E, and the clock was tick, tick, tick. Took a little while. And you can have different answers. But I think that's a bad thing that we don't know.
Are you only talking about position players?
Yeah, position players.
I was going to say, the answer is Logan Webb.
Yeah, right.
Logan Webb.
I kind of went
every
position
fifth
players.
day.
Yeah.
33 out of 162.
Who would it be?
Probably Mitch Haniger.
You hope it to be Mitch. Yeah, you hope. If Mitch plays, nobody knows who Mitch Haniger is. Let me just a little background.
Yeah.
When he's healthy,
he's a problem.
He's going to hit over 25 home runs.
Oh, damn.
He might even hit over 35 home runs. He's that kind of hitter.
Not in this park, but
yeah, in this park. He played in
You
Seattle.
think he's losing
it's not a good home run park either.
be it better than Oracle Park. You'd like to, if Haniger is going to play as much as Mark thinks, and I think Mark's right, you want him to be your second best player, and then Jock Peterson, if he can hit you 25, and then you can get your various Yastrzemskis and others to contribute some power. Mark's right about the pitching. They had a good pitching staff.
What?
You know, if Minaya can pitch to his form from a few years ago, Stripling coming off a good year, this team should
baseball.
be. Yeah, it should be good enough.
It ain't one on paper.
Right.
No, it never is. It never. And again, so this deal is not about did the Giants catch the Padres and the Dodgers yesterday.
No doubt about it.
It's not about this just this year.
And that's kind of what I'm getting at is how many games did Phillies win last year? 87? 87.
Six more than
See,
the Giants.
to me, if I'm running a baseball team, and you want to win 100, of course, but you're like, Giants are 81 and 81 last year. Can we get to 90? Can we win 88, 90, get to the postseason?
Seriously.
Because if we can do that,
they should.
Then
Strickling's going to help.
They totally should.
That to me is the way I would basically look at before every season. How many can we win? Okay, we can't win 105 this year. Can we win? Because the goal's just getting there. 89 will get us there.
Exactly.
We could win 89.
Do you know what? They would have easily won the same number of games as the Phillies last year if they could even just catch the ball.
They gave away a lot of games,
They gave
especially
away
early.
so many
games.
games. So
You're
bad
right.
news
You're right.
bears.
So you focus on that a little bit with their like, okay, Jock Peterson, you're now a DH. You're not going in the outfield anymore. I do think there might be another outfielder signed that's more defensive minded. You put Correa at short, if Crawford over at third, like just by virtue of cleaning up your defense, I think it's a winning team. It's a more wins than losses
I like to
team.
double back to you. I thought you had talked to Mayor London Breed when you said key to the city. I liked it. Something happened there. I missed. What did I do?
Make that call.
But I don't feel shamed in that what you just said about I wrote Farhan off. I reacted. We all did to those comments. So he should get the key to the city for putting it out there publicly to where we know, and you still went and closed the deal. But I don't think that's more on me writing him off than he kind of did it to himself and this area.
I'm teasing you, man.
Yeah.
I'm not.
No, but seriously, like we do this every day. All you can do is be authentic in the moment.
Yeah.
And
you always new information.
Yeah,
You can change your opinion based on new information.
But I hate those comments, Mark. Like, I'll go to my grave. I hate those comments.
Yeah, and I think
But
he
I can give
still
him
at some
credit
point
for
is going to
closing
have
the
to
deal.
answer to it. You know, he's going to be asked about it, and those comments from a month ago, and now Correa still came.
I think it's easy. I think now if he says, "Listen, I was talking about the inherent challenges of a market. Every market has them. And I stated ours. Was it stupid? It was dumb. Yes. We certainly Toronto's got their share of issues, and I don't mean to minimize them or even. It was stupid to tell people that we have more. We don't have more. We're a great market, so it came out terrible.
It hurt
let's go
fans
win
more
90
than the
games.
players.
I agree
It
with
hurt
you.
fans more than the players.
I agree with you, but combine those words with you signed Carlos Correa.
Oh, no doubt.
And now,
absolutely.
Yeah, like that. I think we even said it on the air yesterday. I didn't like these comments.
Right.
But they're not going to bother me if we come back tomorrow and Correa's on the team. And Correa's on the team. So,
I mean, it's really, if after you watch the offseason.
A week, maybe.
In a week?
I mean, there's no way you can't be ecstatic if you're a Giant.
How do you grade the offseason? How do you grade it?
See, now that's a great question. I'd go higher than I'm going to go B, but I could go higher than a B. But the only reason I'm not going higher for a B is because, and it's a non-baseball reason. It's because Judge was the piece. They set it up so the only way they're getting an A is if Judge gets here, and even getting Judge might have been a worse strategy than what's ended up happening.
Probably true.
But I give them an A for that because that's what they'd set out to do. You know what I mean? Like, this may be better than Judge.
I think they set out.
That's a whole lot of hope.
I think I don't have a wrong. Like their off season has been fine.
I think they set out to spend their money. I think they set out to be a better baseball team, and I think they set out to have some excitement in the lineup. There's no doubt that Aaron Judge he's just different. He's just different. Yeah. But here's Dibbs and I have said this a couple times. I think everybody I've talked to, almost to a person, agrees with this. If you got Farhan in a room with no microphones and he promised you truth and you asked him, so okay, you get to the end of this offseason, would you, just baseball, forget all this ownership attendance stuff, baseball, you rather have Correa or Judge?
He would say Correa.
Exactly. I agree.
Well,
here's
the other thing.
Farhan did get his guy.
Maybe. Well, you might not be wrong there because that's kind of what I was thinking. Okay, who are the top free agents? Okay, Judge 1. Judge. Who was 2? Trey Turner?
Correa.
Well, even if it was Turner, he wanted to go play in Philly. So they may have gotten the best realistic free agent they could have gotten.
Yeah. And I give him a B2 because you were in and made it look like you tried to get Judge. That's part of it. And we'll see where the rest of the chips fall, but they got action.
They got action. They are the number 1 overall spending team in all of baseball.
Over the Mets by $1 million. I saw Rattle's tweet.
$1 million.
Diaz, real quick, he said the presser is going to be next week. Why not tomorrow or Friday?
I let everything settle down.
Can you imagine if he failed a physical?
You're the only person. The only person I know that really is gung ho about a press conference.
Because that's when you have the jersey up. It's a pride moment. We got our guy.
The Haniger one already happened. Did you go? You didn't go to the Haniger presser?
Haniger ain't Correa.
You didn't go to that one. By the way, I completely forgot that you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app. Executive show, right?
Yes, sir. Zaza Pachulia, 1 o'clock.
Zaza.
Lot of Correa talk.
All right. Here comes Tiny and Go.
The Giants made a splash and landed Carlos Correa.
This is a guy who has been an elite Major League Baseball player. He does it all. He plays defense. He's a leadership guy in the clubhouse. He's a middle-of-the-order guy. His worst season of WAR this year was almost a full game better than any Giants position player last year. This is immediately their best player by far.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Did you know that feeling sluggish or weighed down could be signs that your digestive system isn't working at its best? But taking Metamucil every day can help. Metamucil supports your daily digestive health using a special plant-based fiber called psyllium. Psyllium works by forming a gel in your digestive system to trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Metamucil's gelling action also helps to promote heart health and slows down sugar absorption to promote healthy blood sugar levels. Start feeling lighter and more energetic by taking Metamucil every day.
What's the best product I bought this year? Oh, that's easy. Salonpas pain-relieving patches. The proven medicines in Salonpas patches reduce my pain and let me do the things I need to do every day.
In a recent clinical study, patients using Salonpas reported improved sleep, mood, and the ability to work. They had less pain and were able to reduce their use of oral pain medications.
For pain, I use Salonpas. It's good medicine. He sent me to...
Sponsored by Hisamitsu.
'Twas almost the holidays and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
There's a reason Golden State has become the trusted partner for professional builders and contractors. The breadth of what they offer is remarkable. Their product knowledge can save you time. They're the largest distributor in NorCal of many of the brands they carry. Golden State's newly refreshed app offers installation guides, building codes, and much more. And the GSTV link on their homepage is a useful resource. Family owned for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valente, where they break down all the headlines in the NFL. Brought to you by Fish Hippie. Save up to 70% right now at fishhippie.com on comfortable, casual, and active apparel.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Are you dreaming of an adventure? Ready for a getaway? Celebrate the season with SFO. Enter the SFO Holiday Sweepstakes by visiting flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win a $1,000 credit toward a nonstop flight from SFO with more than 115 destinations to choose from worldwide and other great prizes with SFO this holiday season. SFO, your gateway to holiday cheer. Go to flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win today.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had 2 challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to kansascitysteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
I mean, I was telling Spadoni, that's a flat-out myth that the French are rude to tourists. That's That's a stereotype that I don't believe is true. I've been to Paris and was treated extremely well. And in fact, many people in Paris who we conversed with said, yeah, that's an old stereotype. And then Spadoni said, yeah, we weren't treated well in Paris. I was with 10 20-year-olds, and we went into a bar at 12:30 a.m., and we were pretty drunk. Well, of course, they're not going to be friendly to you.
We love Dude, if
Carlos... Okay, go. Sorry. You can bring something irrelevant up now.
If we did Guru and Steiny analytics for the 5 years we've been in business, on the start of the shows, there have been some special ones, but that was one I didn't see coming.
Well, it's funny.
Wow.
As our boss likes to say to me whenever he has a chance, Steiny, you're not a real host.
Remember he said that?
You're not really a host.
Oh, I wanted to hug you.
At that point, I realized, you know what? You just start the show the way you start the show.
No, he said driver, not host. He said
I don't
driver.
know what he said.
It was a compliment.
It actually, well, I don't know. All right, so the Giants, they got him. Carlos Correa, 13 years, $350 million. Listen, it's impossible, right, to criticize this move.
Great word.
Because even if it doesn't work out, what would that look like, not working out? You're still going to have a shortstop for the next 7 years, 8 years, and he's going to be pretty darn good. So, yeah, the money's a lot, and maybe that'll hinder you a little bit here and there down the road. I don't know. But, listen, I can't sit here and say that I thought there was probably an avenue away from Judge that might have been better than Judge. So if I'm a Giants fan right now, I'm pumped.
No doubt. And I don't drink coffee, Steiny. I stopped at Starbucks and got a big thing of coffee, extra large, for Farhan. Here you go, Farhan, because coffee is for closers, and you closed the deal.
No, thank you.
And what do you mean, no, thank you? You closed the deal after you stepped in it yesterday,
right.
and your team, on paper, you got action. Hey, I'm going to be quiet today, and I'm going to celebrate what he did. He debunked all the myths about other people want to come to San Francisco. Well, Correa did.
Apology not accepted. Apology.
What premise are you basing that on?
I'm basing it on if he listened to the show yesterday.
And the world was mad at him.
I wasn't.
Well, you were, but still. No, you were blown away that he's made those comments about
I said,
like that. I don't forget that.
Oh, you're going to forget it
the
now.
The team's better.
You're going to forget it now because it's irrelevant.
I go back to the
HBO schnookered everybody.
Willie
it was a good
Mays
schnookering
documentary in the rich history of this team. You were wanted. Somebody wanted to come to the Giants. 13 years, $1 million. I'm excited, Steiny, and they got better. And now you're telling me your best fielder's going to third base? Brandon Crawford? Okay, let's go.
I mean, what a difference a day makes. There's no doubt about it. It's funny because I just think if you look at their offseason, now you say, well, it's pretty good offseason.
B was
pretty good
grade.
offseason. But here's the problem, and here's where I feel like a certain amount of fans get to have this is where I don't think they're fair as fans. Or some people, anyway. Maybe like you. So what if you were one of those fans that acknowledged, first and foremost, you needed a star? And Correa's really good, and he's going to earn his fans here, but he's not putting butts in the seats right now. And let's not sugarcoat it. For the last 2 or 3 weeks, I've told you what bothers me most about Judge is they're basically acknowledging that the gimmick is almost as important as the baseball. The draw is almost as important as the baseball. Maybe it is as important. So if that's the way you kind of went into the offseason, well, then it wasn't a great offseason. So who were those out there that were the Judge? It's got to be Judge. Got to be Judge.
Well,
Judge or bust.
Like I told you, Steiny, and I've been consistent with it. Nothing's wrong. When you talk about a player like Aaron Judge in any sport, they do both. And the second part is natural. You go get the player, the butts in the seats will come. So you talk about Judge like the butts coming and maybe it doesn't work on the field. It doesn't negate that this guy was MVP. He had 60 home runs, majestic ones.
The goal of the offseason.
You got two birds with one stone.
I know, but the goal, the best plan 1A was to create a buzz and a surge in season tickets before spring training.
Right.
I'm sorry, that was the goal.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Now, I don't care.
Okay.
I don't care that they didn't match it because I think they're good. I think they had a good offseason. All I'm saying is, like, let's not forget the pot of gold was an attraction.
Okay.
And they haven't gotten that yet.
This guy has the potential to be an all-star.
Right, but he didn't, like, we never threw Correa anywhere near Judge 4 weeks ago.
But what if they start winning like we talked about with Willard and Diaz?
That's my proposal. That's what I've been saying all along. That's why I hated the whole Judge or bust notion, that we got constricted into thinking there weren't avenues they could go down outside of Judge that would be pretty damn good.
Well, let's put the rat on the table.
And that's apparently what they've done.
They still spent chicken. This was not a Groupon acquisition. They spent money on something not as good as Aaron Judge. Correa's a good ball player, but this contract is heavy. And, okay, you put your money where your mouth is. My point is, wow, you paid a lot for something that maybe is not Aaron Judge, but it's below. What was our actor name? Russell Crowe? Spacey.
By the way, this segment brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Again, listen, if you're a Giants baseball fan,
you're juiced.
If you love baseball, this is incredible. Yeah. Great day. Great day. If you just like the highlights. Sorry, you're a loser today. And you had a losing offseason.
Obviously, might be the best defensive shortstop in the game.
Right.
Okay, so
here's what's funny.
He's got some sizzle.
Okay, but he
hit 29 homers last year.
And that's where I just try to how many?
26, excuse me.
And he was banged
22 last year, 291. His career high is 26 and 21.
Where
you going?
This is where I don't want to be that guy. And I'm saying
that was Monday.
They had a damn good offseason. But before the signing, nobody said Correa was even remotely in the same category as Judge when it came to interest, when it came to creating a stir, when it came to buying tickets, when it came to all rise, when it came to so don't now say he's got sizzle. I'm sure he does, but don't try to replace the sizzle that it's because please don't do that. Nobody said before yesterday, I'll tell you what, they get Correa, he's going to be a draw before game one.
But when Correa's name was out there, Steiny, respect was on his name.
Of course.
And you are totally right. But I gave you the deer hunting term. It's opening season. You want to get a 4-pointer, but what if you get a 2-pointer? That's okay. You got something. You wanted to get the 4-pointer.
What if you get 2 3-pointers who are better than the 4-pointer?
I would take that over the 4-pointer.
No, you wouldn't.
Yeah, I got 3.
No,
venison all day.
No.
Deer salami, jerky. I got more.
But you didn't buy that when I was trying to sell it 2 weeks ago. I would say, let's say Judge is a 5-point.
Gotcha.
It's a buck, right? It's how many horns?
Man, almost like an elk.
But he's probably more like an 8, right? But let's just say he's 5. All right, you got to get to 5. All right, can't get the 5. Well, there's a crowd of people that are like Judge or bust. Well, guess what? What if we get 2 3s? Then we get 6 total horns, which is better than Judge's 5.
Yeah,
and I think that's kind of the way they did it, and I think it's probably going to be a better way long term.
Well, I'll tell you what, I don't deem it 3 because Haniger, I know producer Evan and Willard when he's healthy, but when you got to put that disclaimer on it, when, he's a good ball player, I don't feel like they got 3, but it doesn't matter what I think. It's what they're going to roll out. Steiny, I'm just telling you, baseball is so beautiful because you can have all those sexy names on paper, and look what they got the Dodgers for the last decade. 1 ring. So you got to go out there and play. And if you could somehow dip into what made you win 107, and now you got some things to add to 81 and 81, we'll see.
Carlos Correa. Big time postseason performer. 18 home runs in the postseason.
That means he's been there
Same
a
as
lot.
Reggie Jackson and Mickey Mantle. Whew! This guy has come through in the postseason. That's one thing. He's a great fielder. Maybe the best defensive shortstop in baseball. So you don't lose anything when you move Crawford, which can't be taken for granted because Brandon Crawford is a great fielding shortstop. Great. And then lastly, though, the one thing that you got to point out is he's been nicked up. He's been nicked up over the course of his career.
Yeah.
So, obviously, health, as with everything, is a big deal. I'm reading a note here. Over the past 3 seasons, including the pandemic shortened 2020 campaign, he's appeared in 89% of his team's games. Well, you'll take that. But if you go to the 2 years before that, he played 75 and 50 something.
That's kind of like if you do it with McCaffrey. How's that working out? Right now, it's all good. Nobody cares about the past. But it's funny. What we do, we share our opinion. We got the listeners on the Xfinity mobile text line, the texters, YouTube. Listen to this. Never Go Full Jeff said this is disrespectful to Brandon Crawford.
What is?
Moving him to third. Why would he sign off on it, Jeff? How can you be more mad than the athlete who said, I'll gladly go to third?
Well, we don't know that he said that. We assume he has.
Well, he could have caused a stink.
Who?
Brandon Crawford.
Well, maybe he is. We don't know that he's
Susan
not.
Social said he's moving. Oh, well, he's moving to third. I think we'd hear about it. Oh, you still think there's time for stink?
No. What I'm saying is they probably told Crawford, hey, we want to try to, hey, we struck out on Judge, and then so now we need an impact player. The next impact player we like is Correa, but he's a shortstop, which is you. You want to play third base. What's he going to say? What actually, like,
come on.
What's Brandon
there are
Crawford?
Athletes out there that will say, hell no, it's my position. Put his ass at third or get me up out of here.
Okay, you're gone.
Well,
you.
He's calling them, the Yankees Derek Jeter.
What kind of player on the decline would be upset when they say, "Listen, you're getting worse." Okay,
I've been a
and
fixture in this community and part
right,
of
and that's why we're going to keep you in the starting lineup most of the time. You know what? And we know you're not this guy, but if you are, get your glove and shut your mouth, Brandon Crawford.
Wow,
now, they don't have to do that because he's smart enough to see the writing on the wall.
That's a fan, and that's how he feels.
Listen,
Dude, they're left side of the infield.
I don't think
leather.
888-95 Xfinity mobile text line. You know the number. Signing. So the take somebody has is signing Carlos Correa is disrespectful to Brandon Crawford. Yeah. Okay. People think I'm a hater. Okay.
I'm just sharing with you.
Oh, my God.
But I looked at it like, damn, people, brains are different.
Yeah. Hey, Farhan comes to the podium. You know what? We had an agreement. We had an agreement with Carlos Correa. We were close like we were with a lot of players.
Oh,
but you know what? Brandon Crawford doesn't want to go to third. Brandon Crawford doesn't want to go to third. By the way, happy birthday, Brandon. You're now 36 years old, and we're just going to wait on your ass.
I don't feel that way.
It's not disrespect to Brandon Crawford to sign Carlos Correa.
But the bottom line is moving him out of his position. That's what the
and you know what?
He wasn't anti-Correa.
I wouldn't mind if Carlos Correa gave him the Steph Curry night as he pointed to third base. Get out of the hole, Brandon. He's the best defensive shortstop in the game.
No doubt.
That's going to fill more Mike. Fill more Mike to another blessed day. Another day. It's got to be blessed.
You see him on his IG. Yep.
Hey, man, for real. Thank God for another day. Thank God for another free agent coming to the Giants. Now, a real baseball player not going to trip on the move. Brandon Crawford is a real baseball player. But that's, I'm not going to get into that. Real baseball players, no. Anyway, Steiny, I sent you about 90 seconds of Larry Bird breaking people's ankles. You didn't even send me no response back.
That's how he gets down, Mike. That's the norm.
Whoa. Hold on, Mike. My bad.
Get used to it, baby. That's the norm.
My bad.
Yeah.
Sometimes I go a long time without checking, what do they call it, the gram? Yeah.
Well, every time I see you,
Sorry,
you got
Mike.
your phone in your hand.
Fillmore, come on, man. My bad. See, I can say I'm sorry. 650 Steiny and Goo. I'm putting you in there. The guy's just asking me because clearly you're better than me. Hey, Steiny, if 95.7 The Game said you're on the decline, would you be okay with being put in a different time slot and giving the new radio guy in your spot? I mean, I wouldn't have a choice.
See that, and that's where
wouldn't have a choice.
Like if this were 8 years ago, Crawford, they wouldn't even ask him to do this.
Of course not.
He
They
knows
wouldn't
what
be in the
time
market
it
for a
is,
shortstop.
and Crawford's probably looking at it like, "Hey, I ain't even got to. I'm gonna save myself playing third. I ain't got to worry about covering all that terrain. Who knows? But Crawford's a fixture.
Crawford's not
He's
taking
a team
pay
player.
Crawford's not taking a pay cut, is he?
Well, no.
Of course not.
Checks being cashed.
So you're gonna, you know what? And this is where, it's funny. This is kind of at one of the fundamental things you and I go back and forth on. That you actually think organizations care about athletes that play for them, and I constantly tell you they don't care at all.
Like that, but do you mean that?
I do mean that.
We just had the great Will Clark on,
right?
Who is now part of the Giants organization,
right?
They care about Will Clark. They care about who's the lefty, Kirk Reeder. I'm like, come on, that's what it's about.
Right,
that's why when you go to those ceremonies, Donnie,
that's
and
different.
jersey retirements, they're still around.
Right. What I'm talking about is the Giants front office saying, hey, Brandon Crawford's old. He's declining. He's losing some range. He didn't have a good year at the plate. He was nicked up. We have an opportunity to get Carlos Correa. Brandon Crawford's still under contract. We can move him to third base. I don't care they don't care if he has a problem, even if it's Brandon Crawford. It's like the $1 million one,
which is
the one where you just we'll disagree forever.
Oh, I already know where you're going.
I'm telling you right now
years.
That if you gave Joe Lacob an opportunity right now to have Victor Wembanyama for the next 15 years, but he's got to give up Curry a year or two early, like in the next year or two. And he was sure that he was going to be great. He would do it. He would make that transaction to guarantee another 15 years of course, we don't know if he's going to be but if the guy's going to be great, okay, let's use LeBron. Yeah. Let's use LeBron
with a monster dunk.
Let's use
night.
LeBron.
Yeah.
All right. I'm telling you right now that Joe Lacob, if LeBron James were coming out of high school right now, getting ready to play that first game against the Sacramento Kings.
I remember.
18, 20 years ago. But that day was today. There is no doubt Joe Lacob would lose Steph Curry in about 2 hours to ensure 18 years of LeBron James to go from Curry to LeBron James or Curry to it's got to be a big boy.
You won that with how you painted that.
Okay.
Nobody said, but Wembanyama, there's some gambling components to that. That's kind of a roll of the dice. I think the dude's going to be great, but when you put it that way, nobody would say no.
Okay, how about I'll say this. Okay, because this guy we can kind of throw there. If Tim Duncan were coming out of Wake Forest right now, little different because the ear is different.
Go ahead.
But
still
the impact.
No. Because I love big fundamental.
He's got 5 rings.
But he's not going to revolutionize the game like Curry did.
He
That's
won't.
a part of it.
You're saying we might win 5 titles in the next 15 years.
And we may win another one with the chef at 34 years old.
So would you rather take 1 more with Steph or 5 with another guy?
I think the one with Steph could be 2. But the loyalty will make up for the other 3 we don't get.
Right, but
I'm loyal, man.
Right, my point. Right, and my point is,
you a renegade?
I'm not a renegade. I'm just telling you the owner's mindset. The owner's mindset. I think often, you and I disagree on the humanity of a sports owner because I don't think there is any. Why doesn't Bob Myers have a contract for next year?
I told you. I think it's up to him. I think
up to who?
Bob is.
It's not his organization, so it's really up to Joe Lacob.
No, I think It's not that. There is no static or what's going on. I think Bob's thinking about, do I want to do this? And he's talking to the chain of command, the missus, and all that stuff. He's got small children or young kids. So I think all that is why he hasn't signed on the dotted line.
But he could have signed an extension last year and then
why is this story getting no run either? Like, nobody's written about it.
I don't know.
That tells me there's nothing to see here.
I disagree completely. I disagree. I don't think it's nothing that Bob Myers doesn't have a contract for next year right now. In fact, to me, logic dictates he might not be the president of basketball operations next year.
I don't want to hear that.
I'm surprised by it too, but why? How many GMs do not have contracts going into next year? The answer I have not been able to find out. I've been trying. The best I can ascertain is a handful.
Okay. And those dudes
so let's
don't
say that's
have
5.
the skins on the wall that Bob has.
So why not? Why is
he should never? I'm gonna tell you. Can I be honest with you?
Why has Bob Myers gotten this close to the end of his contract?
You got Mary Page, your beautiful daughter. Yeah. I got 3 kids: Little Daryl, Milan, and Donovan. The assistant GM is named Kirk Lakeup. That's his son.
Right.
That to me, Steiny, has to. If it's not what I say, it's got to be that he is going to take over. If
no
it's
doubt
not
at some
Bob
point.
Saying, you know what, Joe, let me just speak to the missus. I'll get back to you. Nothing to see here. But the fact that Kirk Lakeup is right there and been groomed for this opportunity, that would be, if I'm wrong, answer to the question.
Maybe. I mean, there's no secret. It's no secret that eventually Joe will pass the team on to either Kirk, his son,
Steven
or Kirk,
and Jerry Jones,
his other son, at some point.
Jeannie Jerry bus.
Are we there?
That's what they do.
Are we there right now? I don't know. I don't think so. But
not after coming off a championship, right?
Well, they won't be coming off a championship.
Well, they are right now. They're defending champs.
Right, but in theory, he would leave either after they win it twice in a row. But I hear what you're saying. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'll take that a step further. You're right. They just won a championship last year.
Right.
Why isn't he under contract next year?
Should have been signed, sipping champagne.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll tell you who is signed, sealed, and delivered. Carlos Correa. You know why? Because Farhan knows how to get a deal done. Now, Joe Lacob? I don't know about Joe Lacob, apparently. I'm just messing around. But Carlos Correa, damn good player.
Big deal.
No. By the way, people say, he was on my fantasy team. I was in a league outside the station. So I'm very familiar with Carlos Correa.
Look at you.
So, good signing by the Giants. I think sometimes he leaves you wanting more, though. But nice player. All right. It's all we got Zaza Pachulia, Executive Show, Other Side. It's all sponsored by Pfizer.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast, even if your symptoms feel mild. Ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
No one knows where this market will go. Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in the Bay Area at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. you'll get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
O'Reilly. Improve visibility in your vehicle and save $10 on a pair of Trico Force wiper blades now at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Don't risk your safety because of bad wiper blades. Be ready for any weather. Our professional parts people will even install your new wiper blades for free. Visit your local O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know Nissan EVs have traveled 8 billion miles? Just a quick trip to Pluto and back. And what did we learn along the way? Well, that an EV can take on the world, like the Nissan Leaf. It can move racing forward and take your breath away, like the all-new Nissan Ariya. We learned to make EVs that electrify. 8 billion miles driven by Leaf owners globally since 2010. Ariya not yet available for purchase. Expected availability late fall, subject to change.
From the creators of Kentucky Fried Chicken comes the Taste Good holiday event of the year. KFC's $5 Famous Bowl. Starring crispy chicken, creamy mashed potatoes, gravy, corn, and everyone's favorite, melty cheese.
I'm in love with you, Famous Bowl.
Treat yourself to the bowl critics are calling a whole lot of food that even a Scrooge couldn't resist.
A humbug, that's tasty.
Gift yourself a KFC Famous Bowl for just $5. Now on the app and at a Kentucky Fried Chicken near you. For a limited time, prices and participation may vary.
New Gillette Intimate gives guys a gentle and easy shave on there. And around there. And even under there. Don't treat your groin like junk. Respect it with Gillette Intimate, the best a man can get. Buy now at Walmart.
ZZ Top and Leonard Skinner are coming to Shoreline Amphitheater August 10th, and 95.7 The Game has your tickets. For your shot to win and get in the running for the grand prize, 2023 Shoreline Lawn Pass. Head to 957thegame.com. Christmas time is here, and so are all the greatest deals on power tools at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Enjoy 12 days of deals on all your favorite brands starting December 12th. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and more of this year's greatest deals. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw and take home 2 free batteries to top it off. Stop by Fasteners Inc. at 2897 Monterey Road, December 12th through the 24th, or shop online at fastenersinc.net. Triple Points Weekend at Outdoor Supply Hardware is your chance to give and receive. Club OSH members earn triple points on every dollar spent December 16th, 17th, and 18th. Great gifts await at all 14 OSH stores. With tidings big and small, mark your calendars to get in, gift out, and earn points 3 times faster towards the next $5 off coupon. So December 16th, 17th, and 18th, make your way to OSH for Triple Points Weekend. Not a Club OSH member? It's not too late. Sign up today to start earning.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to go inside the boardroom.
It probably is timeless. You know why? I respect anybody that was on the Warriors beat during those years.
And take a seat at the conference table.
Guru's great too.
Welcome to The Executive Show.
Nothing easy!
On 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Afici, San Francisco's newest culinary adventure. Located at 680 Folsom Street in San Francisco. Go to Afici.com to book your reservation today.
All right, this is The Executive Show brought to you by Afici, San Francisco's newest culinary adventure located at 680 Folsom Street in San Francisco. Go to www.afici.com. That's AFICI to book your reservation today. Hey, Zaza, how you doing? Thanks for joining us.
I'm feeling great watching the World Cup. Obviously, I don't know if you guys.
Yeah,
we got it on.
But yes, so I'm excited for Sunday for the finals.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
I'll probably want to announce that I'm cheering for Messi. I'm a big Messi fan, so
okay.
Messi.
All right,
going to put out.
We'll allow that here. Hey, and we're joined by Zaza Pachulia. Hey, Draymond got into it last night with a fan, and the fan was ejected, and it got me to thinking. You were a pretty tough player in your own time. How often does that happen? How often did it happen to you where, I got to imagine there's times where you're hearing it from an opposing fan, but it doesn't register. Like, what does register, and what are some of the situations you've found yourself in during your playing days?
Well, it's always hard to play on the road, guys, right? And, I played in Milwaukee for 3 years, and I think their fan base is really special, really amazing, and very passionate about the basketball team, and especially the last couple of years, they've been seeing the success, and of course they're getting a lot of support. I don't know what the conversations was between Draymond and the fan. Obviously, there's an investigation. That's what I read today. There's an investigation going on. I saw the fan got removed from the game. Obviously, he was sitting very close, and there was something said that Draymond didn't like it. And
did you ever have a fan? Did you ever have a fan ejected?
I don't remember. Wow, gosh, playing 1,100 games, there's a lot of data to go over, but I don't remember. But obviously, having the conversation, especially when you see so close from the court, it's part of the game, and this is entertainment, right? And but obviously there are boundaries. You cannot pass those boundaries. I definitely want to make sure the players are protected, and it's a fair communication. It's both sides are enjoying what they do, but obviously nobody should pass the boundaries for the fans and the players, obviously.
Zaza, you know what it's like to be a defending champ, and the Warriors are 14-14. And Saturday night, I text my guys, Donnie, and the rest of the gang, a great effort without Wiggins against Boston. I felt like they sent a message, and Clay was showing me that old defense. But when you look at them on the road, and last night I know it was Milwaukee, but Zaza, they're 2-12. Anything to see here, or do you look at it like, you know what, they are defending champs. It's just kind of a championship hangover. No big deal.
That's a really good question. And I remember, actually, we've been doing these interviews, every second Wednesday, right? And I remember when we first started, when season started, there were so many concerns, and we were talking about, well, Clay's not feeling, what do you think, what's going on with Clay? And now we're talking about how Clay looks great, and, his defense, and, offensively he's making shots, right? We've been, I've been listening to you guys, even when Bob is, on. The message is pretty clear. It takes time, right? And, you want to call it championship hangover, or you want to call it whatever you want to call it. Doesn't matter, right? We believe our players, we believe our coaching staff, and we believe our experience in what we've been getting and have, for the last couple of years now. And I know we know it's going to take some time. We know every month is going to be better and better, and that's what we're experiencing, right? So, but from the other side, from a fan standpoint, I don't totally understand. You don't want to see games like yesterday, for example, right? Saturday was amazing, and now you go on the road, and of course, questions are going to be, okay, what's going on with the Warriors on the road? But again, like I say, it's a matter of time, patience, and as far as we keep getting better, defense is getting better. Obviously, the rotations are becoming solid, and bench is figuring out the young players. Clay back to where we want all to see him be, right? So a lot of positive things, and but we still got work to do, and like I said, we are working on it.
Zaza Pachulia joining us on the executive show. Let me ask you about Jordan Poole, because he obviously got a big contract in the offseason. Even though it doesn't kick in till next year, I think, everybody said he got his big contract. And I was trying to look at both sides of his situation. And one thing I heard, you hear is, oh, well, he got paid. Well, he got paid, so. But I think there's another side to it for another kind of person where getting paid might put a little more pressure on a certain kind of player. They might feel a little more pressure, which I would almost interpret as a good thing. When you see a guy sign a contract, what are some of the scenarios that can occur with players? Are there players that can go in either direction?
Absolutely. That's a really good point. Yes, you can go both directions, right? Where you can relax and say, well, mission accomplished, right? Or actually put pressure of, okay, so I'm a max guy now, so I need to deliver, right? And expectations is higher. So, but I'm very confident with Jordan. I mean, he's a very talented guy, very exciting, player. He's a very hard worker too, and his maturity level that we saw last couple of years definitely gives me confidence to say that the better months and years ahead of him, and he has a chance to be one of the best players in this league. And he's so young. Even though we're talking about max contract and looking at his age, he's so young. So it's work in progress, guys. Like, it's a special moment. If you look at it, it's such a special moment where this guy was 2 years ago was in the G League bubble, right? Yep. And nobody knew what was going to be that his future looked like, right? So there were a lot of questions and a lot of observations. But here we are now, only 2 years later, we're talking about him being a max player. So, I mean, he earned it. He, well deserved. I love Jordan. I personally, and I love watching his game. But like I say, he's still young. He must growth, and that's what we value. I mean, we value his upside, and he has so much more to improve. And just exciting. Hopefully, it's gonna happen in front of our eyes. And like I say, every month and every season is going to be better and better for him.
Zaza, I hope you weren't listening to us last week, because my partner, we were just having a discussion about Wiseman, and I just had an emotional outburst. I don't even know where it came from, and I'd never second-guess the organization and Kerr, but I was like, Wiseman needs to be up here learning, even if he fails. But it got me to thinking. I said before he came back that he needed to get thicker, stronger. You're a thick, strong dude, and you knew how to impose your strength in the paint on an NBA hardwood. Wiseman's 21. My question to you is, if he goes in the gym and gets super duper strong, can you talk about the science of being able to use that new strength to where you can kind of inflict it on the opposition? Because I'm up here thinking it's easy, and I'm like, nah, it's a science. Can you speak to that?
Absolutely. I mean, whatever strength you have, you gotta be able to use it. If you don't use it, it's a nonsense, right? So, but like I say, to use your, shooting ability, right? If you're a great shooter, for example, right, you need to understand how to get those open shots or how to get the good shots, right? And where are the spots that the good shots are coming from on the court, right? So, all these things needs a repetition. Same thing comes with the strength, right? So many times I remember when I first came in the league, I was getting in trouble with getting offensive fouls because I was trying so hard. I couldn't, as a young man, and I was 19 and when I would get drafted. So as a young man, you're so anxious and you're giving doing your best, and suddenly it turns to too aggressive, and it creates the offensive foul. So, but with the repetitions, with watching the field, with having a good coaches and good mentors, obviously the things slow down, and I start realizing, and I ended up my career being one of these, best screen setters out there, right? So, like I say, with the time and reps, I think that things going to come down for James, and he's going to understand what he's really upside. I mean, the strength is, and start utilizing it on the court in the NBA game.
Go ahead, Guru.
Zaza, I gotta ask,
this is not me, Zaza.
Did you go back-to-back at the Warriors World Tournament? How did you guys fare?
All we do is win, right? Over the sun goes.
Zaza, you can't play in it. You played in the league. That's for the regular folks.
It's a free world. That's where I learned more in this country. This is a free country, and it's totally.
There you go.
I didn't hurt anyone. That's I gotta say that I didn't hurt anyone.
I'm gonna call you Messi at a Warrior World Tournament, okay?
You weren't the object of a lawsuit for injuring somebody. Good for you. Good for you. Hey, Zaza, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it, and have a great week, man.
Thanks for having me, guys.
All right, Zaza Pachulia. The Executive Show, that's brought to you by Affici, San Francisco's newest culinary adventure. It's located at 680 Folsom Street in San Francisco. Go to www.affici.com to book your reservation today. It's AFICI.
Yeah, I was watching Giannis last night, Stoney, and it got me to thinking about Wiseman and just all players. Now, I would love to ask producer Evan what made this man.
I'm sorry.
That's a real laugh. No, seriously, about strength and how you use it. Right. You know what I mean? Like there's a science to that.
You said you were watching Giannis and you thought of Wiseman. No. I'm sorry. Yeah. I just thought that was kind of funny. Yeah. Go ahead. Right, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Now you finish your point.
Rob Dibble, not Rob Dibble. That was the pitcher. The guy that used to. Yeah, talk to him, Evan. But seriously, man, like, how do you apply that?
Apply what?
Because James got thicker, and I'm just wondering, is that the next phase of, even if he has the strength now, on how you apply it? And that's boxing out. That's why Mahorn, Dennis Rodman didn't have what Wiseman had, but his thighs were strong as ass. And he was able to be Oakley. You know, Stoney, it's a science in being strong, man. On McCaffrey, I heard Dib say, the elevator doors, that's the lineman, but can you get your body limp and get through there before the doors close and the doors of the run? Like, there's science to being strong.
Okay.
And I'm wondering where Wiseman is at in his, as he goes through his basketball adolescence, because he got thicker, he looked stronger.
Right, like this is where, like, I think it's just unfair to Wiseman, and we were way too anxious. Who are some of the names you said? Rick Mahorn,
Rodman, Oakley,
even whatever.
Yeah, Horace Grant, guys that knew how to, David Robinson.
Right. You're picturing them in your mind's eye. They're grown men. The way you're picturing them is when they were 30 years old, when they were finished growing, when they were
He's 21. Yeah.
Exactly. What, like,
I just don't want it to happen on somebody else's watch.
Well,
that's what I guess.
If that was your big worry, you should have never drafted him. Or you should have drafted him and said, let me tell you something. James Wiseman is going to be great on his second contract.
Wow.
Again, anyway.
Tizo 510 YouTube. Stoddy Lickety Guru, like, what the hell are you talking about? Nah, you felt
the science of.
Yeah, yeah.
I have no understanding of weightlifting.
But your calves look like you.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
Yeah. But you're strong, Stoddy.
Nah. I heard.
We just got to get you mentally strong. That was too good to pass up.
Maybe a doctor. Somebody. Maybe Panja's listening. I heard once you hit a certain age, 50, that you start losing like 10% of your body strength every decade.
Well, that explained my results on the court. Good Lord. Is that true?
That's what I heard.
Oh, man.
So, in other words, if I'm at a certain age, if it's 50 or over, like, I'll never be able to drive a golf ball further than right now. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, no.
See, that scares me.
You're right.
I don't drive it that far.
God. 91 the other day,
As you would say, life.
Yeah, Martin Lawrence.
What do you mean 91? How do you know?
The streets are talking.
I'm terrible right now. Let's go to Rob in San Bruno. Hey, Rob, what's going on, Rob? How you doing, man?
What's going on?
Talk to us.
Off, man.
Okay.
I agree with you, Guru. You know, if you're a good coach, like they say Steve Kerr is, to me, Steve Kerr can only coach one type of player in one type of way. You want his bigs to be role players, and you got a guy who has touch at the rim. He can do some things. He still has to grow. So why not try to, put him out there? You had Baldwin out there. What are you doing out there? He gonna be on the team in 5 years.
Rob.
You had the other.
Rob, did you have something you wanted to ask Guru outside of Wiseman?
Yeah, no. I say I agree with.
Yeah.
I agree with
gotcha.
Guru.
Okay.
I agree with Guru. I'm just saying, like, and y'all brought up Giannis, comparing to Giannis. Well, when I watched Giannis when he first came out, Wiseman got way more skill than Giannis got at this point in his career. So I don't know why you cannot utilize this dude for something. Like, come on, you can't play 10 minutes like last week where they played, where they set all the starters out and they got blew out. But you tell me Wiseman couldn't play more than 5 minutes against Indiana or Utah? I'm like, come on, man. To me, it's like it's a little personal. And I just felt like, man, if you got this guy who has talent, this ain't
all right. I got you, Rob. Okay, so here's where I'm at with Rob. And if you're like Steiny, you cut him off. Okay, so here's where I got to say, hold on a sec. So San Francisco Giants have just signed
Carlos Correa, yep. 13 years,
biggest
yep.
offseason signing in their history, money-wise. Buzz about the Giants.
Biggest shortstop.
The Warriors get beat in Milwaukee. Bob Myers doesn't have a contract next year.
Purdy playing tomorrow.
Purdy. We can't talk about James Wiseman, who didn't even.
We had the big
I hate to say this,
Yeah.
but he's not even on the team right now.
And it bothers me.
So, like.
But Rob,
this is
I
where,
don't think it's
this is
personal,
where
though,
I do.
Steiny.
This is where I do hear the boss in the back of my mind saying, "You talked about James Wiseman."
Somebody called. Well, I asked the question, boss. I'll take that one. But
no, I don't mean it like
he's the elephant in the room, the rat on the table, and the amount of people Jason battle that flood Twitter with it. This is where I don't go with this Santa Cruz stats, as if it was a real game. No, he's got to do it up here. But last night, it was a layup line for Milwaukee. Put some size out there. Even if he's a statue, a lamp, put some size that you got. Oh, you can't. Why? He's in Santa Cruz. I'll never understand.
It's not hard to understand. The team gets worse when he's on the court. Andrew in Pleasanton. Hey, Andrew, how are you, buddy?
Drew.
I'm doing all right.
Yeah.
So I was just hearing Goo talking about, the science of strength, and it seemed like you were, Steiny, you were a little skeptical about it. But
No.
Not
like,
you.
Skeptical I
for
can
example,
lift weights.
like Steven Adams,
Yes.
right?
Great call.
He's seen as one of the strongest guys in the NBA, and for sure, I mean, he's a huge dude. He's got muscles on top of muscles, but he's talked about how there are definitely people that can bench more than he can, but he's got technique. Right? Like it's foot placement and you square up your shoulders, that kind of thing. Or if you're arm wrestling somebody, it's not necessarily the guy that can curl the most. It's you get your wrist over the top, that kind of thing. So I'm not saying that that's necessarily all that Wiseman needs is a little bit more technique, but just Goo, I see where you were going.
All right, I appreciate you. And
Thanks,
I
Andrew.
got to give you credit. You did too.
I
No,
didn't
you
say I'm
totally got
skeptical
it.
of weightlifting.
No,
Are you
not
kidding?
at all. You understood where I was going. And you said they're
Weightlifting is
grown-ass men.
proven.
The dudes that I gave to you.
That's the thing. He might not even be done growing.
Wow, man.
6 years from now, he may be 30 pounds heavier than he is now.
Well, how was Bill Russell when he came into the league?
He was lean.
But right, was he still dominant?
It's a great question. Probably. But he had a different skill set. Did you ever see Russell? I know you think Wiseman. That's the other thing. You know what killed Wiseman? That stupid video they put out early his rookie year when he was dribbling the length of the court.
I couldn't stop watching it.
Oh, I'll tell you
Kevin
what.
Durant.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. He put a
Left-handed.
spin move on an orange pylon.
Oh, I'll never forget.
It was unbelievable.
I'll say this. You're going to laugh.
Bill Russell could
And
actually
we'll get
do that.
back to Correa. He has some handle for a big.
Who?
Wiseman. He ain't no fumble dumble.
He's got bad hands. His hands are bad.
You believe that?
His hands.
Is the story done deal?
Average, above average, below average. I would say James Wiseman, so far in his career, his hands are below average. And you say, well, Steiny's got a great handle. You know what? It's a handle I hope I never see.
Wow.
At least
Now,
not for
catching the
5
rock,
more years.
You see how I'm looking at you. Catching the rock is different than, and I know what you mean. I've seen it.
He doesn't have a good handle either.
But I saw,
He doesn't have a big good handle. Come on.
And you missed Don. Real last thing about Warriors.
DiVincenzo.
He was the bright spot last night.
3 for 10.
Was he?
Yeah.
See, I'm done with you. Because he did hit a couple at the end. Your boy had 19, JK.
The best player to me on the court last night was Lamb.
Yeah.
Like, I know people hate when I do this. Curry stunk, Clay stunk, Poole stunk.
Why did Curry only get 10 shots?
Draymond Green was an abomination. Looney was bad.
Yeah. Everybody, Poole.
I still want to go through the list.
Okay.
Poole, well, I said the 3 guards.
All right.
Jamichael Green,
well, what
good
about
Lord.
Clay?
Clay stunk.
No, yeah. After he had a great game Saturday.
Okay. And right, he's going to have great games.
And he's out tonight.
Yeah.
Dude, fix this 2
Hey, you
and
think
12.
Clay's back?
He's
back?
You see a light at the end of the tunnel, and it's not a train. It's good light.
Who am I forgetting? Who else stunk last night?
Iguodala got a tech.
Can I tell you our great colleague, John Dickinson?
Go ahead. I'm going to be quiet.
You know what? And I'll just tell this to the Bay Area.
This is a 5.
If you're one of the great, if you're a P1, you'll kind of love this.
This is amazing.
So Iguodala gets a T. I didn't even know he was in the building. But he gets a T, and I'm, of course, listening to Fitz and Kalena. And I start exchanging some sarcastic texts with John Dickinson about Iguodala getting a T.
What did he say?
He said, you know that he knew it was a TNT game. And I was like,
that's a drop the mic.
Oh, there's no doubt. Yeah, you're right, JD.
I've seen us in the 15 games, and he said, let me give my little, and had the professor glasses. He was clean. That's amazing, JD.
I mean, he really looked good last night,
It was a TNT game.
Good. I mean,
they need
5
you,
technicals for the Warriors.
Yeah, 2. Yeah.
I mean, I can't imagine, like, this is what kind of, we always go back and forth. So the Warriors got 5 technicals last night. There's nothing to criticize there, right? Like, they kept their that's all the refs' fault, right? They didn't lose their composure.
No, they did. They did what they did. But Tim Roy, I was listening to Tim and Barnett. Tim goes, maybe this game will get over before tomorrow's game in Indiana tips off because it was at a snail's pace and technicals.
Right.
Get a road win.
Just
Curry tension. Milwaukee's good. Oh,
they're
shocker.
Real good.
They're
real
good. Middleton was trying to take
They didn't even have Drew Holiday.
Now, Warriors didn't have Wiggins.
True. Yeah, they're back. You know what? It's a good little comparison there, too, between Wiggins and Drew Holiday. About the...
I say Wiggins means more to the Dubs than Drew to the...
No, what I'm telling you is I could... Let's call it the same and move along.
Ooh.
Let's call it the same in terms of value to teams, and let's just move along. All right? There's nothing to see there. To me, Wiggins, as important to the Warriors as Drew Holiday is to the Bucks, don't at me. We're just going to move along. You know better. You know better than to push that one, guys. All right, here we go. Let's see. Oh, so I'm talking to the boss, the 957thegame.shop.com.
Yeah.
It's live, Goo. So if you want to get some 95.7 The Game swaggerola.
Well, you haven't wore anything. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
And I'm not gonna. I don't, like, that's not what I do, but I'll be flattered if and when I see somebody in something of the stations. Notice I said stations, not just our show, because I'm a team player. Let me keep moving on here. We got brand new Brock Purdy gear. It's a nice play on words with Mr. Irrelevant, and it also has the 13. It's real clever. And you can go to the 95.7 The Game shop and take a look at that. We got the Hell with a Kid shirt. Our stuff's really good. Steiny and Guru. 957thegame.shop.com. Go ahead.
Looking for a holiday dinner experience to remember? Look no further. Afici, San Francisco's newest culinary adventure, is now open at 680 Folsom Street in San Francisco. Enjoy handmade pastas, house-made charcuterie, and a multi-course menu showcasing both Italian and French flavors for an unparalleled culinary experience this holiday season. Whether you choose Afici for a special occasion or a culinary adventure, you're sure to be wowed. Visit our website at aficisf.com to book your reservation today. That's AFICISF.com.
Cache Creek Casino Resort is the place for the biggest names and the very best in live entertainment. On January 22nd, don't miss the multi-talented actress and singer Tsai Chin, Then be there on January 28th when the legends of Motown take the stage. This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. Find tickets and see our full lineup at cashcreek.com.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
At EasyCater, food for work is our thing. Maybe that's why we get orders from 93% of Fortune 500 companies. So what's up with the other 7%?
Everyone, meet our newest employee, Susan. She has an idea that is going to revolutionize our food ordering.
Hi, Susan.
So nice to meet you.
Unfortunately, she just gave her notice, and today is her last day.
I'm gonna miss her.
Why don't all companies order through EasyCater? Who knows? Order 24/7 from over 95,000 restaurants on EasyCater.com. EasyCater, food for work. That's our thing.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's Pro Rewards members can earn bonus points on select products and brands like Power Pro, Weehaw, and Valspar. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, Lowe's e-gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Points expire at end of calendar year. Visit Lowes.com/L/Pro Loyalty terms for details. Now through 1/8/23.
Tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where they'll break down all the headlines in the NFL. Brought to you by Hyundai. There's never been a better time to get away with a great deal on a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Visit buyhyundai.com today.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Dell Technologies' Days of Deals for Business start now with fresh, limited quantity deals on tech to drive productivity. Save on select performance laptops and desktops powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, plus free shipping on everything, and special financing with Dell Business Credit. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7 with supplies and solutions for every industry and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Jermichael Green with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Now, that one I didn't hear before.
That's your first time?
Now, see, listen, you know I'm very kind-hearted. I don't like to start things.
Right.
But he just said, Steeny, make a shot.
Yeah, the Greens weren't bad last night.
Make a shot, Jermichael Green.
The Greens could have used some hot sauce last night.
Get a rebound.
Milwaukee
do
had
something
length.
constructive.
Yeah, whoa, yeah. Yeah, they'll do it tonight.
Now, the people don't think I'm serious there.
Some do.
See, the nice part is I can be 50% serious.
Some call you the Bay Skip Bayless. And that's a compliment.
Don't do. No, it's not. You know what? I got to tell you something.
Put your glasses
and I don't
back
know.
on,
I don't
Sonny.
know. You know what? I don't know. And I know the word trigger is sensitive to some people, but it's still hanging in there as one of the words we can use. Don't trigger me.
Okay. I honestly believe that does. I'll throw it out.
See,
I'll put it in the back pocket. But yeah, I get you. You despise that dude.
We had what happened during the break is I was on the verge of coming out saying, I love this, man. This is just great sports, blah, blah, blah.
It is.
So I get out and I said, you know what? I was messing around like I always like to, not messing around, but serious about how, to me, Drew Holiday is worth essentially the same amount to the Bucks as Wiggins is to the Warriors. I said, whatever, second best player, just like Wiggins. Somebody, Evan comes in during the break and goes, who's the Warriors' second best player? I said, Wiggins. And he goes, who's the Bucks' second best player? And I said, Drew Holiday.
I said, we both said Middleton.
Exactly.
Wow. Middleton.
And then you said, I think the Bucks could have won it last year without Holiday.
And had Middleton,
and
no doubt.
I said I disagree.
They couldn't create a shot.
Now, I'm not going to call you an idiot.
Okay, right. And I wouldn't call you
I disagree with you.
You called me a liar, but yeah, I would never call
you did lie that day.
I can't remember what
you
it was
lied
about.
that day.
Because you feel bad about pointing the finger. Anyway.
No, so I think that's actually a pretty fair comparison. Like value to their team. Because Wiggins is important, and I think Drew Holiday is important too.
You know what? I got in the car, and I'm still feeling it now. Yesterday I was emotional when it comes to the Giants and Farhan and the comments. But I need you to back me up. We're going to go Wade and LeBron in Miami when he threw the alley-oop to Bron. You have to admit we are both in two peas in a pod.
Oh, boy.
Forget the reasoning. He closed the deal. The boss is happy. And in this instance, the boss is the fans. People are happy the Giants landed a fish. Yep. Was it the big fish? No. And I'm going to say this that bothers me a little bit.
Fish.
Tell me if you
might have been a fish that tastes better.
Well, okay, that's to be determined later. Let me finish.
But it might be.
Don't they need a big bopper in the outfield? And Haniger's not the bopper that I'm talking about. I'm not. They need Judge. They need that big bopper. And that's what Judge represented. Even if it would have failed. Sonny, they got action. And that's the beautiful thing about baseball. Now you got some, your rotation. You fix Minaya. You do it the Giant way. He taps into his inner Gosman and DeSclafani when he was good. You got to tip your cap to Farhan. And I'm still mad that he made those comments.
I'm starting to realize, you're just...
I said you have to get something.
You're very negative.
Ultra.
But you're just smarter than me.
How?
You're just a lot smarter than me.
In what way?
At presenting it.
No, it's not.
No, you're right, because I'm considered negative. But basically,
you got a whole lot under that column.
But what you just said on the day that the Giants signed Carlos Correa, you're harping on we need a bopper. On the day you get Carlos
they
Correa,
needed a bopper.
You're turning it into a negative. We need a bopper. They didn't get a bopper in the outfield. I want to see a bopper.
Right, and that may come.
You know what? I choose to dwell on the positive. I choose to dwell on Carlos Correa.
A lot to be happy about.
I can't believe you want to bring stuff down like that.
No, I'm telling you, he needed to close. They did it. And Giant fans are happy now. I got a bone to pick with you.
Do you have stuff to take back from yesterday?
No.
I wasn't keeping a list, which is unusual for me.
How are you so sure? How are we so sure? Because we're ticket profiling now.
Oh.
The ticket sales haven't gone up since the announcement of this sign.
Oh,
I'm just asking. I'm not saying anybody's wrong.
I'll text Larry Bear right now.
You really got a number?
Yeah.
Well,
I'm
of course, he's going to
I have
come
his
back
number,
with, yes, they went up. But
I don't
you
know
know what I mean? We
he
don't
probably-
know
he
the
probably
impact
didn't
of
have
this
the number,
signing,
so.
Stoney.
What's that?
We don't know hey, little
But don't
Johnny and
do that.
Susan get in the car. Where we going? John
don't
game.
do- but see,
we're
this
going to
is-
see we're going to see Carlos.
But see, this is where I can't.
could
I can't
happen.
do it. I can't do it. We can't have talked about Carlos Correa for the last month and acknowledged he wasn't really going to sell tickets or move the needle, and now say, he may sell tickets and move the needle. No, he's not. We already agreed with that.
Well, we agreed that he wasn't Judge, and there's no shade in that. He's a star. He's just not that ultra mega star that you missed out on. I still think he should offer 400.
Hey, let me throw this out there to Giant fans and Warrior fans. It just intrigued me a little bit. Because I heard the morning show, Willard and Dibbs, talking about, obviously, Brandon Crawford is moving to third base. And the morning show was bringing up the disrespect factor, whether it's kind of disrespectful to longtime Giant Brandon Crawford, 3-time champion.
Oh, so you had heard that?
Yeah. And while I was listening to them, I was thinking, what? No, it's no disrespect to Brandon Crawford. You move him to third base. I mean, he's 35 years old, whatever he is. He's got one more year left. It's not a big deal, and I wouldn't take it as disrespect. So I didn't think a big deal. So I came in, and there's Evan, and he's like, I think it's kind of a big deal. I'm like, really? He's like, he played short his whole career. I'm like, yeah, I know, but he's a hell of a fielder. It's not like they're going to take it back. Like, he still could get 500 at bats. They're not taking him out of the starting lineup. Evan says, you know what this would be the equivalent of?
Go ahead. I'm waiting.
And I said, what? And he goes, this would be the equivalent of the Warriors signing somebody and saying to Klay Thompson, you got to come off the bench. And I said, no, that's not. That is not an apt comparison.
I
because
heard Jeter and Rodriguez. I mean, Jeter and A-Rod.
You're not moving Crawford to the bench. They're going to start.
Yeah, he's going to a different position. It's probably the best thing for
Crawford
him.
only has 2 rings. My bad. Yeah. Thank you. 510. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't,
Do you think it's disrespectful?
I could see how some people go there, but if the man in question's not going there, I can't supersede him not being mad. That's what.
Well, we don't know that
how
he's
I live
not
my
mad.
life.
We don't know that yet.
Well,
I think
you know how I know?
we can assume.
Okay. All right.
I think we all can assume, knowing what we know about Brandon Crawford, haven't watched him for a decade. I think we can assume it's probably not a big issue.
Okay, so that's how.
But
if my boss never knew I was mad at him, he's doing a good job in his mind.
Yeah.
If I never brought that to the table, so if Brandon is mad and he's just keeping it to his spouse or his friends, then it was the right. He's really not mad if he's not doing anything about it to where the team has to have a response and answer.
Well, we don't. Well, maybe he is mad. He's trying to
be a team
player, but it will impact his play. That's the biggest worry.
Hopefully improve his play. Evan also brought, when the Yankees got A-Rod, who was a shortstop, Jeter didn't move his spot. Even if A-Rod defensively was better than an older aging Jeter.
How old was Jeter?
I should have that.
How old was Jeter when A-Rod came?
But A-Rod was the
Was
better.
he a fossil like Crawford?
I feel like he was headed down that road.
He was age 35.
Ooh, 35.
Or sorry. Oh. No. 32.
Yeah. I'm rubbing off on the.
Sorry. That's a big difference.
Okay, but still,
I mean,
a lot of people still say Jeter wasn't defensively was okay as shortstop. It was overblown. I don't believe that.
Like this is also where it's like you're not really. I think you're an old school guy. You're not. And it's kind of
I'm
like
total old school.
No, but this is one where when you weigh everything, when you see everything, you and I, buddy, we've been in the Bay Area for decades and decades. We've watched Brandon Crawford. Like, we know the lay of the land. We know how great he was. We know this, that, and the other thing. And it's like, at the end of the day, weighing all that, shut up and go to third base.
And that's what he did.
Well, we don't know that yet. But my point is, like, the fact that, like, well, what if he feels disrespect? What are you talking about? would feel disrespected.
Well, he does only have 1 year left, so that makes it, even if it was.
Like, so why?
If he caused it. Like, I hate to go basketball to hammer this point home.
Yeah.
I'm looking at you right now.
Yes.
Do you and LeBron James and Anthony Davis have a chip together?
Okay.
Do you think right now LeBron has thought to himself, we're better and probably can win with AD the lead if I kind of defer? Not just, I'm going to get my shots and my points, but I know we got to go through him.
Okay.
I feel like that's what Crawford's doing and why Susan Slusser reported it so quick.
Right.
And there was no, and I know what you're saying.
We're not.
We don't know. But for him to say, I'm going to third and I'll accept it, there's nothing to see here.
Exactly. All I'm saying, you're right. It's like Crawford's fine with it. But let's say Crawford were Harry Smith.
And went,
with the exact same credentials. What I'm saying is, hey, Harry, you're going to third base. I have two. I don't like. Yeah. You're 30. You're going to third base, and it's like here's the thing. Like, okay, so you're Farhan or whoever, Kapler. Hey, listen, Brandon, you know the deal. We tried to get Judge, didn't get him. Tried to get Turner, didn't get him. Best player out there is Correa. He plays shortstop, but the plan is to try to get Correa, get you to third base next year.
Keep you fresh.
So I'm trying to imagine how if Brandon Crawford said, "Yeah, I don't want to move to third base," that anybody could support that. You know what I mean? Oh, I get it. Oh, I think, Brandon Crawford's in the right. He shouldn't move to nobody thinks that, right?
Well, a couple fans, short for fanatic.
That's ridiculous.
Because they're in love with what Brandon has done and what he's meant to the Giant infield and the success he's had. Right, they're wrong, but I understand that part. Steiny, people latch onto these players and their territory. And Brandon Crawford, I love Crawford. Crawford knows what time it is.
My thing is like
thanks.
It's like, right, but what if there were any other player, like if anybody else is Brandon Crawford, all right? Like, the reason it's going to work is because Brandon Crawford's a class act. Let's say Brandon Crawford were just a regular guy. He weren't actually a class act. And the same thing were to happen, and Kapler's telling, he's telling Matt Steinmetz.
Yeah.
Okay, hey, move to third. Well, you know what? I don't want to move to third. At that point,
that's a problem.
At that point, the organization is like, they'll laugh at me. Even if I'm Brandon Crawford with 2 rings. It's like, what? You got no clout. And this is kind of what I get back to with the big 3. Yeah, I get it. We love them all. But they got no clout. They got no clout.
Now that I got
the owners would sell their soul in a second if they had to.
But
and
Brandon,
you know what?
Steiny, I'm with you. But they got clout.
Brandon Crawford's got no clout. 0.
He's got 2 championships.
That's
and he's
not
been a
clout.
fixture of this organization.
That's an achievement. That's not clout.
You don't think they care about how he feels and how this relationship would go and how it would play in public?
I don't.
If he told Susan Slusser.
Okay, he tells her what?
You know what? I can't stand. Like, the fans would watch the Giants every day and say, there's not poison, but there's some dissension.
Hold on.
Because the third baseman resents the new acquisition because he took his, and they still could win, but that would be ugly. And I think the Giant brass cares enough about Crawford to where they wouldn't put him in that position.
I disagree completely. I think that if for whatever reason Crawford's like, I don't want to play third, tell Susan, you know what? I don't want to play third. Giants sign Correa. Brandon Crawford reluctant to move to third. And we read the story. Here's what I'm saying. Nobody's getting behind Brandon Crawford.
There would be right.
Nobody's saying, okay, so what should we do?
I got you.
Well, Brandon Crawford must be the shortstop, and we'll DH Correa 81 games, and we'll move him to Brandon Crawford would have no support. Zero. If
Within
he
the
said,
organization.
I don't want. Well, with the fan, like what fan would back that?
Well, we got some fans here still saying
888-957-9570 is the number.
Remember?
That's also the Xfinity mobile text line. You would really, if Brandon Crawford said, I don't want to play third.
Again, Stoney, it wouldn't be more than said, dude, you're tripping.
He would have no support.
Yeah.
No support.
There's a section of fans I believe that would back.
What percentage? I think it's 2.
About 20%.
I don't think it's that high. Okay, so 20% want the. So what do you want? What do you want the Giants to do? They sign Correa, but they say, oh, by the way, you're not going to be playing shortstop first year.
I'm about the name on the front of the jersey. I'm about the name on the front.
Oh,
I'm just telling you, and it's amazing. We're different.
Brandon, you're lucky you're on the team.
See, but you're
first
more
and
of that.
foremost. Secondly, just because you won 2 titles, which you did, we're going to give you the respect of actually saying, go play third rather than hit the bricks.
Okay.
So, listen, you're on the last year of your deal. Go play third. It won't cost you any at-bats, probably. And if you have a good year, knock yourself out. Like, that's a class organization. Don't tell me about disrespect.
Well, I'm going to say this to you, Sonny, because I know you believe what you're saying, but I do believe now. Here we go.
Of course I do.
Crawford has clout, but when I define clout, I don't mean being insubordinate, because that's what that would be.
Tell me what it is.
No, I'm asking you, what do you define clout as? Because clout to me is not Brandon saying, I don't want to play third, and then they say, okay, you still got short.
Clout would be.
He's got some they care about how he feels, man. At the
clout
end.
would be that you're making any type of baseball decision where you think you could be better doing it another way, but you're going to do it with preference toward Brandon Crawford because he's been here a while.
Okay.
No.
What did Klay Thompson have?
That's not professional sports.
Hey, what did Klay Thompson have when they started him when he came back?
I'm sorry?
Was Klay Thompson tapping into his clout when he came back and everybody was like, what's going on? He should come off the bench.
Sure.
I'm just asking you, what was that?
That's clout.
That's what
Crawford doesn't have that.
Yeah.
Crawford's at the last year of his deal. Like, I think Crawford's more done than Clay in a way. If you want,
I get that.
I think Clay has more left than Crawford.
I saw Crawford, a good player. You could tell he's 30. You could tell he's aging.
Who?
And what position more on a baseball diamond can you tell somebody's aging than shortstop?
I guess
even when they dive and make a play, you could just tell, ooh, that took a lot out of them.
I guess here's what I'm saying.
Because the Clay was clout.
This is nothing about you. So
we'll see.
So no, it's not. It's about Giants get Correa. Okay. There's nobody really out there who can say this is awful.
Got you.
The worst thing you can say is, boy, did they overpay for him? They're going to get hammered on the back end of that. Okay, fine.
Right, okay.
That's fine.
Yeah.
But they just got a hell of a player. He's the best player on the team.
Got you.
So it's a great day all the way around. Most people think that. Probably what, 95?
98.
So shouldn't 98% of the conversation be about that?
Yeah, no doubt.
Instead,
100.
there's 2% of wackos out there that actually want to talk about, well, I'm not saying why, but to me,
that are upset that Brandon's going to third.
To me, like, here's the discussion on Brandon Crawford. So you think Brandon Crawford wants to go to third? It doesn't matter if he wants to go to third. What do you mean? Well, it's not his decision.
Right.
Like, it's a good day.
And to his credit, he did it probably backing up what you're saying. Like, I would look bad if I tried to buck or nut up, you know?
But with all due respect.
But there are some players that would say, I ain't going to third, but they wouldn't be 34. You know what I mean? Like,
well, let's play it out. You're Brandon Crawford. So there's one of two ways. They either contacted you before they signed Correa or had interest, or they didn't.
All right.
I'm going to believe that somebody in the Giants talked to Brandon Crawford about Correa.
No doubt, Steiny. And the move.
We're going to try to do Correa. And obviously he's a shortstop, so you know what that means. Okay.
I'm all good, Coach. Whatever you need me to do.
Thank you. That's what we thought, because we're going to try to get him because we need some pop.
Gotcha.
So
I
now,
believe that's how it went down.
Yeah, it has.
And when I saw Susan
I believe that's the way it went down.
I said, oh, Brandon was totally on board.
But what I'm saying is, now do the other scenario. Hey, we're thinking about bringing Correa in here.
And where's he going to play? Because that shortstop's my position, Coach.
No, it's going to be, we signed Correa to be
shortstop. So you're moving me to third?
Well, that's the plan. If you don't want to do it, we
got a problem. You need to talk to my agent. I need to go speak to Farhan.
And that's what I'm saying. If that were the scenario, Brandon Crawford's a tool.
Oh, right.
Like, he's not a tool.
He ain't reading the room.
And he has no clout, is what I'm saying. Like, they're not going to say, Brandon's mad. We better not sign Correa. It's like, Brandon's mad? Really? Brandon's mad? Why is Brandon mad? He got to get his 500 at bats.
You know what, Sonny? We're talking apples and oranges because I believe he has clout, but you don't have clout to change your birth certificate. You don't have the clout to make the organization become blind.
There you go.
That's all.
Go.
Yeah.
Now say after me.
Let's see, I hate that.
If Joe Lacob thought he could improve the Warriors long-term by trading Steph Curry now, he would do it.
You're missing the whole story.
No, I'm not.
I would say, hey, Joe, tell me what Steph Curry's meant to you.
Okay.
Then you follow up with, would you do that? And it wouldn't even match. It would be, you know what I mean? When you say it that, what was that? Phlegm. But you said, for me, what's Curry meant to you? That's when we'd be an hour, and then when you say, hey, would you do this? That would be 5 minutes. He'd think about it. Be tempted. He'd probably tell his son and then the spouse off the record, Steiny, relationships matter.
You're a good kid. You're a good kid. You're a good thumper. You're naive, and you're wide-eyed. But you're a really, really conscientious young fella.
Nah, Steiny, we're talking about a dude that's got cement and a statue waiting on him. He'll never put on another jersey.
Here's how much loyalty that Joe Lacob has to Steph Curry.
Okay.
Loyalty. 0.0%.
You can't prove it.
No, I can't. You're right.
Yeah.
That's what I believe.
Well, what are we doing in life then?
Because
there's nothing there. If you're right, what are we doing?
This is where
what are we really doing?
This is where I do get blown away by people's short-term thinking when I say, like, if I guarantee you the Warriors will win, what is it, 2022?
Yep.
All right. Let's fast forward to 2035.
Oh, good Lord. I hope
all right.
Yeah.
So the Warriors are going to win another title with Steph Curry.
Right.
So he's going to get to 5.
Gotcha.
What's LeBron got?
4.
Okay, so Curry gets to 5 this year. Boom. But there's another scenario in which you lose this year, they move Curry. I know it's far-fetched, but bear with me.
Yeah.
But by 2035, you have 7 total titles. You won 3 titles. You won in 2026, 29, and 33.
You could still technically do that after Curry leaves the Warriors, but you're using
you wouldn't do it.
No,
you really wouldn't.
At the expense of Steph, no.
I know.
And it wouldn't even feel right.
And I'm telling you.
That's who I am.
And I'm telling you,
I ain't ashamed.
I would do that in the snap of a finger. And I think Joe Lacob would too. But again, you're right. That's what I think.
Yeah, that'll
that's
never
what I
happen.
think.
Because there's nothing out there that would would give him the temptation.
Well, I'll create a scenario
doing a great job.
during the break that would tempt him into possibly saying yes. That's not hard.
Because the LeBron one was easy.
You said no.
Yeah, but I was like, nobody would. Yeah, that's easy.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. I guess part of this conversation has been about ownership and how hardball do you think owners are? And why does it come up? It's like, Brandon Crawford might not want to play third. Brandon Crawford might not want to play third. Play third and shut your mouth. You know? Steph Curry, Joe Lacob's got no obligation to retire Draymond Green or Klay Thompson as a Warrior.
Right. But he's got enough clout to say, hey, Joe, can you change the Chase Center name to Steph Curry? I mean, it's to that degree.
Hey, Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by SFO. And here's where you go. Let me start over to however. 3, 2, what did I do with Ratto? 3, 2, 1. Warriors Wednesday brought to you by SFO. Go to flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win $1,000 toward a nonstop flight from oh my God. I'm going to do it twice after the break. Just take a plane out of SFO.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's Pro Rewards members can earn bonus points on select products and brands like Power Pro, Weehaw, and Valspar. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, Lowe's gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Points expire at end of calendar year. Visit Lowe's.com/L/Pro Loyalty terms for details. Now through 1/8/23.
Dell Technologies' Days of Deals for Business start now with fresh, limited quantity deals on tech to drive productivity. Save on select performance laptops and desktops powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, plus free shipping on everything, and special financing with Dell Business Credit. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither. Blah.
Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
What's worse than calling your groin your junk? Treating it like junk. Respect your pubic region with Gillette Intimate. Gentle and easy pubic hair care from America's #1 trusted men's grooming brand. Gillette, the best a man can get. Buy now at Walmart.
ZZ Top and Leonard Skinner are coming to Shoreline Amphitheater August 10th, and 95.7 The Game has your tickets for your shot to win and get in the running for the grand prize 2023 Shoreline Lawn Pass. Head to 957thegame.com.
O'Reilly. See the road ahead more clearly with Sylvania Bulbs and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, purchase select Sylvania bulbs and get up to a $20 gift card after mail-in rebate, plus 2 times O Rewards points. Replace your bulbs today and see better tonight. Let the professional parts people help you find the bulbs you need. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com. O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Christmas time is here, and so are all the greatest deals on power tools at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Enjoy 12 days of deals on all your favorite brands starting December 12th. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and more of this year's greatest deals. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw and take home 2 free batteries to top it off. Stop by Fasteners Inc. at 2897 Monterey Road, December 12th through the 24th, or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I don't see it, Bob.
Hey, it's Dante DiVincenzo. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
Take it away, Steiny.
Yeah, D.
Dante fitting in.
Yeah, D. I call him D. Short for DD.
I call my dad D, and people get mad. Dad?
By the way, congratulations to Dante DiVincenzo. He's maybe the best Warrior at keeping somebody in front of him other than Andrew Wiggins.
Wiggins is out. I will get an update. We should have one tonight.
He's not playing tonight. We know that.
Yeah.
No Wiggins, no Clay. Warriors play the Indiana Pacers. Tip-off 4. JD, Warriors Live, 3 o'clock, right after the show. You ever get mad that, like, we don't get a day off like Damon and Ratto on a day like today?
I thought about that, but I'm mad because we had a company meeting at 12:30, so you and I couldn't attend, but our teammates picked us up.
Tracy's in Tracy. What's going on, Tracy?
We just both ate together. I love that.
You love meetings. I can't stand it. Hey, Trace, what's up?
Hey, how you doing, gentlemen? Hold on a second.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, my God.
Tracy.
I got the
that's it. Tracy, no.
He got
we love you.
That's clout.
Yeah, no. That's it. Thank you, Tracy. All in good fun, but come on.
Man.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah,
that's going to cost you.
T.
You know what? He gets the little T. Yeah, you got it tomorrow, Tracy. You can apologize.
Tracy Mack.
Carlos Correa. Giants found their guy. And, we spent a lot of time yesterday talking about what Farhan Zaidi, we all agree, he shouldn't have said. But what I wanted to talk mostly about was how much of it, if anything, was true.
Yeah.
And I don't think anything different today than I did yesterday.
Because nobody can sell you on your experience of here. That's what I love about it.
Yeah, maybe there were 2 free agents out there that said, I want to go to San Francisco.
I hated the visiting team part of it.
Correa came, and he likes it, and he signed.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we know his politics. Not that we care, right?
Whose?
Correa.
No, I disagree. I actually disagree. I don't necessarily think that's the case.
Here, I guess.
I don't think it matters, is what I'm saying.
Obviously, to him.
Right.
And the money was right.
But what I'm saying is...
The chicken was right.
But you just said, I guess we know he's liberal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that.
Why wouldn't you?
Because maybe he's a right winger, but he doesn't care. about the politics of San Francisco.
And I don't want to profile, but to me, that goes against what Farhan said was an obstacle.
Exactly.
He was like, F that, show me the money.
Right.
He didn't care. Tom Cruise.
He didn't care. Carlos Correa.
And I wouldn't care if I got all that jack.
Well, yes, you would. Maybe if you had comparable jack in other places you liked more.
My politics is who is the most honest person? Who cares about the people?
You finally get why the Giants didn't offer 410.
I got to be honest. In my lab with my cigar, I think about that. I think, no. I think you deep down are like, Goo's right. And you hit me with, Goo, that's not how negotiations. I closed a lot of deals.
Did you close a lot of deals?
And a lot of people, if you know what I mean. You get one chance.
Let me tell you. Is it really, if
know what I mean?
You also can't be laughed at. You can't, you know what? You're the kind of guy who would hand out a big contract, and then the whole league laughs at you because nobody.
Like Moreno with Pujols.
No, here's what it'd be like. You believe this guru guy, this GM of the San Francisco Giants? He was bidding against himself. He got the Yankees were offering $360, but the Giants paid him $450. They bid against themselves.
He's sleeping on my Mackin. I wouldn't give anybody 13. How about that?
Goodness gracious.
13.
How dumb are the San Francisco Giants? They paid $55 million more for Aaron Judge than they would have if they had to. They would have. Oh, and by the way, you're omitting one other point about Aaron Judge. He didn't want to come.
I'm not the only one. Everybody that whole.
I don't think it was a 0%
from
chance.
Linden. This was my favorite team. The Time, I forget.
I believe that's true.
What was was it Time Magazine? Whatever article. I was like, there's something happening here.
Okay, let me ask you this.
I feel like
you grew up a Pittsburgh Pirates fan.
Yep, Willie Stargell, Alameda.
So, if you got a sports talk radio offer from a place in Pittsburgh, would that hold any more weight for you now as a man and an adult than any other city?
No, not at all. Now,
there you go.
If
you didn't live in Pittsburgh, but you know what?
You should have used Texas.
Well, but
because that's where my
you're going to be a
from.
fan. But the answer is the same because you're going to be a fan. Yeah. You're going to be a big fan no matter what.
Right. There you go.
So,
but if the money was whatever, I'd go to Alaska. Like, I'm putting all that, whatever I hate the rain and what did I say yesterday? Humidity. You give me some jack.
Right, but that's what I mean.
Game-changing jack.
Pittsburgh offers you a 2-year, $2 million contract.
Bye.
You're getting $1 million a year.
I'm out.
No.
Oh.
But Comcast is offering you 2 years, $1.8 million. We're going to give you $900,000 a year.
I'm staying right here.
And that's what happened to the Giants.
But that's not how we thought this story was going, and you could admit that. Because you even told me, I don't want to snitch on. No, we're on air. Where you said, Goo, it feels like he's coming.
Sure.
That's how we said
That's
it.
after John Morosi said, it feels like he's coming.
But you know what I mean?
Oh, Heyman.
Heyman. I was like, dude, was a Morosi. But Steiny, we all got, it ain't a bad snooker.
It's a great snooker. It's one of the greatest snookers of all time.
I'm going to read the article in ESPN Plus that Willard was alluding to. Who was it?
You go ahead. I'm going to watch the Warriors.
Buster Steiny, I honestly think he was thinking about leaving.
He might have been. But he only maybe in his mind said, I'm leaving if the Yankees F this up. If the Yankees disrespect me one more time, I'm leaving.
But
guess what? They didn't.
They disrespected him letting it get out last off season and the booing.
But
I did that to myself.
Exactly.
I thought that pissed him off.
No, he's more professional than you.
Because when you're in love, you don't take flyers.
He's more professional than you would have been. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You would have brought that stuff to the studio. You would have been miserable. You would have had a grudge.
Now that hurts.
You would have hurt. You wouldn't have had a great performance.
You know me.
He used that. And he used it to a positive. Do you think you could have?
Right. You never know when I'm going through stuff.
That is true. Well, actually, I do after.
Times, you've been sniffing it out. Yeah, you
Monday,
do after.
It felt Monday.
No, Monday you were. Yeah. Debbie Downer a little bit.
Well,
We got through it.
It was a, I
got a game tomorrow.
What am I? I figure one of the things, why that happens is because I've got, and I realize it is my fault.
You weren't wrong. You just
no, I'm not wrong at all. What I'm saying,
timing was bad.
But what I'm saying is, I have a precision with my language that I don't know. It's just.
It doesn't go over my head. If
It's
that's
just
what
I have a precision with language that I'm obsessed with, and so when someone throws a mischaracterization out there,
yeah. But you're also the kind of guy.
I measure my words.
You're the party's over type of guy. You got some of that in you.
No, not. What do you mean the party's over?
Everybody had a good time. It's like, hey, it's 10. Party over.
And I'll remind everybody that on Monday I came in and said, I'll tell you what, Brock Purdy looks pretty damn good. Why wouldn't you think the 49ers can't win the Super Bowl? He plays like that, they can win the Super Bowl. Are they really playing with house money?
Then where'd we go?
I don't know. You said something like...
you went back to
the... Okay, I'll tell you exactly where it went. I'm coming at him.
Yeah.
I heard Willard the next day saying I was listening to Steiny and Guru, and to hear Steiny say it, he thinks Shanahan's clueless at the quarterback position.
Did Willard say
I
that?
never said clueless.
I didn't hear that.
There are two things. I made a joke.
Gutless.
About, I can't wait to see Josh Johnson because the quarterbacks seem to be
that was
better.
Totally a joke, yeah.
The worse you get off the depth chart.
Well. Yeah.
And then I said, you know what? No, I don't think Kyle Shanahan started the best quarterback this year.
But it was how long you kind of said it. You can say things and then we would keep it moving. You got to stop there and put the anchor there. And we're like, and then, you took Brock from
and
being
then you said
from a third to
Steiny, you're not going to give credit if Brock Purdy wins the Super Bowl. And I'm like, what?
Yeah,
who said that? I'll give him more credit than anybody else. But what I'm not going to do is remove any possible future criticism just because Brock Purdy's their quarterback. Like, that doesn't exonerate Kyle Shanahan for what happens the rest of the year. I don't know what's going to happen the rest of the year. But I do think there's circumstances where if it doesn't get done, we might look at Kyle Shanahan and say, you know what? Happened again. Right. But I feel like there's already people who are saying, well, they're at the third-string quarterback. So,
house money.
No matter what happens, you can't blame Kyle. Well, it's can we watch the games, please?
Oh, no doubt. What I was telling you, and what I think went over your head too, Steiny, just real quick here, is you're not wrong.
Thank you.
But the party right now is nobody's even mentioning Trey Lance.
I didn't mention Trey Lance.
Well, you kind of did when you said,
not today.
Why didn't they leave? Well,
and the reason I haven't mentioned it today was the same reason I wouldn't have mentioned it Monday if it hadn't been brought up to me. I just said, I don't think the 49ers started the best quarterback this year.
Now, that was a Steiny original, we thought.
Okay.
Well, you said it was brought up to you.
What was?
The Trey Lance and he should have been the second or third. That was your original, like Stars. They have the original series.
What do you mean?
Now, you brought that to the table. And I'm not saying you're wrong. Monday wasn't the day. That's all I was saying. Dude, the party's going. The party's Brock Purdy in the Niners.
But see, that's
now
part
you
of
can
the
come back because that's the
But
story.
hold on,
that's
part of the art. That's part of my debating philosophy. That was part of my debating foundation was that if you acknowledge, which you don't have to, but I believe, if you believe that the 49ers did not start their best quarterback this year, which I believe, I don't think, I do not, you cannot tell me Trey Lance was their best quarterback week one. Well, then then Brock Purdy wasn't really a third stringer.
But that's bringing the party down.
But what I'm saying is no, it's not. Why do you have to look at it like that? How about this? Most third-string quarterbacks play like third-string quarterbacks. Guess what? I can now see why Brock Purdy, he's better than we thought a third-string quarterback was. How could he be better? Well, you know what? He's played 4 years of college. Oh, that's right. He did. You know what? Coming out after his junior year, if he'd come out, he'd been a higher draft pick. Yeah, that's true. You know, he doesn't overwhelm you with anything, but you know what? He's a better athlete than you think. His arm's a little stronger than you think. He can read defenses a little better than you think. Okay, you know what? Maybe Brock Purdy's pretty damn good. And then at that point, I'm thinking, well, if he can do all those things, that makes him better than Trey Lance. That's all I'm saying. And we don't have to harp on.
Those shows are waiting down the road.
We don't have to harp on that.
Those shows are that is going to be a national narrative.
But it is. That's the point.
Oh, it's coming.
It is right now because it's the situation that's been created. Like it's really weird. But don't ask me not to talk about.
Nobody's ever saying
no. But I mean, I get it. Brock Purdy's the third string quarterback. What's going to happen?
And what he's doing right now, 2-0.
It's natural to say, I wonder who's going to be the quarterback next year. Where are we going in the long term? Why? Like, we talk about how quarterback's the most important position in all of sports, and that the number one goal is to get a quarterback.
Yeah.
So that that conversation doesn't start and stop. Like, it's continuous.
Well,
okay, I'm just saying, okay, like, no judgment here. All right, so we're 6 years into Shanahan. Who's our quarterback?
Yeah.
It's not a good, it's not a bad, but it's like, who do you think? Sorry, do we have our okay, how about this? The 49ers have the long-term quarterback on the roster. I mean, to me, that's important. Because if you think you do, well.
Right. But
I think they do, don't you?
Well, his name is not Brock Purdy yet. And
Exactly.
that's why we proceeded and agreed that, hey, this is fun through 7 quarters. But Steiner, he could end up
Exactly.
I'm not being negative.
No, I hear you.
This thing could hit an iceberg and the whole thing sinks.
Right.
And then there's nothing to see here. But people are reacting like we've seen 7 games of Brock Purdy. And that's what the party is. Can this dude defy all odds? Tom Cruise against all odds and keep this thing going?
Right. But what's the natural follow-up to that? Like, this is what I kind of mean. I get, like, then what? Like, I'm sorry. Ask your question again. Just say it again.
Where's this thing going?
Well,
and if he, this is where I was at. If he pulls it off, this is what I'm going to tell you, Sonny.
If he pulls,
nobody's going to care about Trey Lance.
True, but
I honestly mean that.
If he pulls what off?
Winning with Brock Purdy.
Winning a Super Bowl.
Or getting to the NFC Championship game.
Getting to the NFC Championship. Then what?
Nobody.
Then who's quarterback next year?
Oh, well, damn, I want to say Brock Purdy.
Well, because all I'm saying is,
I got you.
All I'm saying is, it's like, I get it. First of all, it's not bad, but what I'm saying is, like,
I hate that you think Trey, and I don't want to, Evans probably no guy. I hate that, we love it. I hate that you, and
I'm going to keep doing what.
No, I hate that you think Trey is done.
No. Oh my God! Now I want to throw a brick through your freaking head.
No, this ain't about Monday.
I never said he was done. He's James Wiseman.
Right,
I've said a million times.
Right,
do you realize James Wiseman might be good at 25, like in 4 or 5 years from now?
All right, but sometimes it sounds like you just like, hey, Goo, the story's over.
There's no.
But when you say that, I'm with you because I don't know. I just feel like Kyle.
I believe if Brock Purdy goes to the NFC Championship game this year and they lose, and it kind of looks like Garoppolo, kind of not, Trey Lance is starting next year. I think he's starting week 1.
We're going to have that's content.
But I don't know.
But that's content because I'm on both sides of, well, are you sure you want to start Trey Lance? If this dude shows us he can take you and win playoff games.
Exactly.
That's all.
The future of the 49er quarterback position depends on the next 5 games of the regular
season.
season.
That's why I have no doubt.
So, like, I'm not saying you are. Don't tell me to talk about the quarterback situation because there's 2 quarterback situations. Who can get us the farthest right now? Well, we don't have any choice. It's Brock Purdy.
Okay.
All right, maybe he can do it. And then, but what are we doing? What are we doing next year?
Yeah.
Like, and the reason that's fair is because it's football. Like everybody wants to know. Go through the teams.
It's fascinating.
Do the Cardinals have their quarterback of the future?
No.
Well, they thought they did.
Well,
now they don't.
Yeah.
It's a topic. Now it's a huge topic. Yeah. You know, do the Texans have their quarterback of the future? Is it Davis Mills? I don't know. Maybe.
No, I'm saying
so. You know who has one, who doesn't, and who's got to let it play out.
Yeah. Bama's quarterback is going to Texas.
We still got to let it play out with the Niners for the 6th straight year.
And how about this? you said just a second ago, and you're not wrong. Trey Lance is to Wiseman is what Wiseman is to it now looks right now through 7 quarters. Oh, when Trey went down, the house didn't burn down. The absence of James Wiseman at his position cannot be replicated. There's no other James Wiseman, and I love Looney, at the center position at 7'1", 260. So that's why even on a good day, I miss what Wiseman represents with his DNA. But when your boy went down, Steiny, Jimmy came, looked better. We had to keep it real. And now Jimmy goes down, and we're watching this story. And you're right. Every week, starting tomorrow, continued. Can Brock do it? Is it like, are those 50 games you said, or everybody said he started in college? Was that more tangible than anybody thought? Yeah, I'm just saying. And you're right. Monday was just about, to me, oh my God, are you telling me they didn't back into this?
Well, and that's,
you can't tell me Kyle had it planned this way. And you could be right. He started the order. The order was wrong. Saying bye to Jimmy. But if this dude goes up to Seattle tomorrow without Debo, well, now he's got, what is it? Brock. He's got some ailment.
Oblique.
Oh, but dude. Oblique is. No, that's.
Oh, no.
No, oblique
Josh
is.
Johnson time?
No.
Tell me what his handle is again on the video games.
Headache. Yeah. That headache. Shout out UGL. That's all. We were on the same page.
So
I didn't hear Willard tell you
here,
that.
all I'm saying is if the future of the 49er quarterback position probably will in large part be determined by how Brock Purdy does.
It's a beauty pageant right now.
So it's impossible to talk about Brock Purdy without talking about the long-term. Is he a let's cut to the chase. I'm just going to ask you, is there a chance Brock Purdy could be the long-term solution at quarterback?
He's controlling that right now.
Oh, he's controlling.
It's still like that's still going.
Okay, so
nobody will say it.
Okay,
but he's controlling it.
All right. So boom. All right, they finish 11-6. They win a game, then they lose a game 21-17.
All right, give me wins 2 games, loses 21-17 in the SEC championship game.
Okay, loses, same thing. Plays just like Garoppolo last year, loses in the NFC championship game. What happens?
There's a quarterback competition coming out of camp.
Well, I've never had one of those, but go ahead.
Well,
I'm just kidding.
Or it may be Brock.
It may be.
Because Brock's being used differently than what we saw Trey Lance be used. And the question is, only Kyle can give us the answers as to why. You can lie to us and say nothing's changed, but Trey Lance did not get this playbook, nor did he get the opportunity to play with McCaffrey. Now, you could say, Goo, what does that really do?
Well, he had a playbook all last year.
Yeah, no, he didn't get to play with McCaffrey. So I could make the argument, Johnny Cochran, God rest his soul, could make the argument that's making Purdy's job or any quarterback easier. Right. And we saw it make Jimmy's job.
I can't say you're wrong.
But you're right on at what's at stake. This is a beauty pageant. The quarterback position for the Niners, and it's to be continued. And it starts tomorrow. It starts a week after.
Let me ask you a question.
Turn into a pumpkin.
Let me ask you a question. Yes or no? Right now.
That's hard for me. Go ahead.
Do you want the 49ers quarterback situation right now or not? Short term, long term. Yes or no? Tick.
Yes.
Tick. Okay.
Because I may have 2 avenues
you guys,
to my
real
long
quick.
term. Yeah.
Is a 49ers quarterback room? I can't stand that.
That's the best thing. It's like a meeting.
The 49ers have a great situation at quarterback, good situation at quarterback, or below average. We could talk about that. Hey, remember, we're live on YouTube and Twitch. Go to youtube.com/957 the game or twitch.com/957 the game to see Guru and myself. And we are a pleasure to watch.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
If you're considering remodeling your home in 2023, talk with your architect or designer about utilizing Golden State Window and Door for your upcoming project. Each location across the Bay Area features beautifully planned displays. You'll be surprised by the variety of styles. Their respected partners include Anderson, Milgard, Marvin, and many other top brands. For locations, images, and more, visit goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
And a 1, 2, 3, and play. Yes, this is a holiday cover, and we've never sang professionally, but you can save a sleigh load over Verizon, T-Mobile, AT&T with hundreds in your pocket. There is no better price, and mobile speeds that are faster than a room clearing when we harmonize. We can't sing well, but our savings are swell on the fastest mobile service we say. If you haven't turned the sound down yet, switch to Xfinity Mobile today. Hey!
Rated savings, not singing. Join the 5 million customers and counting that have switched to Xfinity Mobile, the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. And get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited with 5G, compared to the lowest price plans of the top 3 carriers. Just $30 a line per month. Learn more at xfinity.com/fastestmobile. Xfinity Unlimited intro service and Xfinity Internet required. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage. Data thresholds may vary.
The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee, serving Northern California golfers for over 30 years.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
Dancing crew, trip for 2, nailed the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. New COVID-19 boosters designed for recent Omicron variants are now available. Learn about eligibility and schedule a free, updated booster today at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In San Francisco, patchy fog this morning, clearing by afternoon, highs in the low 50s.
Weather brought to you by Macy's. It's Macy's Gifts You'll Love to Give sale with great gifts like coats, beauty sets, and toys. Plus, get $10 in Macy's money for every $50 spent now through Thursday at Macy's.
This is James Wiseman. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
That Willard.
Steiny.
That Willard's something else. But they put on a little dealer, sitting on our hands. You want some man the same expense on I want it, I do.
Who is this?
County Crows.
Who's in it?
Adam Duritz.
That's Hootie.
Believe he. What's that?
Hootie and the Blowfish.
My bad.
I'm rubbing off on you. And you said it and just kept going. It's all good, honey. I got a story for you.
Oh, my God.
And you said it with so much confidence.
I'm losing it. But
Thank
that
you
son of a
guys
gun,
back
Willard.
there. Hootie and Blow. Oh, Willard. What?
Mark, go to the tape. Willard said I did say clueless.
Oh, yeah, you did.
But why
That's
is he
what kinda
official?
set me off.
Why
Hey,
did I think it was Adam County Crows?
You want to hear a hashtag random story?
Yeah, sure.
Since the Niners just destroyed the Bucks, Warriors played the Bucks last night. My brother Rodney, up in Roseville, retired fireman.
All right.
You met him, right? No, you hadn't met him. He wanted to meet you.
This your brother?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My
no, he's
brother
been
Rodney
wanting to meet me, yeah.
got a brand new home in 2022 Range Rover.
Nice.
Guess what happened?
Well, somebody broke into it.
Hit a deer.
Does that
Off
count
the
for his?
freeway.
Does that count for the one he gets to kill each year?
No, he ain't a hunter.
Oh.
But hit a deer.
So then it doesn't.
Yeah. But
how many
you know
points?
the odds of hitting a deer in a vehicle?
It's not that uncommon. Happens in
To Californians, it's uncommon.
I was going to say I'm from Pennsylvania. It happens. Schuylkill County.
Truck messed up.
Schuylkill County.
Yeah. That's it. You could
Outside
die
Berkshire.
from that hit.
No doubt. So where did it happen?
Roseville. Back roads. A deer hit him, got up, kept going. They tried to find it and see if, because the car was still drivable if he was dead, but they couldn't find him.
Well, I mean,
I always thought I hunt deer, but I never hit one with the car.
I mean, what do you, like, I don't want to be a jerk, but if you do kill the deer, what do you do? I mean,
no, you call it a city.
Yeah, or
there's no city. You said
or
you're
you
on,
leave it.
You said you're on
It
a
was
back
in Roseville,
road.
yeah, but like back highway, it's still city of Roseville.
I mean, nobody expects you to throw that in the trunk, right?
Oh no, you couldn't even.
It's
lift
not
it.
a mob movie.
I hit a deer in Wyoming, guys.
What's that?
I hit a deer in Wyoming.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, outside of Hewlett, town of 1,000 people. Nowhere to put it.
Were you hurt?
Oh, yeah, I felt terrible.
No, he means physically.
Like,
Cares how you felt emotionally.
Did the car total?
Damn deer.
Dude,
There was it was funny. There was like hair sticking out of the side of the the front. So every single gas station we went to through Wyoming and South Dakota, everyone asked sheep or deer.
Wow, man. So it's common there. Nice. Yeah. Thankfully, everybody was okay, and we don't know what's up with the deer.
My dad was pissed.
Man.
That's not cool.
Yeah, you could have hit one on your way when you're going back.
Who was your dad pissed at? You?
Well, I was going a little fast.
How does he know?
He was in the car.
That's a big mistake. Yeah. Let's go to James in Oakland.
Thanks for the ear. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm ready to go down that road more. Hey, James.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Dynamite, yeah.
Hey, I just wanted to throw in my 2 cents about the Brock Purdy, Trey Lance. During the Bucs game, there were several occasions where the camera panned over to Lance on the sideline, and he looked like a deer in the headlights, and he's not even in the game. Where you have Brock Purdy, I mean, he's got a ton of experience in college that Trey never got. And so everybody's surprised when he comes in and he does well, but it's almost like he's got his bachelor's degree in football, because he put in the time to make it happen.
I mean,
that's all I got.
No, hey James, thanks for the call. And
let's be
listen,
fair, man. So we're going to TV shame Trey because he looks like a deer in the headlight and he's not on the field.
He looks like a deer in the headlights and he's not in the pocket.
That's just, come on.
Yowza.
Right. Now, say what you said
Apparently
about Brock. It was valid.
What?
But come on. That he earned his bachelor's at, all the games he started in college. But to say Trey is doing something wrong in a Niner coat and street clothes, I can't sign off on that. We got to be better. I'm turning into Willard.
I didn't say.
We got to be better.
Well, I agree with you. But like, see, this is where, and I'm dead serious. Like, you see how stories get revealed to you. They drafted Trey Lance. Jimmy got brought back. All that's happened, and now we're at Brock Purdy.
Incredible.
And this is kind of what got me when you said, "Well, you're not even willing to give credit to Brock." But no, that's not true at all. That's not true at all. We are now at Brock Purdy. Okay, you want to say stick to basketball, but I like football. I love watching football. Like, from what I've seen, and I know it's a small sample size, but I'm sorry. I believe at this moment, and you're right, I don't know how Trey Lance would have progressed. I only go on how he started. Yeah. I believe Brock Purdy gives the 49ers a better chance to be their best possible football team with Purdy than with Lance. And I'm also going to say this, though, and you're right, it doesn't have to be that, but Purdy might give him a better chance than Garoppolo at this point. We don't know.
Okay.
So, like, all I'm saying is, then you start looking at Garoppolo. I'm sorry, then you start looking at Purdy. Well, he did play 4 years. Played 4 years. He does. He is a better athlete than you think. Boy, he went through progressions. Like, hey,
it's looking good.
Maybe
now.
Maybe he can do it.
And I'll say this to that. I respect your opinion.
Let me ask you this.
You feel how you feel, but as far as Jimmy, who may be gone, talk to me when one of these two dudes, I'm talking about Lance or Purdy, take the team to the Super Bowl.
Let me ask you this.
Or 2 NFC championships.
Let me ask you this, and I'm serious. What does Brock Purdy coming back to earth look like?
Oh my gosh!
Let's start
3 interception
Okay, let's start
games.
tomorrow.
Overthrows. Remember how we used to dub them the Jimmy overthrows? But hold on to the ball. Getting sacked and the ball coming out. That happens.
Okay.
But if it were continuously to happen, and if these coordinators, this is my fear.
Because I want to take this far.
Tom Hanks was great in the movie Big.
Right.
If you can make Purdy small, that's a problem. But we ain't seen no batted balls. We haven't seen any of that. And you know what? He may be so poised and one step ahead of the game. You said the reads and all that. We may not see it, but he could be waiting behind door number 2 tomorrow night. And the rep, we don't know.
Okay. Now here's what I would say. I asked you what coming back to earth would look like. You said three picks. Okay. I'll give you 3 picks in a game.
Or overthrows,
but hold on.
Stoney.
3 picks in a game. He throws 3 picks tomorrow. They lose to Seattle.
Oh, no. That ain't coming back to earth. That's a bad game.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Now that's what I'm getting at. Who do they play after that? Is it Washington?
I think you might be. I'm a.
I guess you know what? I don't need to be dramatic. I don't think Kyle's. If he throws 3 interceptions, to me, he probably was throwing a lot of passes, and at that point, Kyle Shanahan will just run more.
Okay.
So I don't see Kyle letting him throw 3 unless he's just terrible.
Right.
But he clearly has a clue. So if Kyle has to use him in a safe way, he can use him in a safe way. And then Purdy, he won't throw 3 picks a game. He just won't.
All right? I get I get the picture. I see the picture you're painting. I'm going to throw this at you.
Yeah.
When you talk about, can this kid impress me more tomorrow night? And I'm putting the rat on the table. I know I'm different than you in regard to the respect I have for the Niner weaponry and how you run route running skills. Stoney, tap into that. YouTube it. But if you can go up to Seattle tomorrow without Deebo Samuel, forget his production. Just the fact he's not on the field, and Purdy is making sweet music with Kittle, Ayuk, and McCaffrey, and Jennings. I'm starting to, like, for real, like, to me, that's a big deal. Nobody's talking about no Debo tomorrow and for the next couple. But if Purdy just keeps on this magical ride, guess what, Steiny? He's baby Joe Montana in the sense of I know my reads, check downs, I can get the ball out quick. If that continues to happen offensively, I'm like, uh-oh. But I still can't come in here and tell you and the people it's over. But man, oh man, we are in the 10th round of a 12-round bout to where the scorecard is leaning. They can get this thing done. I'm telling you. And
I think it's earlier in the fight than that.
Okay. Now, you know what? A lot of people agree with you, but this is what I'm trying to prep you for. I keep going here with that hospital gown. I don't want you sick.
By the way,
if Kyle pulls this off with Brock, just erase Trey Lance out of your cerebellum.
See why? Okay.
It's
so
over.
You get to do this, but when I do it, I'm a hater.
What do you mean?
You get to start talking about it's over for Trey Lance?
No, it's over.
That's negative.
No, it's over for your story about, well, why didn't you start Brock from the get-go? No, but that's going to be irrelevant. If that will be Mr. Irrelevant, because the euphoria and the kudos that Kyle's going to get for winning a Super Bowl with Mr. Irrelevant, oh my goodness, it will drown and flood the storyline of, well, why didn't he start from the beginning?
Will he get even more praise from you than you gave him when he came here without a resume?
Oh, there's no doubt. Yeah. This will be
because where do you go when he without a Super Bowl on his resume? He was a genius, a guru.
No, hey.
One of the three brightest minds the game has ever seen.
We went to therapy, and I said, hey, you know what?
That's right. That's the other thing that got me mad.
He is a great play caller and designer.
That's what got me mad about Monday.
Hey, I'll tell you what.
That's one thing.
Because there ain't been no close games here lately. His situational play calling, that's still on our chalkboard.
I find myself. That's
you get
right.
Mad?
I find myself.
You can't get mad.
I was getting defensive
because I had you on the road.
Because they're gurus like giving me grief because I'm kind of criticizing Shanahan, but also clearly not appreciating him as much. Or Guru thinks I'm unwilling to give him the credit that he could end up deserving if and when he wins it. And I'm listening to this guy mischaracterize me, who already said he should be fired.
That's
what hurt.
Yeah.
That's what hurt. Okay. That's what hurt.
You know what?
You're going to hit me on being a Shanahan hater.
I love it.
And you were like, you fired him early in the year. And I was like, Goo, come on, man.
Yeah, we had a situation. But
when?
What you did, me and Kyle. Because now I can tell you I'm really focused and honed in on this situational play calling, as great as he is. But when it's lemon booty time, let's see what's working and what you did and what you didn't do. But what you did Monday, to me, is going to a funeral saying, that dude owed me money. Like, that ain't when you say it.
Well,
you know, the dude.
That's not for the funeral.
There are bigger things going on.
That's not for the funeral.
Why did you have to bring that up? But
that's not for the funeral.
That's what you chose to do on a day that this dude just had Mr. Irrelevant beat Tom Brady. He's got the fan base hoping that they may have a future quarterback.
That's a terrible analogy.
It's all good in the hood, and you want to say this dude botched it.
No, that's a terrible analogy.
That's how I take it.
That's a bad analogy.
Hey,
although
Johnny,
you know what?
Owed me some money.
You know what? All right, shall I let you know a little secret? All right, but you know what? How about this?
I love that one, Stoney.
Point well taken. Yeah. And I'll tell you why. I got to.
Yeah, the timing was bad. That's all. Really?
I have a side of me that's irreverent to a fault. So my buddy sends me a text along with 2 or 3 other guys.
Dan Daly?
I don't know.
Go ahead.
I got to be vague. Here. I shouldn't even tell this story.
You have to now.
I know. It's going to make me look terrible, but I am terrible. So he sends out an obituary of someone who had passed, who was in the golf industry. And he was in charge of a course, a couple courses over the years.
Oh my goodness!
And the guy who sent the obituary was also in the golf business.
Right.
And he, when he was in the golf business, like never gave me a free round, ever. And I knew him. And I might be golfing with like a Warrior guy or two, they'd get a free round. So my guy never gave me a free round, and now I'm friends with him, but I'm like, yeah, you never gave me one. You never gave me So he passes along the obituary about this guy, and I let a day pass, be like, oh my gosh, that's so sad, that's so tragic. And I just said, he was just like you, D. He never gave me a free round of golf. He didn't. So, thoughts and prayers. Absolutely.
Oh, John Wayne,
But he didn't.
boy. You a cold piece,
He
man.
didn't.
Yeah. Wow.
You know.
Yeah. But that's what you thought about in his death.
He did it. Now,
The dude passed away.
In fairness, he
but
did.
what have you done for me?
But you do realize I'm just joking. That's just a joke. I'm not serious because the guy was a great guy. No, the guy was a great guy.
I got you.
And did a lot of work with the first tee.
But a lot of people listening to that story, they kind of computed their own way. Right. It's not. I know what you meant. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. This is like, I don't know.
But I think we're perfect on what's happening here with the Niners. I think we now have, you are right, down the road that's going to come up. But right now they're embarking, man. I just can't believe we're here. I thought Miami was going to take them to the cleaners.
You didn't think Garoppolo was going to get hurt?
No, I didn't think. Well, honestly, I'm being real with you.
Yeah.
How bad you feel for him?
Who?
Jimmy. 16-4. He's already got a job somewhere else. If he doesn't come back here.
And this is why.
Honestly,
this is why.
Talk to me about Jimmy's future.
It must be awful to work with me.
No, if you don't, it's okay.
Because my first thing is, well, define feel sorry. Because no, I don't feel sorry.
You think
for
he'll be a starter
it's
next year?
It's part of football. You get it.
If it's not here, do you think Jimmy's done enough to
His
where he'll be a starter?
football career's not over.
Right. I didn't say that by any stretch. But a starter, Steiny. Arizona use him. We don't know what's up with Kyler Murray. I know they got McCoy, but I think about Jimmy, man. He was on the cusp of trying to pull something off, too.
He's fine.
Okay. All right.
What?
No, fine is, I'm not mad at you. But I just feel bad for him in the sense that, dude, you got so lucky.
I mean, I
with
feel
the shoulder
bad.
surgery.
I mean, I'm not being a jerk, but I feel bad for children born with birth defects. I don't feel bad. I mean, and I know, I'm not just doing that. It's like, it's okay. It's okay.
When you hit me with that,
my quarterback got hurt. Yeah. Guess what? Go rehab. You'll make money next year.
Well, I'll tell you what. Why I bring it up. Yeah. Klay Thompson had 2 catastrophic injuries.
Yes, he did.
There were tears involved. Okay, his checks were clearing. But when we hear these stories, man, these people aren't computers or robots. It's real. And I know Jimmy.
Yeah.
Now that there's no, hey, will you give me this? The 5 years we've been doing radio, will you concede to me that you know when Carson Wentz went down in Philly and did not quarterback that Super Bowl, he woke up that morning hoping, hey, I want my team to compete, but I cannot stand by and watch Nick Foles quarterback my team to a Super Bowl victory. That's how I would think. And we fought. But now that some years have gone by, can you tap into that? You know what, Goo? I could kind of see you thinking that way because these dudes are competitors. You think Jimmy's somewhere hoping that Brock Purdy pulls this off?
No. Okay. You must get me mixed up with somebody.
I thought we fought over that when I said Carson Wentz.
I'm the first to say
you're cutthroat.
That if I were Carson Wentz, I would root for Nick Foles to lose.
No.
I absolutely said that. In fact,
if I could dial it up, remember we fought. Guru, you're that guy. I remember our fight.
I said beforehand, do you realize if Nick Foles wins the Super Bowl for the Eagles, that Carson Wentz can never be successful in Philadelphia?
We fought.
I said his career will be over in Philadelphia.
Wow. That's not how you mocked me for being selfish and saying you really would want your team to lose the bowl. I said, I want it to be close.
Who do you think you're thinking of?
No, it's you.
It isn't. What if I'm telling you it's not me? That's something I've been steadfast on to the point where I'm almost like, yeah, you kind of repeat yourself on that one, Steiny.
Well, I'm going to tell you
on what one? That Carson Wentz was effed the minute that went like,
I have scars.
Give me a win if I get a win.
Yeah.
It's tough to get a win. It's tough to win in the NFL.
From all of our fights.
Give me that one win.
And that was one of them.
No, you don't get that. If you have that on your winning ledger.
No, not winning.
Yeah,
one that, I'm asking for the win now, but a scar. Because you were like, Goo, you're that
So
guy?
you thought I didn't have the pulse of something that was actually occurring in Philly, but you did?
No, it was just
That's gall.
I put myself in Carson
That's
Wentz's.
gall. I'm trying to think of me trying to tell you about what's going on with the Dallas Cowboys quarterback situation.
Well, you can know
I would
that
never
now
do
with all
it.
the information.
No, I would never do it.
Let's keep it vague.
It's a lot of nerve. You better be careful.
You think Jimmy's rooting for Brock Purdy? Even if we're Trey Lance to go on and finish this thing? Oh, there's no way. He can never say it. Who we got?
Well, of course you can't say it.
Yeah,
but then again, Farhan said this is the worst market in baseball.
That will never be forgotten for me.
How about Farhan? Schnooker. He schnookered.
There was no schnooker. He did his job. He had to keep adding. He didn't say he quit.
You know what I think? Maybe he's got a little Ray rat over him. He's like, you know what? I can't stand fans sometimes. I can't stand them. They think they know. They don't know. They're interpreting this. They're interpreting that. Let me tell you what I'm going to do.
Well, you told Susan that.
I'm going to set this up.
Oh, see, I don't. Yeah.
And now goes and gets the guy they wanted.
But this still,
and he comes into the
made those comments.
No. Let me tell you what he did say. Now he's like, I'm executive of the year.
Stop.
I'm the GM in the worst city in the major leagues, and I just got our number one free agent.
Some people say it's not for getting this take.
Give me the plaque.
Yeah.
I love it. Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
What's up, San Francisco? If you're a fan of the team, which I'm sure you are, you've been following Christian McCaffrey light up the competition. This season, Christian will be hydrating himself with Body Armor sports drinks. It has potassium-packed electrolytes, antioxidants, and no artificial sweeteners, flavors, or dyes. In fact, Body Armor has 820 milligrams of electrolytes per 16-ounce serving. Body Armor is the sports drink of choice for Christian McCaffrey. It's more than a sports drink. It's Body Armor sports drink. Available at your local Safeway.
Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans snapped up the hot deals. But a lot of people were out of town or too busy to take advantage of the special pricing. So, how about a redo? Right now, you've got a second chance to save big on many of the top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs. Where? At Video Only, where the smart shoppers go. So, don't miss out. Check out Video Only now, or
you'll be sorry.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. Hurry to get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a good gillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither. Blah.
Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Hey, this is Kenny Mayne, host of something called Hey Mayne. That's a podcast. We're working busily on season 2, but let's not forget about season 1. Remember Roy Wood Jr.?
Wow, opening for Ron White. I've arrived. He's such a nice man. Maybe he wants a ride. Maybe he wants me to drop him off at the American Airlines terminal. Roy, I have a private jet. My pilot hangs with me like my homeboy.
If you missed that episode of Hey Mayne, check it out on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
When cold symptoms keep you up, try Vicks NyQuil Severe for max strength nighttime relief. Just one dose of Vicks NyQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Get some rest and feel better with Vicks NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, sore throat, stuffy nose, fever, best sleep with a cold. Medicine. Use as directed.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
Meet Joe A,
Hi.
Joe B,
Hello.
and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with AutoSave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect, support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Are you ready? At Lowe's, it pays to be a pro. Now through January 6th, Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards members earn 1 bonus point for every $1 spent on qualifying purchases with a Lowe's Business Credit Account. Redeem bonus points for cool rewards for your business. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Subject to credit approval, Lowe's terms and exclusions. See Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points and Lowe's.com/L/Pro loyalty terms for details. U.S. only.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Welcome to the greatest show on hardwood.
Left side of the circle, it's money, cold, hard cash for Stephen Curry.
The NBA champions are back to defend their title. And it starts now. This is Warriors Live.
Holy cannoli, this is crazy.
Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
It is Warriors Live, and it is John Dickinson with you here as the Warriors and the Indiana Pacers are set to go at it from Indianapolis. Second meeting of 2 this season between the Dubs and the Pacers, and the second time that these two teams square off against one another in 9 days, as the Pacers able to last Monday to be more specific, inside Chase Center, they knocked off the Warriors, ending Golden State's long home winning streak and dropping the Warriors to 13-12 after they had worked their way back up from 3-7 to a 13-11 record. With you here for the next half hour before we give it over to Tim Roy and Jim Barnett for the call of this one, as the Warriors are looking for a road victory in a big-time way because they got thumped last night at the beginning of this 6-game road trip, which is going to lead all the way up to the Christmas holiday in Milwaukee, as the Bucks jumped out to a 38-27 lead on the Warriors at the end of the first quarter. They were up by 12 at the half after the Warriors had gotten back into the game in the second quarter, actually cut the Bucks lead, which had been in double digits, down to 6 in the closing couple of minutes. But some technical fouls, some frustrations, and the Warriors let that 6-point deficit spill into 12 at the break, and then the third quarter was all Milwaukee for the most part, especially the first half of that quarter, with the Bucks pushing that 12-point lead up to 26 before the Warriors were able to cut into it again, and it turned into an early night on what was the first of a back-to-back as far as Steve Kerr waving the white flag. Rare to see Steve Kerr do that, in particular in a nationally televised game, but Steve Kerr, usually he's going to give Steph Curry and Draymond Green some semblance of an opportunity in the fourth quarter if the game is, anywhere within 15 points or so, to try and make a run at it. And Steve Kerr called everybody off with about 7 minutes to go. It turned into extended mop-up duty for a lot of the young Warrior players. And Steve Kerr started to focus last night, because of how poorly the game went through the first 3 quarters and 3 quarters plus, to focus on the second half of this back-to-back and the rematch against the Indiana Pacers, and a team really just continuing to need to find ways to get victories away from Chase Center. It's confounding the way the Warriors have just been so bad away from downtown San Francisco. Now 2-12 on the road are the Warriors, who come into this one at 14-14. It's a pair of 14-14 teams going at it, with the Pacers also at 14-14, 8-6 home, 6-8 away. So more balanced on both ends for the Pacers, and they're 14-14. The Warriors have been all home and very little away to this point. 12-2 at Chase, 2-12 away from Chase, and the first of this lengthy 6-game road trip leading up to the Christmas holiday not going in the Warriors' favor last night. 128-111 was the final. You look at it as it pertains to tonight, and I mentioned the fact that Steve Kerr called off the Dogs in the first part of that fourth quarter, and with the back-to-back looming, and anytime there's a back-to-back, the Warriors always becomes a question, all right, who's going to be in and who's going to be out? And as we get to our injury report for this one, which is this afternoon, brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, as it is each and every pregame here on 95.7 The Game, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. Now, Steph Curry and Draymond Green, they popped up on the injury report early this morning, although Draymond was listed as probable with left ankle soreness. Steph Curry, right knee soreness. He was questionable up until just about the last half hour or so when Steve Kerr met with the media in Indianapolis, and Steve said that both Curry and Draymond Green will be available in this game. So good news there. I mean, could you imagine not at least attempting to go for a comeback in the final 6-7 minutes with the game hanging between 15 and a 20-point lead for the Bucks, because you're anticipating having Steph Curry and Draymond Green for the game tonight to really try and go all out as much as you can, but then to not have them because of the injury last night. Looked like Curry banged knees with Giannis, took a little bit of a shot there, was slow to get up, and Draymond been dealing with a little bit of ankle soreness there. So Steph and Draymond, good to go in this one, both available to play. Steve Kerr said barring an unforeseen setback in the pregame warm-up, they will be out there in this ball game at Indiana this afternoon and on into the evening here on 95.7 The Game. But the Warriors are still going to be shorthanded in this game without Klay Thompson, who continues to not play the second of back-to-backs due to the right Achilles tendon injury management. So Klay has not played in any back-to-backs this season. He will miss yet another one here, and this is a trip that has a couple of back-to-backs. The Warriors playing Tuesday, Wednesday last week. They're going to play Tuesday, Wednesday to end the trip with stops Friday in Philadelphia, Sunday in Toronto, in between those two games that will be played at Madison Square Garden and Barclays Center in Brooklyn. Consecutive nights coming up a week from now. Andrew Wiggins, right adductor strain. He remains out for the Warriors. It had been announced on Monday that he was going to miss the first two games of the trip. Next evaluation point for Wiggins will be tomorrow. And so the Warriors still without Wiggins, still without Klay Thompson, but sounds like Steph Curry and Draymond Green good to go there. And we'll see how the Warriors do things as far as the starting lineup goes, with Jordan Poole already having been in the starting lineup for Wiggins these last couple of games, and Jordan Poole's been the starter for the Warriors when Steph Curry hasn't played, but also when Klay Thompson hasn't played in the second of the back-to-back. So on these nights where Klay doesn't play, it's Poole. Poole's already been in there for Wiggins, so we'll have to see who Steve Kerr goes to in that starting lineup with Steph and Jordan Poole in the backcourt. Is this an opportunity for Jonathan Kuminga to step in and play the three with Draymond Green and Kevon Looney? Is this an opportunity for maybe a Moses Moody or somebody else to get a shot, to get out there and to get some minutes? Anthony Lamb, I think, would be another option. So we'll see how the Warriors ultimately here coming up at the bottom of the hour decide to roll in a starting lineup. I know Jonathan Kuminga's played well of late. And I think really the last 2 weeks you can go back as far as Kuminga, 2.5 weeks for him and his ability to put an imprint on the game in ways that aren't just looking for a shot and looking for his offense and looking to score the basketball. But a lot of that has been with Kuminga playing the 4. And I know putting him out there as a 3 with Draymond at the 4 and Looney at the 5, that can leave the Warriors a little bit offensively limited in that Kuminga with that group would have to look, I think, to be a little bit more forceful as far as looking for a shot beyond the scope of what really has made him successful. Not saying Steve Kerr wouldn't do it. Maybe it's just a matter of putting the best 5 players of late that are available to him on the floor at the same time. And so I could see Steve Kerr going with Kuminga, but I think Anthony Lamb, Moses Moody, also options for this one. And don't sleep on Dante DiVincenzo, although with Klay Thompson out and Poole already in the starting lineup, I think you're going to need minutes from DiVincenzo off the bench as a backup guard. So wild card there, but that is the injury report for the Warriors side of things and potential lineup ramifications. Steve Kerr did not divulge in his pregame press conference who his starting lineup would feature for this game in Indiana between the Warriors and the Pacers. Warriors Live, rolling on here on 95.7 The Game. John Dickinson, and it is sponsored by Xfinity Internet, better streaming, Flex 4K device, voice remote, and Peacock Premium, all at no extra cost, all no strings attached. As the Warriors and the Pacers going at it here on 95.7 The Game. On the Pacers side of things, as far as the injury report goes, Kendall Brown, Chris Duarte, both not playing in this one. Daniel Tice is out as well. And the Pacers, though, by comparison to when the Warriors face them at Chase Center, are going to be a healthier group than they were on that Monday night a week ago when they beat the Warriors 112 to 104. And Andrew Nembhard really took control of that game down the stretch. He was an unstoppable force for the Warriors in that one. 31 points. He was a team high, at a game high, plus 16. He was all over the place, just controlled the game, both with his ability to score, hit 5 of 7 from 3, but also assists. I mean, he had a 31-13 game in terms of points and assists to go with 8 rebounds, and he was cooking the Warriors. It didn't matter what the matchup was. He was the best player on the floor in that fourth quarter, as the Pacers were able to outlast the Warriors. But they didn't have Tyrese Halliburton, who's been their best player this season. Obviously, Halliburton selected by Sacramento going back a couple of years ago, the pandemic-shortened season, that late NBA draft. He was traded in the Sabonis deal to Indiana from Sacramento. Buddy Hield coming over in that deal as well. But the Warriors did not get a look at Tyrese Halliburton in San Francisco 9 nights ago. The Pacers able to beat the Warriors, but they also did not have Miles Turner in that game. So the Pacers, a healthier group than the one that the Warriors saw back at Chase, going back through the early part of last week. Rolling on here on 95.7 The Game. John Dickinson, Warriors Live. Game 2 of the 6-game road trip for the Warriors. And look, Warriors have got to come out and figure out a way to play better defense on the road. Just flat out. Last night, 38 points set a negative tone for the Dubs. And they're down 11 after 1. They end up giving up 128. And really, last night, you look at that game as the Warriors lose by 17, and it didn't even feel as close as the final score indicated. It felt as if the three-point shot from the Warriors and making 20 of 50 kept that game from being even more ugly than it looked, with all of the turnovers, 18 of them from the Warriors. The turnovers on the Bucks side, I think, allowed the Warriors to hang in the game or have the score look a little bit more close than the game actually was. But you could tell the Warriors were frustrated last night, frustrated with the whistle, frustrated with the Bucks defense, frustrated with their own ineptitude, frustrated with the inability, frankly, to be able to iron out their road woes despite how frequently they've been discussed on the defensive end and fouling too much and believing that they're not necessarily getting the best whistle as well with all of the technicals. 5 of them, to be exact, last night. Steph Curry, Jordan Poole, Andre Iguodala, Steve Kerr, all getting technical fouls for the Warriors in the ball game last night, along with Steph Curry, who got the technical foul last night as well, and he addressed it. Let's hear from Steph Curry. Steve Kerr got a tech, I think, trying to protect Steph and keeping him in the game, and Curry addressed the technical and some of his frustrations of late with the officiating. Here's what he had to say.
I mean, anytime the defender's asking you, are you all right? And the ref's like, I didn't say anything, that's kind of a funny situation to be in. I thought it was, like, clear. I got hit in the I was actually surprised it went in. I was more worried about where the foul call was. That's just a heat of the moment thing, and you let your emotions out. I wasn't the only one.
What do you think about Steve's reaction as well?
It's what an engaged coach should do. I told him I appreciate the energy. Andre was in there, Draymond was in there, JP, JK. Like, we were all emotionally into the game and trying to find a way to do it, but I don't think we were distracted by the referee, and it was just one of the many problems of our performance tonight.
Yeah, I think a lot of it was the officiating, and that call in particular. I know there was some confusion as to whether it was a landing area foul that Curry was looking for, and there were numerous replays of it, and it wasn't so much the landing area as Steph referenced right there. It was he got hit in the face, and I think that in conjunction with Steve Kerr, he talked about it after the ball game, the fact that there were some other calls that he thought were problematic, and then you've got Steph getting hit on the face on a follow-through of a closeout, and yeah, the shot goes in, but that's a superstar player in a game that the entire country is watching on TNT, and he needs to get that call. And we can quibble about whether Steph gets the same kind of whistle that other superstar players. I know Warriors fans are constantly concerned about that, but that's a call that frankly just has to be made, and I think that was a part of the Warrior frustration. I think a lot more of the Warrior frustration, and Jonathan Kuminga was the other one, the other player that got a technical, the 5th Warrior, in addition to Kerr and Iguodala, Poole, and Curry for the Warriors last night. A lot of it was, I think, the fact that the Warriors were just playing so poorly and nothing was going well and the game had no flow and they were bad defensively and they were fouling too much and put the Bucks on the free throw line 32 times to the Warriors 19, and the Bucks had a big-time advantage early before the Warriors had even gotten to the free throw line. Now, some of that is you shoot 53-pointers, as the Warriors did, and make 20 of them. You're not going to be getting to the free throw line at the extent that a team like the Bucks would be getting to the free throw line, attacking more in the paint. The Bucks really had their way with the Warriors in the paint. Another thing that's been problematic when the Warriors have lost some of these road games, 48-30 Bucks in favor of the paint points in that game last night. And really the Bucks dominated the game in terms of just physicality and stifling defense and dominated the game as far as 2-point range goes. And you look at the Warriors last night, I talked about the 20 of 50 from 3, but you take that off of the Warriors total. Warriors were 18 of 45 in the game from 2-point range. The Bucks did end up shooting 12 of 29 from 3, but the Bucks, as far as shooting the 2-ball, they were about 60% from 2 in the game last night. The Warriors weren't even 50% from 2, and a lot of misses around the basket, the athleticism on display there, the physicality on display, and I think that, as much as anything, led to some of the frustration as far as the Warriors picking up a lot of the technical fouls that they did in the game last night. Warriors Live rolling on here on 95.7 The Game. All that being said, and an ugly loss as it was for the Warriors, they'll try and bounce back against the Pacers this afternoon here on 95.7 The Game. Steph Curry last night trying to keep it positive in the locker room afterwards and maintaining here in this cut that the Warriors are not too far away, even at 14-14.
We're not that far off. Like game 10, I would have said so. I think we probably said something different. Like we have a long way to go. We're not, a good team at all. We won't say that now. Like we're right there. You just gotta do it and execute it.
All right. So again, trying to remain positive. I think this team is still in a point of vulnerability right now. It's not 3-7. I think that's been well documented, and the Warriors figured out a way that they had to try and go about playing after the 3-7 start, and it got them to 13-11. And now, I think that Indiana game was really a turning point last week, because that was a game with the Warriors at full strength, with the Pacers coming in shorthanded, really without their best two players, and Halliburton and Miles Turner. Warriors unable to get that win, and then they have the just gut punch of a loss in Salt Lake City when it looked like they were going to have a shorthanded win in that game, and all of a sudden they're right back to 500. They're able to beat Boston, but now you don't have Andrew Wiggins in the fold. Curry and Draymond are a little bit banged up, and the rotation all changes when you start taking players away, and now you're heading on the road where this team has really struggled with some back-to-backs, which are going to take away for your rotation. And I think the Warriors are in this mode where I can see where Steph is coming from, because he's essentially saying, hey, we figured out what we have to do. It's a matter of consistently going out there and doing it. But I think where the Warriors do have a bit of a problem still is, yes, they figured out how they need to go about doing things, but they figured it out with a certain group of players, and now over the last week or week plus, they haven't necessarily had those players out there on the floor consistently, and they're taking some losses because all of the things that they have worked on are less able to be executed at the level that they need to be for this team to win games. And yeah, oh, by the way, now you're on the road. Oh, by the way, you're playing the top two teams in the NBA in back-to-back games if you go back to Boston and in the game against Milwaukee last night. But that being said, it's always, I think, good when your superstar player and face of the franchise, even if he's trying to will the rest of the team maybe to believe it, doesn't believe that this team is far off. But let's be honest. We know what the Pacers were capable of doing to this Warriors team, and the athletic advantage that it appeared that they had in the prior matchup when these teams faced each other. This is still one of the more winnable games the Warriors have on this trip. When you look at Philadelphia coming up, Toronto is always an adventure. The Knicks are pretty good defensively. Like, there are some winnable games at the end. Brooklyn's playing a lot better, but that's the second of a back-to-back, and the sixth game in 9 nights projects to be a game where maybe the Warriors, if they were going to give some players a night off, some of the veterans, that would be the kind of game. Maybe the Warriors, because that is more of a marquee matchup, don't do it on that night and do it in Toronto. There's all these different agendas right now that the Warriors are trying to balance between keeping players healthy and trying to remain effective and getting the young guys a little bit of run on nights where maybe some of the veterans are going to be out. But then the primary objective, of course, oh, by the way, is to go out and to try and win games and put yourself in a position where you've got a record worthy of contending in the Western Conference. And you look at the Warriors right now, 14-14, good enough for 10th in the Western Conference. So they'd be the last play-in team right now currently. But still, even with that said, only 2 games out of 4th. And I think 4th is probably the Warriors' goal. Get home court advantage for the first round and then see what happens from there. So that goal still very much on the table for the Warriors here as this season continues. All right, Warriors Live rolling on, sponsored by Xfinity Internet, better streaming, Flex 4K device, voice remote, and Peacock Premium, all at no extra cost, no strings attached, as the Warriors and the Indiana Pacers coming up here on 95.7 The Game. Make sure you join me after the ball game, as I will have Warriors wrap up for you, be taking your phone calls and reacting to this one as the Warriors look to get back on the winning track. One more piece of sound, because it was a heated, frustrated evening last night, and that also included Draymond Green having a fan removed from the building in Milwaukee. Went to the official. The fan had yelled something to Draymond, and Draymond was asked about just what happened that led up to that. And here's what he had to say.
Some threatening stuff to my life. I was this close to really going back and like diving all the way in, but kind of just went back and told the official. And when I told the official what he said, he's like, "Oh, he got to get out of here. And he got to get out of here."
You know, I know you got fined a couple weeks ago when you said something to the fan. Do you like that's kind of an option to you, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, I can't necessarily say that hasn't been an option. That's kind of been an option, but I think, you know, there are times where you're just in the moment, you know, and you respond. And so, you know, that's been an option. That wasn't like, oh, I just found out that was an option once I got fined. Like, that's been there. The league has made that clear to us for years that's been there. But like I said, we are human beings, and there are times where you just respond, you know, and try to learn from the mistakes. But, you know, like I said, there's still the human side, the human element to it. That, you know, sometimes you're just going to respond, and that's just it.
Yeah, good thing I think Draymond didn't respond in the manner in which he had addressed it, at least initially there with the question from Anthony Slater of The Athletic. Probably a good sign that he didn't, but really just, I mean, no place in the game for that as far as just, you know, some of the language, and especially if the language leads to a threat. And so to get that guy out of the building quick, fast, and in a hurry, I think good on Draymond, good on the officiating staff, and just unfortunate it had to come to that. But in today's day and age, good to see Draymond have cooler heads prevail and the Warriors able to get on to the next. All right, who's going to be taking it to the bank tonight? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Tonight's a Steph and Draymond night with both of them available to play, and the Warriors needing a win. They have to take it to the bank tonight. Need push and triple-double kind of game from Draymond Green and a big-time performance from Steph. One of those 30, 10, and 8 kind of games from Steph Curry tonight. Need them to be taking it to the bank. We'll talk to you after the ball game. Tim and Jim, they got the call. It's coming up next. Warriors-Pacers, 95.7 The Game.
'Tis the season for big savings on HP Tech at Staples. This week, save $100 on an HP Smart Tank 7301 refillable printer. The HP Smart Tank makes printing worry-free with up to 2 years of HP original ink included. From black and white docs to color prints, this wireless printer allows ultimate flexibility for busy families. And now save even more when you bundle an HP printer, PC, and monitor. The latest tech solutions are at Staples, the working and learning store. Offer good in-store and online. Ends 12/17.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels.